Hey guys, welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to create a MERN stack movie ticket booking application. You can add this project to your resume. Before building this project, let me show you a full demo of this project. Starting with, we have our nav bar on top, having logo on left and navigations on the right side. Once clicked, it will take us to that particular page. After this comes our banner having text on left and video in the background. It also has two buttons. Once clicked, it will take us to that particular page. Scrolling down, we have this featured movie section. These movies are coming from the server side. Once you click on any of them, it will take you to that particular movie details page. After this comes our latest trailer section. Here also these trailers are coming from the server side. If you select any of them, you can watch the trailer on the right side with the details also. Then we have Cine News section having multiple news in different styles of card. And then we have this footer section with details and a button to take to top button on the right side. Once click, it will take you to top of the screen. On movies page, we have multiple movies listed coming from the server side. If you select any of them, it will take you to movies detail page of that particular movie. We also have the filter options present here. Now on release soon page, these movies are listed coming from the server side. On contact us page, we have forms and info on the right side. To access the booking page, you must be logged in. So let's go and create an account. Now let me create an account here by filling these details. After giving the password, you can create your account. You have to log in using the same credentials. A toast can be seen for both success and error if happens. Now you can access the booking page here. Now on contact page, let me show you the functionality for this. As once we fill the details, it will redirect our query with the details on the registered WhatsApp number. So now let me book the ticket. Here select the date and time slot. Here you will see some seats are already booked by other user. So let's book the ticket for this movie. Let's select the seats and hit the confirm booking button. You will be redirected to the Stripe payment gateway. Once your payment is successful, then you will be redirected to your bookings page with the details. Here you can scan this QR and it will show you the ticket details. And now the seats you booked will be blocked for other users too. Now let me log in on another Chrome with the new credentials and show you that a user can see his own booking. Also, the seat filled are blocked for all the users that are registered. As you can see this site is fully responsive for any devices that is laptop, tablet, or it can be mobile view. Now let me just show you this also. Now on the admin panel side, here you can add movies to different section, that is normal, it can be featured movies, coming soon, and latest trailers. Let me show you an easy one to add. Let me show you this for our coming soon page. It will take the details according to your needs, that is for different things, it is different requirement for the fields. Once you add it, it will reflect it on our front end too. On the list page, you can see the total list of movies listed with the details on the right side. We have a search bar and filter options present that can be filtered by the type of the movie. On dashboard, you can see the total number of bookings, the total revenue, and the total user listed with the earning details too. On the bookings page, you can see the booking with details too. Also, you can differentiate by booking ID and the booked by name. Admin panel is also responsive. So this is it. Now let's get started. Now open your VS Code. Let's go to Chrome and search for white React. Now click on this first link, scroll down and copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Let's give the project name as frontend here. Then framework will be React and variant will be JavaScript. Click here no and click no here. Now let's go and copy and paste this here and let's install our node packages here. So copy and paste our npm install and let's go back and let's install our Tailwind CSS. So for that, let's search for Tailwind CSS and click on this get started button. So we are gonna install it for white. So copy this here and now in your terminal paste it here. Then after this again go back and let's copy this import statement. And now inside this white.config.js, let's paste it here. Then after this, let's copy this plugin and let me just paste it after giving a comma, paste it here. Now, after this, let's go and copy this import statement. And now in your src, we don't need this app.css, remove it. And inside your index.css, paste it here. Now, let's copy this h1 tag here. And let's go to app.jsx and remove and type RAFCE and paste it here. Change this class to class name here. Now After this, in your terminal, type here npm run dev to start our server and type O to open it on our Chrome browser. So our Tailwind CSS is installed successfully and it's working fine here. So let's go back here and in src, let's go and let's search here for our React router DOM and click on this link. Let me refresh this page here, and now let me copy this command here, and after this let's go back and inside this terminal again paste it. Okay, it haven't been copied here. Let me again copy it here. Now after this paste it here. Now let me close it here, and now after this again npm run dev. Now after this let's go to our index.html. First let's give here our title, that is movie booking, and it is our front end. So movie booking front end as the title here. Now after this in our src, in our main.jsx, remove the strict mode here and let's wrap our app component inside our browser router. So type here browser router, and after this let's cut this app from here and let me just paste it here. Now after this let's go to our src and let's create our components folder, and let's create our pages folder also. Now again here let's go to our assets, and here we have this multiple assets. The link is given in the description box. You can download it directly from the given link below. Now after this let me just close this here, and now after this let's go to app.jsx, and here now let me just remove all this and let's create our empty fragments and type a route stack. And now inside this route stack we have to first create our page. So in our pages folder, let me create a file, that is home.jsx, and inside this component let's create our first component, that is navbar.jsx. Now type here rafce in our navbar, and let me just type here nav, and in our home let's type here rafce, and let's import our navbar here. Now inside our app.jsx let's create a route tag, and here let's define the path as slash, and we are gonna render the element as the home element will be rendered on the slash here. Now after this let's go and let me remove this. Okay, let's type here import. So we are gonna import our navbar styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our navbar component. Now let me close this here, and now after this we are gonna use this navbar CSS also. Now let me remove this div and create a nav tag. Inside this give class name, it will be navbar styles. First backtick and type a navbar styles dot nav dot base. Then inside this let's type here, let me define our states. So type here const is menu open comma set is menu open is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then type here const is scrolled comma set is scrolled is equals to use state hook, and initial value will be false. Then after this type here const, and here it will be is logged in, that is, then it will be set is logged in is equals to use state hook, and initial value will be false again. Now after this let me just type here is scrolled. So if it is scrolled, then it will be navbar styles dot nav dot scrolled, else it will be, if it is not scrolling, that is navbar styles dot nav dot not scrolled. Now after this create another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be navbar styles dot container. Then after this another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be navbar styles dot logo container. Then inside this another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be navbar styles dot logo icon container. Then inside this let's go back and let's search for our Lucidity React. Okay, let me just show you from the starting. Let me go back and let's search for Lucidity React again, and this is the link. And for npm let's copy this command and inside your terminal paste it here. Now after this, in your icons, let's search for our clap. Then expand this icon here, and for React, let's copy this import statement, and now let me just paste it after this import, and again npm run dev to start it here. Then let me close this, and after this refresh it will be installed here. Then let's type here clapperboard icon and give class name to this icon. It will be navbystyles dot logo icon. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be navbystyles dot logo text, and let's give here text as Cineverse. Now the icon and the text is present here on the UI. Now after this, after this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as navbystyles dot desktop nav. Then another div tag, give class name as navbystyles dot desktop nav item. So here let's type here items. Then inside this, let's go and let's search here for our GitHub. This link is already given in the description box. You can get directly from there. So after landing on here, click on front end, go to SRC, go to components, and inside this go to our navbar, and let's copy this nav items here, and now after this paste it here. Let's import our icons here, that is for the home, for the film route, for the calendar route we have this icon, for the contact we have this icon, and for bookings we have this ticket icon. Now after this, inside this, let's type a nav item dot map function, and we are gonna map our item, create an arrow function, and inside this let's type a const. So const icon is equals to items dot icon. Now type here return statement, and inside this create a div tag, give here key property as item dot id, and give class name to it. It will be navbarstyles dot desktop nav item. Now let's type here nav link, and inside this nav link let's give here the to property as item dot path. Then after this it will be end, and give class name to this nav link. It will be is active. So we are gonna pass this is active here and create an arrow function, and then we are gonna type here backtick and type a navbarstyles dot desktop nav link dot base. Then after this, inside this we are gonna type here is active. If it is active, then in that case navbarstyles dot desktop nav link dot active, else it will be navbarstyles dot desktop nav link dot inactive. So now after this, inside this we are gonna pass the icon having this class name as navbarstyles dot desktop nav icon. Now a span tag here, and we are gonna pass the item dot icon. Sorry, we don't need to pass the icon here. We are gonna pass the label here. So now create a div tag, give class name for this as the pill will be underline. Then after this nav link, again a span tag, and give class name here. It will be again pill will be border. Now let's go and check. So our nav links are present here. Once click, it takes us to that particular page. So it's working fine here. So let's go back here, and now after this div, create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be navbarstyles dot right section. Then inside this another div tag, give class name as navbarstyles dot tablet nav. Then here let's type a nav items dot map function, and we are gonna map our item, create an arrow function, and type a const icon is equals to item dot icon here. Now after this type a return, and inside this create our nav link tag, and in nav link we are gonna give the key property as item dot id. Then to property, it will be our item dot path, and end here, and let's give here class name as, again we are gonna give the is active here and create an arrow function, and then we are gonna type here again, that is the navbar styles dot tablet navlink dot base, and then we are gonna type here that is the is active. If it is active, then it will be navbar styles dot tab navlink dot active. In else case, it will be navbar styles dot tab navlink dot inactive. Now after this, let's type here, let's pass the icon and give class name to this icon as navbar styles dot tablet nav icon, and a span tag, and inside this give class name as navbar styles dot tablet nav text. Then let's pass here the item dot label here. Now let's go and let's see for our smaller screen. So it is visible for our tablet view. So now after this div, let's create our auth section, that is our login button. So let's type here div, give class name as navbar styles dot auth section. Now inside this another div tag, give class name as navbar styles dot desktop nav auth. Then let's type here is logged in. If it is logged in, if the user is logged in, then the button here, it will show on click property as handle logout. Then give class name to this button, that is navbar styles dot logout button. Now let's define our handle logout here. So type here const, type here user email comma set user email is equals to use state hook, and the initial value will be empty. Then type here const menu ref, that is the menu reference is equals to use ref hook, and the initial value will be null. Then let's go to our GitHub and copy this use state hook for the scroll function, and let me just paste it here. Then here it will show you this scroll function for the smooth scroll. This function basically adds a smooth scrolling throughout the entire UI for the navbar. Then after this, let's copy this use effect hook again for the resizing of the menu, as well as for the once we click on E, that is the escape key, it will close our menu open, that is. So it will be for the smaller screen, and the menu closes when we click on the escape key here. So now after this, let's type a const handle logout is equals to, and create an arrow function here. Then type here local storage dot remove item. So here we are gonna remove our cineauth. Then after this local storage dot remove item, then we are gonna again clear our is logged in. Then local storage dot remove item. So here we are gonna again remove our user email from our local storage, and then the local storage dot remove item, we are gonna remove our cine user email. Then after this, the set logged in here, it will become false, and the set user here, it will become set user email here, it will become empty. And window dot location dot href, that is the previous location here, it will be after this login, it will redirect us to our login page. Once we are logged out, it will redirect us to login page. Now after this, let's copy this auth change that is happening here. Use this while using this use effect hook. So let me just paste it here. So here we are just changing our auth status, which will be getting the locus, which will be getting the cineauth from our local storage. Also we are getting these three details from our local storage, and then we are just setting the user as logged in, and email will become true here. Then on storage, we are just saving these in the local storage. Now after this button, let's type here title here. Here it will be, let me type here user email, or it will be logout. Now after this, let's give an icon as logout and class name to this icon. Here it will be navbar styles dot auth icon, and here let's give a span and type a logout. Now in the case of the user is not logged in, then it will be an anchor tag and an href will have this login route. Then give class name to this anchor tag as navbar styles dot, and it will be our auth icon. And here we are gonna change this icon to, let me just type here, login button, and let's give an icon as the user and give class name to this icon as navbar styles dot auth icon, and then a span tag and type a login. Now after this, let's go and see. So our login button is visible here. Once click, it takes us to that particular page. Now you can see it is present for smaller screen also, for the tablet also. Now after this, let's create our toggle function for the toggling here. So let's type a div, give class name to this div. It will be navbar styles dot mobile menu toggle. Then a button tag here, and the on click property here, it will be create an arrow function and type here set is menu open. Here it will become the previous state as not previous state. Then after this, type here class name here, and it will be navbar styles dot mobile menu button. Then type here is menu open. If the menu is open, it will show you the icon as X, and give class name to this icon. It will be navbar styles dot mobile menu icon. And in else case, if the menu is closed, then it will show you menu icon. Give class name, it will be again navbar styles dot mobile menu icon. Now after this, let's go and let's see for the toggling here. So our icon is present here and it's working fine. Now let's go and now after this div, let's type here is menu open and so if the menu is open, then type here div reference. Here it will be menu reference. Give class name to this div. It will be navbar styles dot mobile menu panel. Then another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be navbar styles dot mobile menu items. Now after this, let's go and let's copy this nav link here, or let's copy this nav items and let's paste it function this here. Then let's change this to, let's give a property of on click and create an arrow function and type a set is menu open will become false here. Once I click on any of them, it will become false. Let's change it to mobile. Let me type a mobile nav link and let's copy this and paste it here. Then change, we don't need to change this here, but soon we are gonna update this. So it will be nav icon and it will be similar to nav text. Now after this, let's go and see. So now our nav items are present here, and once click, the menu gets collapsed here. So it's working fine. Now let's go back, and now for the login button, again let's create a div tag here. Let's give here class name as navbar styles dot mobile menu section, mobile auth section. Then type here is logged in. If it is logged in, then create a button tag here, and inside this button tag, give on click property and create an arrow function and type here set menu open. Here it will become false, and the handle logout function will be called here. Now give class name to this button as navbar styles dot mobile logout button, and inside this, let's just give an icon as logout and give class name to this icon as navbar styles dot mobile auth icon, and after this, let's type a logout. Now in case of the user is not logged in, then another anchor tag and the href will have this login, and give class name to this anchor tag as navbar styles dot mobile login button. Now on click property here, it will be again similar to this. Create an arrow function and type here set is mobile menu open will become false here. Then pass the icon as user, give class name to this icon as navbar styles dot mobile auth icon. Then pass here the login here. Now let's go and let's see. So our button is present here. So it's working fine here. Now after this, let's type here style, and inside the style let's give here JSX, and let's import our navbar CSS here. Now once the navbar CSS is imported, you can see a change here that it is having this hover effects, and you will be seeing this later that we select here and it will add this dash here. Now after this, in components, let's create our another component as banner.jsx. Type here RAFCE, and let's import our banner in our home component pages. So type here banner, and now let's create our banner section. So let me type here import. So we are gonna import our banner styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our banner. So after this, let's type here give class name to this div as banner styles dot container. Then type here another div tag, give class name to this div as banner styles dot video container. Then let's give a video tag here, and inside this video tag, let's me first import our video. So type here import video. So we are gonna import our video from our asset slash. So let me just type here the movie banner video.mp4. Now here we are going to use this video. So let me close this here, and now inside this video tag, let's give here the auto play property, then loop, as it will just get repeated again muted, then the play inline, and class name here it will be banner styles dot video. Then type a source, and in source here it will have this src, and in src here we are gonna call this video here. Now let's give here type of this source will be video/mp4. Now let's go and let's see. So as you can see, the banner is present here. Now after this, let's create our fallback text. So if the video is not compatible with your browser, then it will show you this text as your browser does not support the video tag. Now after this, create a div tag and give class name to this div as banner styles dot overlay. Now after this div, let's create our content section here. So let me type here a div tag and give class name to this div as banner styles dot content. Then another div tag, give class name as banner styles dot content inner. Then a h1 tag, and let's give class name to this heading tag as banner styles dot title. Now after this, give styles also, and here it will be font family. Here it will be, let's type here dancing script, and it will be cursive. Now let me remove this inverted comma here. Now after this, let's type here Ocean's Legacy. Now let's go and see. So our Ocean Legacy is present here. Now after this, h1 tag, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as banner styles dot description. Let's give a paragraph here. An epic adventure beneath the waves, explore the mysteries of deep oceans and discover the treasures beyond imagination in the breathtaking cinematic experience. Now after this, create another div tag, give class name to this div as banner styles dot rating. Let me just correct this here as rating genre container. Then inside this, let me type another div tag, give class name to this div as banner styles dot rating container. Then create another div tag and let's go to our GitHub, and inside our banner.jsx, let's copy this div and let me just paste this div here for the stars here. So it will show you this star, and import this star from our Lucidity React. Then you can see the stars is present here as well as the paragraph. Now after this div, create a span tag and give class name to the span. It will be banner styles dot rating text, and let's type here 4.8/5. So this is our rating. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as banner styles dot generic text, and type here adventure. Then again go back to our GitHub and copy this dot icon, that is the dot, and paste it here. Then type here fantasy and drama. Now let's go and check. So it is present here. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name as banner styles dot. So the banner styles dot button container. Then create a anchor tag and it will be on /movies. Give class name to this. It will be banner styles dot book button, and inside this anchor tag, let's type here the icon as tickets and give class name to this icon as banner styles dot icon, and fill here it will be white. Then after this, type here book movie, capital this B here. Then book movies button will be present here. Once click, it take us to that particular page here. Now after this, create another anchor tag and it will be on /contact. Then give class name to this anchor tag, that is the banner styles dot. It will be our info button, and here let's give here the icon as icon info and give class name to this info. It will be banner styles dot icon, and type here more info. So now let's see. So our more info button is present here. Now let's go back, and now after this, let's type here style, and inside the style, let's call here the banner styles dot custom CSS. Now we have completed our banner.jsx. So as you can see, this is our banner present here. So in components, let's create our third component as movies.jsx and type here RAFCE, and inside this home.jsx page, import our movies from our components. So now let's create our movies. So type here import. So here we are gonna import our movie styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our movie component. Now let's remove this div and let's create our section tag, and inside this let's give class name as movie styles dot container. Then inside this, let's go and on our GitHub, let's go to our movies and let's copy this style tag here, and inside the style tag we have this font style coming from our Google API, and let's type a import movies from our assets /movie data, and here we have these movie data present here. So here we have these movie data present here, and let me just correct this assets path here. Now after this, let me just close this, and now inside this movie, let's create our h2 tag and give class name to this heading tag as movie styles dot title. Then let's give here our style also, and inside the style, the font family here, let me just type here font family here. It will be our dancing script and it will be cursive. Now inside this heading tag, let's type here our featured movies. So let's go and let's see. So our featured movie is present here. Now after this, let's go and Now let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as movie styles dot grid. Then inside this, let's type here our visible. So for that visible, let's type here const visible movies is equals to, so we are gonna slice our movies, so we are gonna show our movie to 6 only. So movie dot slice method, and we are only showing our 6 movies here. Then type here dot map function, and inside this we are gonna map our movie M and create an arrow function and type here a article tag, and inside this article let's type here key. Here it will be m.id. Then the class name here it will be movie styles dot movie article. Then inside this create a link tag, and we have to import our link. So type here import. We have to import our link from our React Router DOM package. Then let's give here the to property as, so here in this we are gonna take here backtick and type here slash movie slash m.id. Then give class name to this link. It will be movie styles dot movie link. Then let's type here inside this link tag we need to pass the image tag, and in src it will be m.image, and in alt it will be m.title. Let's give here the loading. Here it will be lazy, and give class name to this image tag as movie styles dot movie image. Then let's see, so our movies image are present here. Once click, it takes us to that particular movie page. Now after this let's go back, and now after this link tag create a div tag, give class name to this div as movie styles dot movie info. Then create another div tag, give class name to this div as movie styles dot ticket title container. Then pass the icon as tickets, give class name to this icon as movie styles dot ticket icons. Then after this create a span tag and give id to this span as backtick movie title. Here it will be m.id, and give class name to this, it will be movie styles dot movie title. Then give style here, and inside this font family here it will be, let me just give here the font family as Pacifico, and it will be cursive. Now inside this span pass here the m.title. Now let's go and see. So the title of each movie is present here now, also with the icon here. Then after this let's create a div tag, and inside div give class name to this div as movie styles dot category container. Then a span tag, and inside the span tag let's give a class name as movie styles dot category text, and let's type here m dot category will be passed here. So for each movie it will show its category here. So now it's visible on the UI also. Now after this we have completed our movies.jsx page. Now let's create our trailers.jsx, and inside this type here RAFCE, and inside this page home page let's import our trailers here, trailer component. So inside this trailer let's type here first import. So we are gonna import our trailer styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these particular CSS property for our trailers component, also this trailer CSS. So let me just call this to trailers CSS. Now also import our trailers data. So we are gonna import our trailers data from our assets slash trailers data, and inside this here we have this multiple data for our trailers, having this video URL for the YouTube. So let me just correct this assets path here, and now after this let me just close this, and now inside this div let's give here class name as trailer styles dot container. Then after this create a main tag, give class name as trailer styles dot main. Then inside this a div tag, give class name to it as trailer styles dot layout. Then after this, let's create our left side here. So for left side, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot left side. Then another div tag, give class name as trailer styles dot left card. Then heading tag, h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag as trailer styles dot left title. And let's type here style, and inside the styles type here font family. Here it will be, so here we are gonna give the font family as monotone and cursive. Then type here icon as clapperboard, give class name to this icon as trailer styles dot title icon. And let's type here latest trailers. Now let's go and see. So our latest trailers are present here. Now inside our GitHub, let's open our trailers and copy these states present here. And now after this, paste it here. Now here we are, let's import our use state here. So here we are taking this feature trailer having the trailer detail and setting that. Then playing and is muted will be for the status what we are gonna play here, and video reference will be coming from use ref, and carousel ref will be for the left and right scrolling here. Now after this, create a div tag again and give class name to this div as trailer styles dot carousel control. Then another div tag, give class name as trailer styles dot carousel control button, sorry. Then a button tag here, give on click property as scroll left, and give class name to this button as trailer styles dot control button. Then let's give here the icon as chevron left, and the size of this icon will be 18. And now after this, let create another button tag, and let's just copy this button tag here and paste it here. Change this icon to right, and scroll will be changed to right, scroll right. Now after this, let's copy this function for the scroll left and right, also this use effect hook, and now after this, paste it here. Now let's import our use effect hook here, and it is for the scroll, that is for the left to right scrolling, and for that we add this smooth scroll here, and it is for the scroll here. Then for the left and right, we have this function that helps in scrolling our card here. Now after this, create a span tag, give class name to the span as trailer styles dot trailer count, and here we are gonna define our trailer count coming from our trailers data dot length, and it will be trailers. So let's see, we have total of 10 trailers present here. Also we have this 2 buttons present here for the scrolling. Now after this, let's create a div tag, give reference here as carousel ref, then give class name to this div as trailer styles dot carousel. Then style here, it will have the style as let me just type here, scroll bar width will be null. Also the ms overflow style here, it will be none. Now after this, let's type here trailers data dot map function, and here we are gonna map our trailer, create an arrow function, and type here a div tag. Give let's go back, and here let me just scroll down, and let's copy this div tag here, and let me just paste it here. So now let's go and see. So our trailers are present here, total 10 trailers present here. Then after this, so now after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name as trailers, let me just type here trailer styles dot trailer trending section. Then type here h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as trailer styles dot trailer title, sorry, trending title. Then type here now trending. Then let's type here trailer data dot map function, add inside dot slice function, and inside this we are gonna slice the 3 card at the starting, and dot map function, and we are gonna map our trailer, create an arrow function here, and inside this create a div tag, give a key property as trailer dot id, then give class name to this div as trailer styles dot trending item. So here we are only gonna show the 3 trailers here. Then on click and it will be an arrow function, and give property as selected trailer. Here it will be trailers. Then role of this button will be button. Of this div will be button, and the tab index here it will be 0. And on key down here it will be event will be passed here, and type here if event dot key is equals to enter. If the key we press the enter, or the key dot event dot key we press is equals to empty, then in that case it will just selected trailer. Here it will be trailers. So create a div tag, give class name, inside this type here trailer styles dot trending image, and inside this create an image tag, give src will be trailers dot thumbnail, and in alternate it will be trailers dot title. Then give class name to this image tag as trailer styles dot trending image src, and loading here it will become lazy. Now give div another div, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot trailer count trending content. Then create a h4 tag, give class name to this h4 tag as trailer styles dot trending item title, and let's give here the title as trailers dot title will be passed here. Then a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as trailer styles dot trending item genre, and pass here the trailer dot genre here. Now after this let's go and see. So we have this now trending section here. We show the first 3 here. Then after this let's create our right side. So for our right side let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot right side. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot right card. Now let's create our div and give class name to this div as trailer styles dot video container. Then inside this let's go and on our GitHub let's me just copy this function for the selected trailer, and for this built frame src also, and let me just paste it after this. And here we are just creating this function for the select trailer. So this helps in selecting a particular trailer we want to watch it. So and it shows the selected trailer on the right side of the UI. Later we are gonna create that also. Then this toggle play helps in toggling the play, that is it helps in toggling the play, that is we can change the player setting here. Then this URL has to check, that is the video URL contains the www or not, it contains the YouTube, it is coming from the YouTube or it is coming from this Vimeo or etc. So it checks the URL and verify it for YouTube. And for this build, so this just build the frame src here. So it helps in playing the video and it also helps in muting them, and it give us the right for the like YouTube here. So type here is playing. If the video is getting played, then create a div, give class name, type here trailer styles dot video wrapper, and inside this type here iframe, and let's copy this iframe from our GitHub, and let me just paste it over this iframe tag. Now after this let's create a div give class name as trailer styles dot close button. Then create a button tag, give here on click property as create an arrow function here and type here set is playing here become false, and then give class name to this button as trailer styles dot close button inner. Then inside this button, let's give here title here, it will be passed here that is it is close. Then let's give the icon as X and give the size of this icon here, it will be 28. Now let's type here in else case if we are not playing, then it will be a div, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot thumbnail container, then image tag, and in source here we are gonna type here fetch trailers dot thumbnail. In alternate here we are gonna type here feature trailer dot title, then give class name to this image tag as trailer styles dot thumbnail image, and the loading here it will become here lazy again. Now let me just change this loading to eager. Then create a div tag, give class name here, it will be trailer styles dot play button container. Then a button tag here, give on click property as toggle play, so we can toggle here. Then give class name to this, it will be trailer styles dot play button. Then give a icon as play, give here size of this icon here 32, and fill here it will be white, and let's close this icon. Now after this, let's see, so on our right side we have this play button, and once I click on any trailer it gets selected and it shows on the right side. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this create a div tag, give here class name, and in class name let's type here trailer styles dot trailer info. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as trailer styles dot info header. Then inside this create a h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag as trailer styles dot trailer title, and let's give here the title as feature trailer dot title will be passed here. Now after this create a div tag and give class name to this div as trailer styles dot trailer meta. Then a span tag, and in span tag give class name as trailer styles dot meta item. Then inside the span let's give here the icon as clock. The size of this icon here it will be, let's type here 16, and give class name to this icon as trailer styles dot meta icon. Now after this let's pass here the feature trailer dot duration and a span tag. Inside the span tag let's give here class name as trailer styles dot meta item. Then let me just copy this 2 lines and paste it here inside the span. Now here let's change this icon to, let me just change it to calendar, and the duration will be changed to year. Now let's go and see. So the year is present here with the title here. Now this is coming from the dummy data we have called here. So let's go back, and now after this create another div tag and give class name to this div as trailer styles dot generic container. Then type a feature trailer dot genre dot slice split, and we are gonna split it using the comma, and then dot map function, and now type here genre and index will be passed here, and create an arrow function and type here a span tag, and in span key here it will be index. Then class name here it will be our trailer styles dot generic tag genre tag. Then pass here the genre dot trim method. And now after this let's create our paragraph tag, and inside this give class name to this paragraph as trailer styles dot description, and let's give here the feature trailer dot description will be passed here inside this paragraph. Then div and give class name to this div as trailer styles dot credits, and inside this credit create a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as trailer styles dot credit title. Then let's give here the title as credits, and now create another div tag, give here class name as trailer styles dot credit grid. Then let's type here the feature trailer dot credits will be passed here, and inside this let's go and on our GitHub let's copy this and let me just paste it here. Now after this main, let's create our style tag, and inside style just pass here the first the JSX and type here the trailer CSS will be passed here. Now let's go and see. So our trailer is present here with the credits here. So let me just play a simple trailer here, and let me play this trailer. So now as you can see it is running on our YouTube. Now you can watch any of the trailer present here. Now for this movie also it is working. So now after this let's go back, and now we have completed our trailers. So let's create another component as news.jsx and type here RAFCE, and in our home page let's import our news here. The news component has been imported here. Now let's create our news. So type here import. So we are going to import our news styles from our dummy styles. So also we are going to import our news CSS. So here we are going to use this particular CSS property for our news component. Now after this let's type here import. So we are going to import our sample news, which will be coming from our assets slash dummy or news dummy data, and here we have this CSS this data present here. Let me just correct the import path for our assets. Now after this div give here class name here, and inside this class name it will be news styles dot container. Now after this let me just go to news and let's copy this style tag for our font and paste it here. Now after this style tag let me just create a header tag, and inside this header tag let's give here class name as news styles dot header. Then inside this a div tag, give class name to this div as news styles dot header flex, and inside this another div tag, give class name as news styles dot it will be our logo container. Then inside this another div tag and give class name, it will be news styles dot logo text, and style here it will be having the font family, and the font family here it will be our monotone and it will be our cursive. Now type here the news as cine news. Now let's go and see. So first let's copy this div and let me just paste it here, and now after this let's go and see. So our cine news is present here, and now after this let's go, and now after this create a div tag, give class name to this div as news styles dot header buttons. Then after this create a button tag here, and inside this give a class name to this button tag as news styles dot latest news button. Then let's give here the image and image icon, and here let's give here the size of this icon will be 16, and let's close this here. Now let me just type here image as image icon. So we are gonna import our image as image icon, and now after this create a span tag, give class name to the span. It will be new styles dot button text, and let's give here the latest news inside the span. Now let's check. So our latest news button is present on the right side, as you can see with the icon. Now after this, let's create another div tag, and let's give here a class name to this div as new styles dot hero strip. Then after this, make it stripe, and another div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot feature badge. Then after this, here let's type here features. Then create another div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot stripe text, and type here sample news at 0th index dot title. Then type here minus, and it will be sample news at 0th index dot excerpt. So let's see. So now you can see the news is present here. Now after this, let's create a div tag, give class name. It will be new styles dot stripe icon, and let's give here the icon as sparkles, and give here the size of this icon will be 16, and give class name to this, it will be text rate 500. Now after this header, create a main tag, and inside this main give on click property, or first give here class name here, that is the new styles dot main. Then create a section tag here, and inside this section tag, let's give here class name as new styles dot grid. Now create a article tag, and inside this article tag, give class name as new styles dot header hero card. Then create another div tag, give class name as new styles dot hero image container. Then inside this, let's create another div tag and give class name to this div as new styles dot hero image. Then image tag, in source here it will be our sample news at 0th index dot image, and the alternate here it will be sample news at 0th index dot title. Then give class name to this image, it will be new styles dot hero image, and loading here it will be eager, so it will load faster. Then create a div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot hero overlay. Then after this, create another div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot hero content. Now here let's create a span tag, give class name to the span as new styles dot hero category. Then type here sample news at 0th index dot category, and now let's check. So the news image and overlay is present here with the category. Now after this, let's type here h1 tag, and let's give class name to this heading tag as new styles dot hero title, and style here it will have this font family, and the font family here it will be Roboto, and it will be sans serif. Now after this, let's type here the sample news at 0th index dot title will be passed here. Now after this, a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as new styles dot hero excerpt. Then type a sample news at 0th index dot excerpt. So the paragraph as well as the title is present here. Now after this, let's go, and now after this, create a div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot hero meta. Then inside this, create another div tag, give class name to this div as new styles dot meta item. Then let's pass the icon as clock, and size of this icon will be 16. Then a span tag, and inside the span class name here it will be new styles dot meta text, and type here the sample news at 0th index dot title will time will be passed here. Then let me just copy this div and paste it again here. Just change this icon to, let's change it to calendar, and the sample news dot year or date here. Now let's see. So our date as well as the time is present here. Now after this, let's go and create another div tag. Give class name to this div as the new styles dot header strip, hero strip. Then div, give class name to this div as new styles dot strip grid. Then type a sample news dot slice method, and we are gonna slice from first till 4 dot map function, and here we are gonna pass the item and create an arrow function. And here just type here article tag, and inside this article tag key property here it will be item dot id. Then class name here it will be our new styles dot article card. Then give class name to this div tag as new styles dot article image. Then inside this image tag, the source here it will be item dot image, and in alternate here we are gonna render the image dot title here. Then let's give here class name as new styles dot, it will be our article image. Then type a loading here, it will be lazy. Now after this, create another div tag, give here class name as absolute position will be absolute, left will be 3, and bottom here it will be 3. Then a span tag, inside the span give class name as new styles dot, it will be our article category, and let's type here item dot category will be passed here. Now after this, create another div tag and give class name as new styles dot article content, and another div tag, and inside this heading tag give class name to this h3 tag as new styles dot article title. And the style here it will have this font family, and the font family here it will be Roboto sans serif, and pass the item dot title here. Now a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as new styles dot article excerpt, and pass the item dot excerpt here. So now as you can see, the 3 news are present here at the bottom. And now after this, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as again new styles dot article spacer. And now after this let's create our right side. So for our right side, let's go to our GitHub, and let me just copy this right side here till this aside tag and paste it after this. Now after this, let's go and check. So now you can see the right side has been created here, having news here and as well as a email box where you can subscribe to our CNN news. And now after this main tag, let's create our style tag, and in style tag type here JSX, and let's type here the new CSS will be passed here. Now the CSS is added at the background having this hover effect, and now we have completed our news section. So now for our UI, let's create our component as footer.jsx for the bottom, and type here RAFCE. Let's import our footer to our home.jsx page. So after importing this footer, let's create our footer here. So for footer, let's first import. So we are gonna import our footer styles from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our footer here. Then let's type here, let me just remove this and type here the footer tag. So create a footer tag here, and inside this footer tag give class name to this footer as footer styles dot footer. Then div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot animated border. Then after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name as, give here footer dot bg container. Then another div tag and give class name to this div as footer styles dot bg glow1. Let's copy this div and paste it again. Change this glow to 2. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot footer icons container. Then inside this, let's go and to our GitHub. Inside our footer, let me just copy this and paste it here. Now let me just paste it over here. Now let's me just copy this and let me just paste it after this here. Now here we are doing this scroll to top, and before that let's type here const current year is equals to new date dot now get full year, and inside this we are gonna get the current year, and the const is visible comma set is visible is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false here. So here we are gonna scroll from bottom to top using this scroll to top button. So it will just make us to scroll smoothly to the top, having the button on the right side bottom. Then this link and generic links have this link we are gonna use there, and this use effect helps in scrolling, having this scroll smooth scrolling. So and here let's import our these icons for the floating icon here, for this star, the ticket, as well as the popcorn. Now after this let's go back, and we have this error coming, that is the use effect is not defined. Okay, so we are gonna define our use effect here. So let's define this use effect and let's go back, and here let me just close this and see. So soon our footer will be shown here. So now let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot main container. Then another div tag, give class name as footer styles dot grid container. Then inside this, create another div tag, give class name as footer styles dot bg brand container. Then inside this, create another div tag, give class name, and it will be our footer styles dot brand logo container. Then create another div tag, give class name, position will be relative. Then another div tag, give class name as footer styles dot logo glow. So another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot logo container. Then inside this, give the logo as clapperboard, give class name as footer styles dot logo icon, and let me just close this here. Now you will be able to see our logo is present here, having this glowing effect. Now after this div, create a h2 tag and give class name to this heading tag as footer styles dot brand title, and let me just type here the style here will have the font family as monotone cursive, and let me just give the as cine, and as span tag give class name as footer styles dot brand title white, and type here verse. So cineverse will be looking like this. So our title is present here. Then after this h2 tag, let's create our after this div, let's create our paragraph tag and give class name as footer styles dot brand description, and let's give the paragraph as experience the dark side of cinema with the latest news, reviews, and exclusive content. So our paragraph as well as the icon is present here. Now after this, our div, give class name, it will be footer styles dot social container. Then let's type here, let's go on our GitHub again, and let me just copy this icons here and let me just paste it here. Let's import our icon for the Facebook, for Twitter, then for Instagram, and for the YouTube coming from the Lucidity React. Then type here dot map function, and we are gonna map our item comma index and create an arrow function here, and inside this create a anchor tag in href. It will be on hash, and give key here. It will have this index, and give class name to this anchor tag as footer styles dot social link, and inside this let's type here item dot icon, having this class name as, let me just type here footer styles dot, it will be social icon, and let me just close this here. Then after this div, let's create our quick links. So here let me just type a div tag, give class give a ht tag, and give class name to this heading tag as footer styles dot section header. Then let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot section dot. Then let me just close this div here, right here. Then after this div, type here explore. So now our explore is present here. Now after this, let's go and now let's create our UL tag, and let's give here class name to this UL tag as footer styles dot links list, and inside this links dot map, we are gonna map our link and create an arrow function here. And now inside this type here li tag, and give key property to this list tag as link dot href. Give class name to this link list tag as or don't give this class name, just type here anchor tag, and in href it will be link dot href, and give class name to this anchor tag as footer styles dot, and it will be our link item. And inside this create a span tag, give class name, and it will be like footer styles dot link dot, and pass here the link, or just close this span tag right here. And now after this closing, let me just type here, let me just pass here the link dot label here. Now let's go and check. So our links are present here once. Okay, now after this let's copy this div, and let me just paste it, copy this div and paste it here. Then let me just change it to genres, and it will be changed to genre link dot map, and now you will be able to see the genres are present here. Now we have both the things present here. Then after this div, let's create our contact us section, that is the contact info. So create a div tag, and let's go to our GitHub, and let me just copy this div for contact info and paste it here. Now let's go on our UI. Okay, we have to import the icons here. So here for this email, we are gonna import our icons, and for phone number, and for this location. Now let's see. So now our contact us is also present here. Now after this, let me just give a divider here, and inside this divider create a div tag, give class name here, it will be our footer styles dot divider. Then inside this create another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot divider icon container. Then now let's pass the icon as film, and give class name to this icon as footer styles dot divider icon. And now after this, let's create here another div tag, give class name as footer styles dot bottom bar. Then create another div tag, give class name as footer styles dot designed by, and here let me just type here span tag, give class name as footer styles dot designed by text, and here let me just type here designed by. And after this, let's create an anchor tag, and in href let's go and search for the hexagon deleter services, and copy this, and let me just paste it here inside this, and remove this here. Then after this, type here the target here, it will be underscore blank. so that it's open on the next page or the new tab, that is, and give class name to this anchor tag as footer styles dot designed by link, and the rel here it will be no opener and no referrer. Then type here hexagon digital services. Now after this, let's go and see. So our divider is present here with the icon and it is present here. Now after this, let's go and let me just copy this div for this privacy policy, terms condition and cookie policy, and now it is present on this the UI like this. So now after this, let's type here the is visible. So if it is visible, and create a button tag, and here let's type here on click property and type here scroll to top and give class name to this icon as to this button as footer styles dot scroll to top button. Then let's give here the pass here the button icon as arrow up and give class name to this icon, that is footer styles dot scroll to top icon. Now create a style here, style tag, and inside this pass the footer styles dot custom style. Now let's, after this we have completed our footer. So you can see the button present here on the right side. It will be visible for this. So let me just put a comment, type a custom style. Okay, we have just imported that using that custom style. So now let me just remove this custom style from here. We don't need to import it from there. So now we have completed our footer.jsx, and now let me just close all this. And now after this, let's create another routes tag, and inside the route tag path here it will be on /login, the element we are gonna render. So for that, in our pages, let's create our login.jsx and type a rafce, and in our components let's create our login page.jsx, and here let's type here rafce, and after this in our login let's import our login page. And now in our app.jsx, in elements we are gonna render our, let me just type here the login page here, login, and coming from our pages, so we are gonna render our login here. So let's create our login page component here. So type here import. So we are gonna import our login styles from our dummy styles. So here we are gonna use these CSS property for our login page. So let me close this, and now after this let's go to our GitHub. In our login page.jsx, here let's just copy this use state hook and paste it after this. So here we are gonna take this form data that will have this email and password. Then show password is used for toggling the password, and is loading helps in showing that it is disabled for the button when it is loading. Then give class name to this div as login styles dot page container. Then after this, let's go and search here for React Toastify package, and here click on this first link, then copy this command here, and after this in your terminal paste it here. Then go back and let me just close this here. Then after this, let's copy this toast container here, and now after this paste it here. Again in your terminal type here npm run dev, and let's import our toast container. So for that, type here import toast container will be coming from our React Toastify package. Now after this, let's go back and refresh this here. Now after this, on our login, so you can see the black background is present here. Now after this, let me just type here a div tag, and inside this div let's give class name as position will be relative, width will be full, and max width will be medium. Then z index will be 10. Then create a div tag, give class name as login styles dot back button container. Then inside this create a button tag. Here let's type here on click property it will be go back and give class name to this button as login styles dot back button. And here let me just give an icon as arrow left, and size of that icon will be 20. Give class name to this icon as login styles dot back button icon. Let me close this and type here span tag and give class name to the span as login styles dot back button text. And let me just type here back to home. So now let's go and see. Okay, we have to define the go back function here. That is the error says. So for that, let's go back, and here let me just type here const go back is equals to, now create an arrow function here, and let's type here window dot h history dot back, and it will just take us to whatever page you were, and it will take you back to that page here. So home will take you to home page. So now it's working fine. Now after this, now let's create a div, give class name to this div tag as login styles dot card container. Then after this another div tag, give class name to this div as login styles dot card header. And after this div, let's create our another div tag, div class name as login styles dot card content. Now inside this, let's create another div tag and give class name as login styles dot header container. Inside this, let's create another div tag, give class name to this div as login styles dot header icon container. And inside this, let's give an icon as fill and give class name to this icon as login styles dot page header icon. And let's give a size of to this icon as 28 and close this here. Now after this, let's create a h2 tag and let's give class name to this heading tag as login styles dot header title, and let's give here the title as cinema access. And now let's go back and see. So now it is present on the login page. Now after this div, let's create a paragraph tag, and inside this, let's give here class name as login styles dot header subtitle. And inside this, let's give a paragraph as enter your credentials to continue the experience. Now let's create a form tag, and inside this, let's type here on submit property will be handle submit here. And now let's create a div tag and give class name to this div as login styles dot input group. Then inside this, create a label tag, and inside this HTML for will be for email. Give class name, it will be login styles dot label, and inside this, let's type here email address. Now after this label tag, let's create a div tag, and inside this, give class name as login styles dot input container. Then inside this, create an input tag. Type here it will be changed to email. Then ID here it will be email. Then type was already defined here. Let me just cut this here. And name here it will be email. Then required here it will be true, as this field will be must be filled here. Value will be form data dot email. Then on change will be our handle change. And after this, let's give here class name as login styles dot input. Now after this, give placeholder, and placeholder it will be your email address. Now after this, let's go and see. So okay, we have to define this here. So firstly, let's define our handle change. So type a const handle change is equals to, let's pass an event and create an arrow function, and type a const name comma value is equals to event dot target. So this value will get updated by the event dot target. Then set form data will be setting the form data as previous state, and create an arrow function, and inside this type a dot 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 previous state, and it will be our name will be setting the value here. Now after this, let's create our handle submit here. So let's type here const handle submit is equals to, let's pass an event and create an arrow function and type here e dot prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading here. Then after this, set is loading here at the starting, it will become true. Then after this, if form data dot password or the form data dot passwords dot length is less than 6, if the password length is less than 6, then it will set is loading will become false here. And a toast dot, so for this toast it is imported here, then a toast dot error will be shown here, that the error will say that is the password must be at least of 6 characters long. Now after this, it will just console.warn, as it will give you a warning on the console as login blocked, and it will return the error here. Now after this, console.log, and we are gonna console our data, login data, and we are gonna console our form data here. Now after this, type a set timeout function, and let's create an arrow function here, and let's type here set is loading will become here false. And now let me just go to our GitHub again, and let's copy this try block and paste it here. So here we are gonna just set the item, and in catch block we are gonna pass the error here, and inside this error we are gonna just type here the console.error, and inside this error we are gonna just type here failed to login. So we are gonna fail to login here, and the error will be passed here. Then a toast.success will be shown if it's went successful here, and it will say login successful here. Now after this, and it will show you that it is redirecting you to your cinema, that is the home page. Now set timeout again, and now again create an arrow function here, and inside this arrow function let's type here window.location.href is equals to, and it will be take to our home page, that is slash, and it will be taking us within the 2 seconds, that is 2000, and the upper block will be closed at 1500, that is 1.5 seconds. Now you can see our email field is present here. Now let's go back here, and now after this let's create a div tag here, give class name to this div as login styles dot input icon, and inside this let's give an icon as clapperboard, give size of this icon will be 16, and class name to this icon it will be text rate 500. And now let me just copy this div here, and let me just paste it again here. Then let's change this HTML to password, and let's copy this password here, and let me just change this label as password here. Then the type here it will be changed to, as it will show password. If the password is showing, then it will be text, and if else it will be password. Now change this ID name to password, and value will be changed to password. Placeholder will be changed to your password. Now let me just, now after this it will be input with icon and enter your password. Now let me just remove this, and here we are gonna use the toggle here. So for that, create a button tag. Type of this button will be button, and the class name here it will say that is login styles dot password toggle. Now here let's give here on click property and create an arrow function here, and inside this let me just type a set show password here. It will be previous, it will be not show password. Then type a show password. If it is showing, then it will show you the icon as eye off, and size of this icon will be 18, and class name to this icon it will be login styles dot page password toggle icon. In else case, if the password is not showing, then it will be I, and size of this icon here again it will be 18, and class name will be similar as login styles dot password toggle icon. Now after this div, let's create a button tag here, and inside this type of this button will be submit. Then let's type here disabled. It will be disabled when it is loading state. So let me just type here is loading, and pass class name will be like backtick, and type here login styles dot submit button, and type here dollar and check is loading. If the state is in loading state, then it will be login styles dot submit button disabled. If it is loading state, it will be disabled, else it will be nothing. Now let's just pass here the is loading. If it is loading, then in that case create a div tag, and here let's give here class name as login styles dot button content, and inside this another div tag, let's give here class name to this div as login styles dot loading spinner. Then after this, let me just type here a span tag and give class name to the span as login styles dot button text, and let me just type here signing in. Now after this, in case we have to just copy this div, and if in case else case that is not loading, I paste it here and change this here, give a icon here that is the popcorn icon, and the size of this icon here, it will be our 18, and class name to this icon, it will be login styles dot button icon, and now here it will be changed to access your account here in this span tag. Now let's go and see. So now you can see our button is created here. Now after this, let's create our div and give class name to this div as login styles dot footer container. Now another paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph as login styles dot footer text, and let's give a text as don't have an account. If you don't have an account, then it will give a space and anchor tag, and it will take you to sign up page, and give class name to this anchor tag as login styles dot footer link, and here just type here create a or create an account or create one now, and now give styles here, and in styles just pass here the login styles dot custom CSS. Now let's go and see. So by adding this, you can see the text changes here, and if I don't, you can see the text is similar. Now after this, let's give email, and now in our, let me show you our application, our local storage. Let me clear this here, let me refresh again, and now let me just sign in here. Now after this, access your account, it shows sign in, and now you can see we have total 4 things present in our local storage here, and the button changes to logout. Now let's create our sign up here. So for that sign up to be created, let's go to our pages and create our signup.jsx. Inside this, type here RFC, and in our components, let's create our signup page.jsx. Now type here RAFCE again, and here let me just type here sign, and let's go and let's import our sign up page here. Now after this, let's go to our app.jsx and let's give a route tag, and the path here, it will take us to /signup, and the element what we are gonna render is this sign up page, sign up, that is coming from the pages. So now you can see this sign is present here. So let's go back to our sign up, and now here let me just close all this, and now here let me remove this and type here import. So we are gonna import our styles, that is the sign up styles, which will be coming from this dummy styles, and here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our sign up. Also we will be importing our sign up CSS. So now after this, let's give here class name to this div as signup styles dot container. Now after this, another div tag and give class name to this div as signup styles dot particle containers. Now after this, let's go to our GitHub. In our signup.jsx page, here let me just copy this particles and let me paste it here. So here let me increase this bracket, and now let's go and see. Now you can see this particles are present in the background here. Now after this, let's go here and let's create a div tag and here let's give class name to this div as signup styles dot, let me type a gradient or, and another div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot or1. Then let's copy this div and paste it again here and change this orb to orb2. Now after this div, let's create our, let me just go back and let's create our copy and paste this toast container here. Now let's import our toast container. So type here import our toast container will be coming from our React Toastify package. Now after this, let's create a div tag here and give class name to this div as signup styles dot back button, or just type here main content here, then create a button tag here and on click here, and on click will be having this function as go back. And now let's give class name to this as class signup styles dot back button. Now after this, let's give an icon here, arrow left, and type here the size of this icon will be 20 and give class name to this icon as signup styles dot back icon. Now let's create a span tag, give class name to the span as signup styles dot back text, and let me just give here back to home, or just type here back here, and let's me refresh this. Okay, let me just copy these states here and let me just paste it here. And now here let me just import our use state from here. Here we are taking this form data. We have this full name, username. We will be taking email, phone number, birth date and password. For show password, it will help in toggling the password. Is loading will show you the loading, and error will show you the errors here. Then type a const handle change is equals to, let's pass an event and create an arrow function. Again type a const name comma value is equals to event dot target. Now after this, type here set form data, and inside this we are gonna type here the previous state, and inside this previous state we are gonna type here the previous state, as well as the name will be having the value. Now after defining this, type here if the errors happens on the name, then in that case set errors will be having the previous and create an arrow function, and inside this again pass the previous and type here the name will have this empty, so name will be empty string. Now after this, let's type here the function to validate. So we are gonna validate all the fields that it is filled or not, and let me just go not. Now after this, let's go back and let's copy this function const validate form, and here let me just copy and paste it here. Now here it's test each field that it is filled or not as it is required here. Then after this, type here const go back and create an arrow function here, and now type here window dot history dot back, and it will take you back here. Then now you can see this back button is present here. Let me correct this K here. Now after this, let's go back here. Now click, so it take us to login page. Now it's working fine. Then after this, create a div tag here, give class name to this div as signup styles dot card. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot card header. Now after this, another div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot card content. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot header. Then another div tag, again give class name to this div as signup styles dot header flex. Now let's give our icon as ticket, give class name to this icon as signup styles dot header icon, and the size of this icon will be 32. Now create a h2 tag and give class name to this heading tag as signup styles dot header title, and let's give here the title as join our cinema. Now you can see the title is present here with the icon. Now after this, let me just create a paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph as signup styles dot header subtitle, and let's give here the paragraph as create your account and start your cinematic experience or journey. Now let me just go back and create a form tag here, and inside this form tag on submit here it will be handle submit, and now give class name to this handle submit, it will be signup styles dot form. Then create a div tag here, and inside this give class name as signup styles dot form grid. Now inside this create a div tag and a label tag, and the HTML here it will be for full name. Now after this let me type here class name, and class name will be signup styles dot field. Now after this let's type here full name. Now let's go back. Okay, we have to define our handle submit, so let's define this here. So let me type here const handle submit is equals to pass an event, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this type here e dot prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading here. Now after this type here if the validate form it shows error, that is if the validation fails, then it will show the error as throws.error, please fix the form's error. Now after this it will return this error here. Then type here console.log, and we are gonna console our data here. So type here form data, and it will be our form data will be shown, as well as the password here it will be shown in asterisk to maintain that the password is hidden once it is gets submitted here. Plus we are gonna show the form.password.slice, and it will show the password up to 2 here. Now after this type here set is loading will become here true, and now after this type here set timeout function and create an arrow function here. Type here set is loading, here it will become false, and toast.success here it will be shown as account created successfully, and we are gonna show it that is it is redirecting to login page. Now after this set timeout function again and create an arrow function and type here window dot location dot href, and it will take us to our /login page. Now it will take us in 2000, that is 2 seconds, and it will show you the success in 1.5 seconds, that is 1500. Now let's go, and you can see this label is present here, full name. Now after this let's copy this full name, and here let's create a div tag and give class name to this div as signup styles dot input container. Then create an input tag here, and type here it will be text, then the ID here it will be for full name, the name here it will be for full name, then it will be our required field, then the value here it will be form data dot full name, then on change here it will be calling the handle change function, then class name here it will be for the backtick, and type here signup styles dot, and it will be our input dot base, and again we are gonna check that is the errors dot full name. If the error on the full name happens, then in that case it will show you the signup styles dot input dot errors, else it will show you that is the signup styles dot input dot normal. So it will show you this text style here. Then again the signup styles dot input with icon. Then here let me just give a placeholder, that is enter your full name. Now let's go and see. So now you can see this input field is present here. Then after this type here div and give class name to this div as signup styles dot input icon, and here let's give an icon here for the user and give size of this icon will be 20, then or just change it to 18, and here now let's type here errors dot full name, and in that case let's create a paragraph tag, and here let's give class name to this paragraph as signup styles dot error text, and let me close this paragraph, and let's pass here the errors dot full name. Now it will show you the error if any happens here. So let's copy this div and paste it again here, and this time change this full name to username. Let's copy this username here. First let's change it to username here, then type here it will be text, ID will be changed to username. Let me change it here. The name will be username, value will be changed to username, then class name will be changed to username. Then let me just change this placeholder as choose your username. Let me type here choose a username, and after this the errors will be, first change this icon to clapperboard, and errors will be changed to username as well as this to username. Now after this div, let's copy this div here, and after this let me just create a div tag and give class name. It will be signup styles dot form grid, and now let me paste it again here. Then HTML4 will change to email. Let's copy this email here, then it will be changed to email address, then type here it will be changed to email, ID will be changed to email, name will be changed to email, value will be changed to email, class name will be here email. Then in placeholder it will be your @example.com, that is the email. Then let's change this icon here. The icon here it will be our mail icon. Then the errors will be changed to email here. Now after this let's copy this div again, and here after this div paste it again here. Change this HTML4 to phone, and let's copy this phone here. Then let's change this label as phone number, and type here it will be changed to tel, that is the telephone number. Then ID will be changed to phone, and this value will be changed to phone here. Then the placeholder will be changed. Let me just type here 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and let me just go and see. Now you can see 4 fields are created here with the input tag. Now let me just change this icon to phone, then errors dot phone and error dot phone will be passed here. Now again a div tag, and give class name to this div. Again it will be just signup styles dot, it will be our form grid. Now again paste it here, and this time again copy this and let me just paste it here. Now change this HTML4 to birth date, and here it will be changed to birth or date of birth. Now after this let's copy this HTML4 birth date, change this ID to birth date, name will be changed to this birth date, type here it will be date. Now the value will be changed to birth date, errors will be changed to birth date, and here the placeholder, we don't need this placeholder now, and also this icon will be changed to calendar. Then the errors here it will change to birth date here. Now let's go and see. Now you can see our birth date is present here. Now let me just fill, so it's getting filled here. Now after this div, let me just again copy this div here, and here let me just paste it here. Now here the HTML4 will be changed to password, then here it will be changed to password. Then let's copy this password, ID will be changed and name will be changed to password. Then the type here it will be show password, set show password, and if it is showing then in that case it will be text, else it will be password. Now after this value will be changed to password, errors dot password. Then in placeholder, let me just correct this, it will be input with toggle for the styling, and placeholder will be create a strong password. Now here the icon will be changed to, let's type a lock and lock icon, and after this errors.password and errors.password. Now after this div, let's create our toggle functionality to create a button tag. Here the type of this button tag will be button. Class name to this button, it will be signup styles dot password toggle. Then the onClick property, it will be creating an arrow function, and type here set show password will be not show password. Now after this, inside this type a show password. If it is showing, then it will be our eye off icon, and size of this icon here, it will be 18, and class name to this icon, it will be signup styles dot toggle icon. If it is not showing, then it will be I, and size will be 18, and class name will be similar as signup styles dot toggle icon. Now let me close this here. Now after this, let's go back, and here let me just check it. So here you can see it's getting toggle here, so it's working fine. Then after this div, let's create another div tag and give class name to this div as signup styles dot submit container. Then a button tag here, and inside this button tag, type of this button will be submit button. Then here the disabled is equals to, it will be disabled if it is in loading state. Then give class name to this div as backtick, type here signup styles dot submit button dot base. Then after this, let's type here is loading. If it is in loading state, then it will be signup styles dot submit button dot loading, and if it is not in loading state, it will be empty. Then type here is loading. If it is in loading state, create a div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot submit content. Then create another div tag, give class name to this div as signup styles dot loading spinner. Then after this, create a, let's type here creating account, creating your account. Now in case of else that it is not loading, then create a div tag, give here class name as signup styles dot submit content. Then here give an icon as film, and give class name to this icon as signup styles dot submit icon. Let me give a size to this icon as 20 and close this here. Then a span tag, give class name to the span as it will be font cinema, and let me just type here create cinema account. Now let's go and see. So now you can see it is present here. Let me just fill all the details, and now let me fill this details here. So it shows the error, that is you must be at least of 13 years. So for that, let me just go up and select a previous year, and let me just, so it shows that fix the form error, digit must be 10. So now you can see this form data is present here, and now it takes us to our login page here. So now this functionality is also working fine here, and in application there is nothing as we haven't set it here. Until we log in, it won't get set here. So let me just log in again here. Okay, we have to create a 6 digit here. So now after sign in, you can see there are 4 things present here, and it's converted to logout. So now this whole functionality is working fine. So let me just create another div tag here and give class name to this div as signup styles dot login container. Then a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as signup styles dot login text, and let me just give here the text as already have an account. If a user has already have an account, then in that case it will be taking to login page using this anchor tag, and give class name to it as signup styles dot login link, and let me just type here sign in to your account here. Now let me go back. Now it is present here. Now this functionality is also working fine. Now after this, we have created our signups page. So let me close this here, and now inside this pages we have to create another page, that is our movie.jsx page and type here RAFCE. Then inside this components, let's create our component that is the movies page.jsx and type here RAFCE. And here let me just type here mo. Then inside this movie, let me just import our nav bar first. Then after this nav bar, we have to import our footer. And in the middle, we are gonna render our movies page here. Now, for that, we have to define the route here also. So for route, we have to define the route. The path here, we are gonna render on our movies route, and the element it will be our movies. Now, let me just close this here. Now once I go back here, and here on the movies page, we haven't been able to see this. Let me check it. Now again, now it's working fine. It takes some time to render, I think. So now let me just close this, and here, now here type here import. So we are going to import our movie page styles, which will be coming from dummystyle.js, and here we are going to use these particular CSS property for this component. Now after this, let me type here import. So here we are going to import our movies, which will be coming from our asset/dummy m data. So here let me go to this movies, and here we are going to get this much data from our dummy.mdata.js file. So here let me just correct this path here, and now after correcting this path, let's go back, and here let's go to our GitHub, and here in our movies.jsx file, let me just movie page, let me just copy this here, and before that let me type a const, and here it will be our active category comma set active category is equals to a use state hook. So we are going to use our state hook, and the initial value will be all. So it will show you all these here. Then type here const show all comma set show all is equals to use state hook, and the initial value will be false. Then after this type here const movies is equals to the movies, that is the capital movies, and then let's paste it here, the active category, that filter movies here. Then after this, create a use effect hook and create an arrow function here, and type here set show all here become false here. Then after this, let me just quote a comment, pass the active category here. So it will get updated according to the active category. So let me just copy this categories and visible movies. So here the visible movies will be coming from this slice method, and active will have this much here. So let's give class name to our div, that is movie page styles dot container. Then another section tag, and give class name to the section tag as movie page styles dot categories container. Now category section, then create a div tag, give class name to this as movie page styles dot categories container. Then create a div and give class name to this div as movie page styles dot categories flex. Then pass here the categories dot map function, and here we are going to map our category, and now we are going to create an arrow function here, and let me just cut this and let me paste it. Let me correct this here. Now increase a bracket here. Now it's working fine. Create a button tag here, and inside this button tag key here it will be category dot id. Then the class name to this button tag as backtick, and type here movie page styles dot categories button dot base. Then type here active category is equals to category dot id. In that case, it will show you the movie page styles dot category button dot active. In else case, it will show you the movie page styles dot category button dot inactive. Now after this, inside this, let's give a on click property and create an arrow function, and type here set active category. Here it will be, let me type here category dot id. Now after this, inside this button, let's type here category dot name will be passed here. Now let's go and see. So now you can see the category name are present here. Now after this, let's go back here, and now after the section tag, create another section here and give class name to this section tag as movie page styles dot movie section. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as movie page styles dot movie container. Then create a div tag, give class name as movie page styles dot movie grid. Then inside this, type a visible movies dot map function, and we are gonna map our movie. And now we are going to create an arrow function, and here create a link tag, and let me create this as a tag here. Now after this, here in this link, the key property here, it will be movie.id. Then the to property here, it will be backtick. It will be taken on /movie/ pass here the movie.id here. Then after this, let me type here state here, it will be, let me type here movie, and then give class name to this link tag as movie page styles dot movie card. Then inside this link, let me create a div tag and give class name as movie page styles dot movie info contain image container. Then create a image tag, and in source here it will be movie.image, and in alt it will be movie.title. Then give class name to it as movie page styles dot movie image. Now let's go and see the movies images are present here. So it will be present for all the section here. Now after this, let's go back here, and now after this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as movie page styles dot movie info. Then inside this, create a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as movie page styles dot movie title, and let me just pass here the movie dot title here. Now after this, create a div tag, give class name to this div as again movie page styles dot movie category. Then inside this, let's create a span tag, give class name as movie page styles dot movie category text, and let me just pass here the movie dot category here. Now after this, let's create a filter movies dot map dot length is equals to 0, and in that case, if the length is 0, it will show you a message that is div create class name as movie page styles dot empty state. Now it will show you that is no movie found in this category. So there will be no movie shown if there is nothing. Also you can see this is present here, the name and the category. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this div, create a filter movies dot length is greater than collapse count, and create a div, give class name to this div that is movie page styles dot show more container. Then create a button tag here. If the length is greater than the collapse count, then it will show you this button, and create an arrow function on the onClick property, and set show all will become here the previous state, and create an arrow function and which will be not previous state. Then give class name to this button as movie page styles dot show more button. Then let's pass here the show all. If it is showing all, it will be written here that is show less, else it will show more. Now after this, now show more backtick, and here we are going to show our result, that is the filter movies dot length minus the collapse count. So here it will be more. So let me just show it here. So you can see it shows show 36 more. Show less is present here to collapse it. So now it's working fine for all. So now we have created our movie page here. So let's go back, and here in components, let's create a component. let me create a component here that is release.releasepage.jsx. Type here RAFCE, and inside this pages let's create a page that is release.jsx, and here let me type here RAFCE. Then let's import our navbar here, the footer here, and in between them let's import our release page here. Now after this, let's go to our app. Let me go to our app.jsx, and here let's create a route tag, give path as /release, and element we are gonna render our release. Now after importing it here, let's go to our release page. You can see this is present here. So now let's create our release page here. So let me remove this and type here import. So here we are going to import our releases styles, which will be coming from this dummy style. So we are going to use this CSS here. So now after this, type here import movies. So we are importing our movies from our asset/dummy R data. So let's go here. So here you can, let me just correct this path here, and here we have this movies present here. Then after this, create a, inside this div tag, give class name as release styles dot page container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as releases styles dot header container. Then create a h1 tag, give class name to this heading tag as release styles dot header title. Then let's give here the title as releases soon. Now after this h1 tag, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as releases styles dot header subtitle. Let's give here a paragraph that is latest movies, and here let's go to our banner and copy this dot here and paste it here. Then now showing. After this, let's create a div tag, give class name here as releases styles dot movie grid. Then inside this, type here movies dot map function. We are gonna map our movie and create an arrow function here. And now create a div tag, give key property as movie dot id. Then class name to this div as releases styles dot movie card. Then another div tag, give class name as releases styles dot image container. Then inside this, create an image tag. In source it will be movie dot image, and in alternate here it will be movie dot title. Then give class name to this image tag as releases styles dot movie image. Now after this div, create another div tag, give class name as releases styles dot movie info. Then here let's type a h3 tag, give class name to this heading as releases styles dot movie title, and let's pass here the movie dot title here. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name as releases styles dot movie category, and inside this pass here the movie dot category. Now after this, let's go and check. So here you can see this movie with name and category are present here. Now after this, we have created our release page also. So let me just close all this, and now inside this component, let's create another component that is bookingspage.jsx. Type here RFCE, and inside this let me type here booking. Then in pages, let's create another page that is booking.jsx and type here RFCE. And here let's import our navbar first. Then we are going to import our booking page. Then we are going to import our footer here. Now after this, let's go to our app.jsx, and now after this, let's give here the route path here. It will be /bookings, and element we are gonna render is the booking here. So now after creating this, we will be creating this page when the backend will be applied in the next video. So we are gonna create this page in the next upcoming video. So stay tuned for that. Till then, let's create our contact page. So for that, let's go to components and create a contact page.jsx and type here RAFCE, and inside this type here contact. Then in pages, let's create a page that is contact.jsx and type here RAFCE again. Inside this div, let's import our navbar here, then import our footer here, and in between them import our contact page here. Now after this, go to your app.jsx. First let me close this, and now inside this let's create our route tag. In route tag, the path here it will be /contact, and the element we are gonna render is our contact. Let me contact from pages, import here. Now after this, let's go back, and here on contact page you can see this con is present here. So let's create our contact page. Let me remove this, and now let's import so we are gonna import our contact styles, which will be coming from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our contact page. So let me close this, and now after this let's go to our GitHub, and in contact page.jsx copy this form data, and after this let me just paste it here. So in our form data we take name, email, phone number, subject and message. Now after this let's go back and let's copy this handle change function. So handle change function is similar to the function we are defining till now, and it takes the phone number till 10 digit only. That the limit of the phone number will be 10 digit only. Now after this let's go back, and here let me just copy this handle submit here, and let me just paste it here. So this handle submit has a WhatsApp API that it will take our our data to our web WhatsApp, and it will share the message here, and it will if the phone number length is less than 10 or it's not equal to 10, then it will show you this error. Now this is how our data will be shared on our WhatsApp using this number. On this number it will be shared using blank to make it open on the next page. Now after this let me just create a div tag here, give class name to this div as contact styles dot page container. Then inside this let's go back and let's copy this toast container here. Now let me just paste it here. Now let's import our toast container from our React Toastify. Now after this let's go back, and now first let's create our div tag here, give class name to this div as contact styles dot bg gradient. Now after this let's create another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot bg ball1. Let's copy this and paste it again here, change it to 2. Now after this div let's create our side effects. So for that let me just go back to our GitHub, and let's copy this side effects, and let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this let's go and here create a div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot contact icon container, or just type here the content container. Then inside this another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot header container. Then another div tag, give class name, and the position here it will be in line flex. Then item center, justify center, and margin bottom will be 4, and h1 tag. Now after this give class name to this h1 tag, give contact styles dot header title. Then inside this let's type here span tag and give class name to this span as contact styles dot header title red, and let's type here contact. Then another span tag, give class name as contact styles dot header title white, and type here us. Then let's go and see. So it shows use state is not defined. Okay, we have to define this use state here. Now after this let's go back. Now you can see this contact us is present here. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this, create a paragraph tag, give class name as contact styles dot header subtitle, and let's give a paragraph here that is, have questions about movie booking or special events, our team is here to help you. So now after writing this paragraph, you can see, okay, let me just cut this paragraph from, let me cut this div and let me paste it here. So now as you can see, it's working perfectly. Now after this div, create a div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot grid container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot card relative. Then inside this another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot card gradient. Then let me just cut this div and close this div right here. Then after this, let's create another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot card container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot card badge, and inside this let's give a icon ticket and size, let's give class name to this icon as contact styles dot card icon. And now after this, let's type here booking support. Now let's go and see. So our booking support is present here. Now after this, let's create a h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag as contact styles dot form title, and let's give here the first the icon as message circle, and give class name to this icon as contact styles dot form title icon, and inside this type here send a message. Then after this, create a form tag, and inside this form tag, let's give here the on submit here, it will be called as handle submit here. Then give class name to this form tag as contact tag styles dot form. Then a div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot form grid. Then inside this, create another div tag and a label tag. In HTML4, it is for name, give class name as contact styles dot input group, and inside this let's give here full name. After this label, let's create an input tag. Type here it will be text, ID here it will be name, name here it will be name, then the value here it will be coming from form data dot name. Then on change here it will be our handle change. Then after this, it will be required field. Then give class name to this input tag as contact styles dot input. Then give placeholder as your full name or your name. Now let's go and see. So now our input box is created with the label. Now after this, let's go back, and here let's copy this div. Now after this, paste it here. Then let's change this HTML4 to email. Then after this, the type will be changed to email. Then let me just change this label to email address. Then after this name ID will be changed, as well as the name will be changed to email. Then here on placeholder it will be your@example.com. Now after this, let's copy this div again, and now after this div, let's paste it here. Now let's change this HTML to phone. Let's copy this, let me just change it label here phone, and let's copy this phone here. And now type here it will be changed to tell. Then ID will be changed to phone, name will be changed to, let me change it to phone. Then value will be changed to phone. Then type here input mode. Here inside this input mode, we are taking the numeric, as it will only take this numeric. Then the pattern here, it will be from 0 to 9 number. It will only take only this much, and only 10 digits are valid here. Then the maximum length of the will be 10, so that only 10 digits are placed here. Then for title, just type here enter a 10-digit phone number. Now after this, let me just change this placeholder as, let me type here your phone number. Now let's go and see. Now you can see this phone number and email addresses are present here. Now after this, go back and again let's copy this div, and now let me just let's go back and don't copy that, just copy this div for the subject and let me just paste it after this div here. Now let's go back and let's see. So now you can see this subject is also present here. Now after this, now here let me just copy this div, okay, or don't just copy this div, let's copy this till label and let me just close this div here. Then after this label, let's create our text area tag, and inside this name we are gonna give the name as message. Then let's copy this message and the HTML for will be changed here, ID will be changed to message. Let me just change this to message. Now after this, inside this value here it will be form data dot message, then on change it will be handle change, then it will be a required field. Then after this, the rows here it will be 4. Then give class name to this text area as contact styles dot text area. Then placeholder it will say that is please describe your inquiry in details. Now after this, your message box is present here. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this div, let's create a button tag to create a submit button. Type will be submit here. Then give class name to this button as contact styles dot submit button. Then type here send via WhatsApp. Now after this, let's give an icon that is send and give class name to this icon as contact styles dot button icon. Now after this, let's go back and now let me just select this, and now once I send it, it will take us to the web WhatsApp and with the message here. Now after this, the field is not getting reloaded, resetting here, so let me just add a resetting function that is set form data, and inside this let me just copy this data here and paste it here. So after the form is submitted, it will set the form data like this. Let me check it again, and now after this you can see your form gets reset here. Now after this, let's go back, and now after this, let's create another div tag. Give class name to this div as space from y axis will be 6. Then another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot card relative. Again create a div, give class name to this div as contact styles dot card credit. Then after this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as contact styles dot card container. Then another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot card patch, and inside this give a icon as popcorn. Give class name to this as contact styles dot card icon, and now let me just give here the cinema info. So for that, let's go back and see. Now as you can see, this cinema info is present here. Now after this, create a h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag as contact styles dot form title, and let's give here the form title as contact info or information. Now let's go create a div tag here and give class name here that is contact styles dot card info, contact info. Then another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot contact item. Now inside this another div tag, give class name as contact styles dot contact in icon container, and let's give the icon as phone. They have class name to this icon as contact styles dot contact icon, and now after this let me type here a div tag, and inside this h3 tag, and inside this heading tag let's give class name as contact styles dot contact text, and let's type here the booking hotline, and after this a paragraph tag and give class name to this paragraph as contact styles dot contact details, and let me just give a phone number here. Now after this, let's see it is present on the UI like this. Now after this, let's copy this div and let me paste it here. Change this icon to mail and this will be changed to our email address. Then let's change this paragraph to our email address, as we can give here anything like booking@contact.com, or we can just change it to Cineplex. Then copy this paragraph and paste it again. Change it to, let's type as support@cineplex.com. So it will be, after giving this email addresses, you can see it is present here. Then after this, let's copy this div again, and now after this, let me just paste it again. Then let's change this icon to, let me change this icon to map pen, and let's give here the location, that is the main creator location. So let's give here the some dummy location. So let me type here this dummy location, Mumbai, and FC4 4 times 0 and 1, and then let's give another as plus 4 other locations. So these other locations across the city. So now let's go, and now our address is also present here. Now after this div, let's go and on our GitHub, let's copy this div for emergency support card and paste it here. Now let's go on the UI. It is present here, the urgent show related issue. This is present here. So now after this, we have completed our contact.js page. So we have completed our whole UI till now. So now after this, we are going to create our movie page. Now inside this pages, let's create our movie detail page.jsx. Inside this, let's type a rfce, and inside this app.jsx, let's create a route tag, and inside this a path, and path here it will be on our movies, and it will be /id for the particular movie ID, and the element we are gonna render, it will be our movies detail page here. Now after this, let's go and here on movies page. So here let me just type here something like movie, and now let's check. So our movie is present here, so this is working fine here, and here, okay, we don't have to show this here, so let me correct this route here. So for that, let me go to movies.jsx, and here it will be movie, not movies. So here it shows nothing here, so it is working fine here. So let's go to our movies and select a movie. Now let's create our movie detail page here. So let me remove this, and here let's import our, so here we are gonna import our movie detail styles from dummy style. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our this movie detail component, that is the page, and also we need this movie detail CSS also. Now after this, we are gonna type here import movies from, we are gonna import our this from asset/dummy mdata. So here we are using this dummy data that has this movie details starting from this. It also has this OD and timing and slots here. So now after this, let me just go to our GitHub, and here inside this pages, inside this movie details page, let me just copy this rows. Here it shows, or just let me just copy this till here, and now after this paste it here. In this rows, it shows the rows that we have this 5 rows in our theater, and 2 of them are recliner and 3 of them are standard, having 8 seats here. So it will show you this total seats here, and for avatar will give you the avatar for when there is no avatar present there. Then after this, let me just copy this from here till, let me just copy this till here. Now after this, let's go back and paste it here. So here we are going to extract a movie YouTube ID from our ID, that is the URL. If it is from the YouTube, we are going to extract there. Then it will just embed our URL to autoplay and start here, and then this will give you the format of this time zone, that is for the Indian it will be IST here. Now after this, let me just go back, and after this let's copy this timing here. So it will give you, it will return you this date, month, year timing in ISO, that is the Indian Standard Time Zone, and it will give you this here. Now, and it will be giving you like this, that is the one that is in 12 hours here in this function. Now after this, let's just copy these here, and here let me just paste it here. So here this ID is coming from this use params. We need this ID so that we can make it for a particular movie here. Then we need this movie ID which will be used here so that it is for the particular movie, and import this navigate and use memo hook also. Now here let's import our use state, and here in show trailers it will show you that particular movie trailer. It will show you that the selected trailer of that particular movie, selected movie will show you that particular movie, selected date will show you that particular day, and the time here it will help you in selecting the time that you want to show your show here. Then let's create a use effect hook and create an arrow function here. Type here if the movie is not present, that is if the movie is not found, then it will show you a toast.error, and the error here it will just show that is the movie not found here. So it will show you this error, and it will be done each time we fetch our movie here. Now after this, let me just copy this function to build our slots. Let me just copy till here, and now let me just paste it here. So here we are going to get our show time days, that it will show you the time and slot that are available for that particular day, and it will be done in ISO, that is the Indian Standard Time. So it will be done for that particular time. It will show you the slot, and it will show you that ID and the seats are available for that particular timing and slot or not. So both functions help you in that thing, and this days helps you in getting the date, that is the or at what date you have selected that movie, and show time will show you that particular time with the OD. Now it will return you these things here. Now after this, let me just ensure the selected date is valid when show time changes. So create a use effect hook, and inside this type here if showtime days dot length is equals to 0, then in that case it will just set selected day as 0, that this date is not selected here, day. Then it will set the selected time as null, that if the show is not present, then it will show you the timing is also not present. Then it will return this, the error, if it is not found here. Then the set selected day, it will be current, and create an arrow function. And now inside this type here const new index is equals to, so in new index it will store the current is greater than or equals to 0, and the current is less than the show time dates dot length. If it is, then it will be current, else it will be 0. Now it will return the new index here. Now after this, let's type here the set selected time, and it will be null. Then it will be done each time we check our show time days here. Now after this, let's go back, and here let's copy this function that is for the opening and closing of the trailer. So here we handle our opening of a particular trailer of that movie, and it will handle the booking, so it will be created later, that the seat selector page. So it will navigate us to that particular page if we select the show time and show time date and day and time, so it will redirect you to that thing. So type a close trailer and create an arrow function here, and type a set select show trailer. Here it will become false if we close the trailer. Then it will set the selected trailer ID. Here it will become null. Let me type here null. So if we close the trailer, it will show the ID will become null, and set selected movie will become null here. Now after this, if the movie is not found, then it will return, create a div tag here and give class name to this particular div as movie details styles dot no found container, not found container. Then another div tag, give class name as movie details styles dot, so here it will show you that no found content will be passed here. Then a h2 tag, let's give class name to this heading tag as movie details styles dot not found title, and type here movie not found here. So if the movie is not found, it will show you this text, and create a link tag. Let's import our link. So for that, let me just type here, let me just put a comment, type here link here. So it will be coming from our React router DOM package. So here let me just scroll down, and now after this, inside this link, let's give a to property, and to property it will be done on /movies. Then class name here it will be showing that is the movie details styles dot not found link. Then inside this, type here back to movie. So now after this, let's go back, and we won't be seeing this here. So there is nothing, no error is coming here. So let's move forward. So after this, let's create here const handle time select is equals to, pass here the date time and create an arrow function here, and here let's type here set selected time. Here it will be date time. Then after this, type here const key is equals to encoded URI component and pass the date time here. Then after this, type in navigate. So here we are gonna navigate on backtick. Type here movie/movie.id, and it will be /seat selector, and it will be done on /particular key, that is the particular movie. It will show you the seat selector here. So now after this, let's copy this get book count for that particular movie. So it will give you the count for that particular movie, having the key as movie ID and date time, and it will just get that item key from our local storage here. Now after this, let's create our UI. So type here class name to this div as movie details styles dot page, that is the container. Then inside this, type here show trailer and it will be selected trailer ID, and it will create a div. Give class name to this div as movie details styles dot model overlay. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot model container. Then a button tag here. Then inside this button tag, give on click property as close trailer, and give class name to this button as movie details styles dot close button. Then inside this, let's pass the icon as X, the size to this icon as 36. Then let's close this here, and now after this button, create a div tag here and give class name to this div as, let me just go to our GitHub and let's copy this div here, and here let me just paste it over here. So now inside this, we are going to see our movie trailer here inside this frame. Then create a div tag again, and this time give class name to this div as movie details styles dot wrapper. Then inside this, another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be header. Now inside this, create a link tag, and the link here, the to property to this link, it will take us to on /movies route, and give class name to this link as movie details styles dot back button. Then inside this, let's give here the icon as arrow left. Size of this icon will be 18, and class name to this icon, it will be movie details styles dot back text. And just cut this class name here and close this icon here. Then create a span tag, and here let me just paste the CSS class name here and type here back to, or just type here back only. So now you can see the back button is present on the UI for any movie. So now after this, let's go back, and here let me just copy this h1 tag for the movie title. And now after this, let's type here the movie title. So here let me just create a div tag, and here let's give class name to this div as movie details styles dot title container, and inside this paste it here. Now after this create another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot movie meta. Then inside this create a span tag and give class name to this span as movie details styles dot meta item. Then inside this give a icon as star and give class name to this icon as backtick, and type here movie details styles dot meta icon, and inside this let me just type here the movie details styles dot, that is the rating icon, and here let me just close this here. Now after this type here movie dot rating will be passed here, then /10, and now after this, now once you go here you can see this is present here. Now it is present for anything. So now let's go back here, and here after this copy and paste it here, and this time just change this rating. Let me just change this rating to duration icon, and here it will be changed to movie dot duration, and close it here. So now after this another span tag, give class name to the span as movie details styles dot, and it will be our generic tag, and here we are gonna pass our movie dot genre here. So here you can see the genre action is present here. Now after this, let me just remove this forward slash here, and then after this create our main content here. So here we are going to create our main layout. Now after this create a div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot main layout. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, and the class name will be movie details styles dot left column. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, and here it will be poster card. Then another div tag and give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, let's give here the poster image, and here let's give here the style, and inside the style the max width here it will be 320 pixel. Now after this, inside this div let's create a image tag. In src type here the movie dot image will be passed here, and in alternate it will be movie dot title. Then after this let's give here the, let's go back, and here let me just copy this image tag here, and just copy within the image tag, and let me just paste it here. Now after this let's give here, let's go back, and let me just copy this class name also and paste it here. Now after this let's go back, and here you can see the poster image is coming here. Then after this let's go back, and now after this let's create our watch trailer section here, that is the button here. So create a button tag here, and inside this button tag let's give here on click property and create an arrow function here, and type here open trailer, and it will be movie. So we are gonna open the selected movie trailer, Then class name will be movie details styles dot trailer button, and inside this let's give here the icon as play, and give the size of this icon will be 18. Let me just close this, and inside a span tag we type here the watch trailer. Now after this let's create another div tag here, and let's give here the class name to this div as movie details styles dot right columns. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be show times card. Then a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as movie details styles dot, it will be show times title, and the style here it will be font family, and the font family here it will be Cinzel and Serif. Now after this, inside this we are gonna pass the icon as calendar, and the class name to this icon, so it will be movie details styles dot, it will be show times icon, and inside a span tag we just type here show times. Now let's go back, and now you can see this show times is present here with the watch trailer button also. So let's go back here, and here after this create a div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be days selection. Then inside this pass here the show times day dot map function, and we are going to map our day with index and create an arrow function here, and inside this create a button tag, and inside this button tag let's give here the key as day dot date, and then give on click property as, let me just create an arrow function here, and type here the set selected day, it will be our index. Now after this let me just type here set selected time, it will be null. Now after this give class name to this button tag as backtick, and type here movie details styles dot, it will be day button, and dot base. Then inside this we are gonna check the selected day is equals to index. In that case, if it is index, then in that case it will be movie details styles dot day button dot active, else it will be movie details styles dot day button dot inactive. Now after giving this, create a div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be our day name. Then inside this let me just pass here the day dot show short date. Then another div tag, give class name as movie details styles dot day date. Then inside this we are gonna pass the day dot date str. Now let's go back and let's see. So you can see the day with the day is coming here. Let's copy this show time grid here, and let me just paste it after this div here, and after this let's go back here. So you will be able to see this sold out once all the tickets have been booked here. So let me just go back to our GitHub, and now after this let's go back to our VS Code and type here selected day selected time, and create a div tag here, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be our proceed button. Then after this create a button tag and on click property to this button tag, it will be handle book now, give class name to this handle book now, it will be movie details styles dot book button. Then let's type here proceed to seat selection. Now let's go back, and you won't be able to see this. Let me just create further. So let me type here our cast selection here. So our cast section page will be created here, the section. So create a div, give class name as movie details styles dot cast card. Then our h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as movie details styles dot, it will be cast title. Then inside this give style, and style here it will be font family, and the font family here it will be again Cinzel and Serif. Now after this let me just give a icon as user and class name to this icon as movie details styles dot cast icon. Then a span tag, and inside this pass here the cast here. Now another div tag here, give class name to this div as, let me type here, movie details styles dot, it will be cast grid. Then inside this type here movie dot, we are gonna type here dot cast and movie dot cast dot length. If it is having the length, then it will be movie dot cast dot map. We are gonna map the movie with C and index and create an arrow function here. Create a div tag, and inside this div let's give the key value as index idx, and the class name to this div will be movie details styles dot cast item. Another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be cast image container. Then inside this let me just type here c dot image. If this image is present of that movie, then in source it will be type here c dot image will be passed here. In alternate it will be c dot name. Then give class name to this image tag as movie details styles dot, it will be cast image. And on error, let me just copy this on error from here, and let me just scroll down here and let me just paste it here. Now after this let's change this URL as it will show you the placeholder at 80 and the text it will show that is A. Then after this let me close this here. Now after this, in else case it will just show you the icon as fallback avatar that we have created above, and give class name to this icon, that is width will be 20, height will be 20, and max margin from x axis will be auto, that is mx auto. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot cast name, and pass here the c dot name here. Now another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be cast role, and c dot role will be passed here. Now again after this, inside this, in else case if the movie dot length is not found, then give class name as movie details styles dot, it will be no cast, that is no cast is present, so it will just show you the message as no cast data available. So let me just go and see. So now you can see the cast is present here. As it is in dummy data, it will only show you this cast here. So now after this let's create our story section. So here we are going to create our story section. So create another div tag, give class name to this div as movie details styles dot, it will be story card. Then another h2 tag, give class name to this heading tag as movie details styles dot, it will be story title, and the style here it will say, that is the font family, it will be our font family like Cinzel, and again after this comma type here sheriff. Now after this let me just type here story. Now after this h2 tag, create a paragraph tag, give class name to this paragraph as movie details styles dot story text, and let me just give here the paragraph, that is the movie, and movie dot, it will be synopsis. So now after this let's go to our GitHub. First you can see this story is present here. Then let's go to our GitHub, and here for this director producer section let's copy this, and now after this let me just paste it here. Now let me just remove the semicolons here. Then after this you have pasted this director and producer, so let's give a div here for this. So the div here, it will contain the movie details styles dot, it will be our crew grid, and let's close this div at the bottom here. So let's close this div here. Now let's go and let's see. So now you can see the director and producer image and with name is present here. So we have completed our movies page using this ID, and let's give here the styling. for JSX, and the style it will just call here the movie detail CSS. Now we have added the CSS. So now after this, let's go back and let me just show you. This is all working fine for every page here for each of them. So it's all working fine till now for any movies, and now it shows you the time and date according to that shows are present there according to these things. So now we have completed our this page. So let's create another page, that is the movie details page home.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Then inside this app.jsx, here let me define another route, that is the route, and the path here it will be /movie/:id, and the element we are gonna render, that is the movie detail page home. Now after this, let's go and here let me just type here movie, and let's go back. And now on our home page, here you can see this featured movie. So we are going to create the page for this here. Now let me just remove this. Now here let's type here import. So here we are going to import our movie detail style h styles. Here we are going to use these CSS property for our this component. So let me just close this here, and now after this let me just type here import. So here we are going to import our movies, that is coming from our assets / it will be our dummy movie data. So here we are going to use these movie data for our this component. So here it has this OD and timing also. So here let's go to our movie detail page, and let me copy this. It is mostly similar to this movie detail page. So let me just copy and paste much of these things here. So it has this standard recliner like it has previously here in the movie details page. So let me just copy this fallback avatar also. Total seats will be coming here. Then after this, let me just go back. Let's copy this utility extract, and here let me just copy this till this time zone format, and let me just paste it here. Then we don't need this pad here, so let me just remove this, and here it is just similar to what we have just used there. So now after this, let me just go back again, and here let me just copy all these details here, and here let me just paste it here. Now let's me just import these use params and use memo, also this use navigate hook, and after this we have to import our one thing more here, that is the location. We are going to take a location here that will use this use location hook coming from our React Router DOM package. Then let's import our use state for each of them. Now it is just similar to how we have created our movie detail page. So this is the selected movie which we are going to show, and for the day it is this, and the time it is this. Now after this, we take this movie and find it using this ID here. So now after this, let's go, and here let me just copy this use effect hook for the movie not found and paste it here. Then let's go on our GitHub, and in our movie detail home page, let's just copy this show timing function here, and now coming back here, and let me just paste it after this. Now there is some issue, so let me just fix this issue. We need to increase the bracket here. Okay, now it will work fine here. Now after this, after using this, we have to import our use memo, so it's working fine. Now we will get this time show time using this slot here that we have just used previously. So let me just copy this days function here, and inside this paste it here. Then after this, let me just copy this raw, and this, let me just copy this raw and tell the return days. Right, let me just paste it after this. Now after this, let me just remove this here, and now it's working fine. Now after this, we have to this Audi, we have to change this Audi, as it only has to be Audi here, not null here. Then here, let me close this here, and we have to remove this bracket from down here. Now it's working fine here. Then after this, let me just go back. Let's copy this selected date day, and let me just paste here. Then after this, let me just copy this open and close trailer function, and let me paste it here. Then after pasting these things from here, let me go and again let me just copy this if case. If the movie is not found, it will show you this message. So here we have to just update this as it will be our movie detail h style, and let's copy this here and let me just paste it to all of them here. Now after this, if, let me just create our seat selection or selector path here. So for that, let's create our function, that is the const build seat selector path, and for that we will require the movie id and movie id params, and the date time will be required here. So for create an arrow function for that, and type here const, let me type here const key is equals to, so our key will be encoded URI component, and inside this pass the date time. Then type a const path lower is equals to, so it will be our location dot path name, and or it will be empty dot to lowercase function. And after this, let's type a const user uses singular. So here the singular will be storing the path lower dot includes, and it will include the path as slash movie. And now after this, type here if the use singular is present, in that case it will just return, the path as, it will create the path as slash movie slash dollar, and inside this dollar pass here the movie id param. Then it will be slash seat selector, and it will be slash done on the key, that is the id. Then after it will return, let me again copy this till the backtick and here paste it here. Then let me just change this to movies s. Now after this, let's go back and let's copy this time select function and paste it here. Then here we need to just change it the key to path, and here the date URI component will be changed to our build seat selector path here. And we are going to, let me just pass one thing more, that is the movie dot id here. So it will take both of them here. Then the navigation will be changed to just simple path here. So it will navigate us to that particular path. Now after this, let's go and let's copy this handle book now function and let me just paste it here. Then here again we need to change this to build seat selector path, and it will again be path here, const path, and here we have to just update this by adding the movie.id here also. Now after this, the navigation will be changed, so let me just change this navigation here to path. And now after this, let's go and type here const, it will be our first show time, and create an use memo hook and create an arrow function here. And inside this, let's type here if the show time days is dot length, then it will return. If the show time days dot length is nothing, then it will return null. Then then type of const day of show time days. So for each of the day, it will be if the day dot show time and day dot show times dot length. In that case, it will return the day dot short show times, and it will be on 0th index dot date time. Now it will return this null here. Now after this, it will be done each time we add here the show time days. So let's go back and let me just copy this get book count function and let me just paste it here. So here we are going to get this count for the booking we have done, and it will be stored with the key in the local storage here. So it will give you the date, time and odd that are available here. So now after this, let me just remove this and open a bracket, and inside this create a div tag, and let's give here class name for this UI and type here the movie detail h-style.page container. Now after this, let's go back to your GitHub, and here let's just copy this full UI portion here, and let me copy this, and here let me just paste it here. So this is whole UI. So let's check here. So here you will see here there is an error. Here you will see multiple errors first. So the first error is use effect is not defined. So let's define our use effect here. So let me just put a comma here and type a use effect, and let's go back. So now it shows another error that says link is not defined. Okay, so for that we just need to add a comma here and use React Router DOM and type a link. Then it shows arrow left is not defined. Okay, to define this arrow left, let's copy this from here, and now let's go to our movie detail page, and let me just copy this import icon, and here let me just paste it after this. Now after this, you will be able to see there is only one error. Okay, we have this error, that is the clock, that is the icon error. We haven't defined the clock here. Then lastly it will say that is we have to define our user here. So let me just type a user, and okay, there is error. Okay, we have defined user two times. Let me just let me close this here, and here let me just type here users is not defined. So after removing this, let me just copy and paste it here. So now you will be able to see that there is no error now, and this UI is similar to the previous UI. So now you can see the UI is similar, just like we have created for this movies page. So now let me just go to here, and here you can see the UI is similar. So now after this, let me just so this is all working fine till now. So now after this, here let me scroll down, and here now let me explain the code here. That is, it is the trailer model. In this trailer model, you can go to watch this trailer here, and it will open the trailer. So it will show you the trailer here, and you can just cross this trailer here, and now after this you can cross this here. Then after this title here, this back button is for this back that we are going back here from here. So now let me just go back again, and now after this movie title is the movie title here. Now you will notice that each time we come back here to this page, it takes us to from the below. Later we are gonna fix that issue also. So this is this data which present here, the genre here also. Then for this layout, the poster, it is for this image coming on the left with the trailer button here. So now after this show time and cast, it is for the show time, and let me just go back to our, let me just go to this. So here there is also a watch trailer which we haven't seen. So it shows an error. Selected trailer ID is not defined. Okay. So let's go back to our movie detail page, and here let me scroll down till it comes to, let me just scroll here, and okay, we have to add here the and here. So let me just paste it here, and also we need to add here the and. Now let's go and see. Now after this, let's refresh it here, and on watch trailer now you will be able to see the trailer is working fine here. So now let me just close this here, and now go back, and now again on your home page here to this fighter, let me just go back, and now let me just close this, and now here you will be able to see this days selection here that is coming from here, that is this day, having this day and the date also. Now after this, let me just go back, and here this shows the time slot here. Then after this cast here, the cast is for this first the time slot, and let me go back, and now here this cast is for the cast we are just creating here. So this is for the cast here, then this is for this cast here, the image with the name and the position of that particular cast, that is the role. Now this image is for this image here, so image tag, and now then for this story we have this story only, and this director and producer, it is present here. So this story is present here, and the director and the producer having the name as well as the image is present here. Soon these things will be working from the backend side. So first let's type here style and type here the movie detail h styles.custom css. Now we have created our movie detail page home. So let me just close this, and here let me just go back. So now here let me just select a movie, and here let me just show you the responsive till now. Till now this full site is responsive till now. So let me show you each thing in detail here. Now for this movie also you can see it is responsive for laptop view as well as for the larger screen and mobile screen also. So now let me just go back, and inside this components, let's create a component that is the seat selector page.jsx, and type here RAFCE, and inside this let me just type a seat. Then inside this pages, let's create a page that is the seat selector.jsx, and here let me just type again RAFCE, and here inside this div let's import our navbar first. Then we are gonna import our seat selector page. Then on our app.jsx, now let me just create a route tag, and the path here it will say that it is on /movies/id, and it will be on our seat, and it will have this slot here. Then the element that we are gonna render is our seat selector, and let me just close this here. Then again create or just copy this route, and let me just paste it again, and this time just change this route, that is it will be seat selector, so it will take us to seat selector slot. Now after this let me just go and select a movie, select the time. So now it will take us to this seat. It is working fine here. So let me just go back here, and for this it will be seat. So it's all working fine. So let me just go and let's create our seat selector page here. So for that let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import our seat selector style coming from our dummy styles, and we are gonna import our movies that is coming from our assets / and here let me just type here the dummy m data. So here we are going to use this dummy data for our seat selector. Now after this, let me just go to our movie detail page, and here let me just copy, or let me just first show you the CSS. So here we are going to use this CSS property for this particular seat selector page. So now after this let me just give class name to this div, as here it will be seat selector styles dot page container, then a style tag, and inside this we are gonna call our seat selector styles dot custom CSS. Now after this, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be main container, then a button tag, and inside this button tag on click property, here it will be an arrow function, and here let's type a navigate, and okay, let me just type a -1, and it will take you to one page previous, and give class name to this button at seat selector styles dot, it will be back button, and inside this let me give an icon here, that is the arrow left, and the size of this icon here, it will be, let me give here the icon as 18 size, and let's import our icon as it's not imported here. Import arrow left from our Lucity React. Now after this, after we have typed it here, you can see the background is present here. So then let's go to our seat selector page.jsx on our GitHub, and here let me just copy this const here, and before pasting it here, let me just paste it here, and then go to our movie detail home page and copy and paste it this row here. Now after this, let me go back here, and here let me just copy these const here, then after this inside this paste it here. So here we are again finding the movie using this ID, and ID is getting from our use params hook. So here let me import our use navigate hook also, then after this use memo to find our movie using this movie.id. We are finding this movie using the movie.id. Then let me copy this use effect hook for our page when a valid slot exists. So it will only show this page if the slot are available, that is if the movie is available, then it will show you this, else it will just show that is sold out. So it won't open that seat selector page here. So now after this, type here const, that is the slot it is. So type here const storage key will be bookings underscore, and it will be movie ID underscore, and it will be dollar, and pass here the slot key. Now after this, let me just type here const, and it will be booked comma set booked is equals to a use effect hook or use state hook, and the initial value will be new set, and the set will be function. Then it will be new set for each user, it will be new booking. So type here const selected comma set selected is equals to again a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be new set for the selected. Then after this, type here use effect hook and create another arrow function, and type here if the movie is not found, then in that case it will return a toast dot error, and inside this toast it will just say that is movie not found. Now after this, type here set timeout, and the set timeout will be an arrow function, and it will navigate us to, so it will navigate us to /movies if the movie is not found in 600 seconds, that is 0.6 seconds, and it will return this. Then it will be done each time we fetch for that movie or we navigate to this route here. Then after this, let me just go and copy this use effect hook. So it will get our storage key from our local storage, and according to local storage key we are gonna show our set booking here. So it will get the local storage, so it will get the local storage key from our local storage. sorry, it get our storage key from our local storage. So now after this, type here const. Inside this const, type here toggle seat is equals to, and pass here the id, and type here an arrow function, and type here if booked dot has, if the booking has the id, then in that case it will be, let me type here console.log clg, and type here seat id is already booked. If the seat has that id, then it will show that it's the id that has been booked the particular seat here. So the booking details will be shown here. Inside this, it will show that is the movie that has been booked. So it will show the movie dot title, that is the movie title it will be showing. Then it will show the show time, that the what time has been the it has been booked using the slot key. Then the seat, that is the particular seat that has been booked, and it will show you the status, that is it is booked. So now after this, let me just return this console.log. Now after this, type here set selected, it will be now previous state, and create an arrow function, and type here const next is equals to, it will be new set, and inside this new set pass the previous. And now type here if the next dot has, if the next dot has the id, in that case it will be next dot delete the id, that is it will delete the next id. Then type here else next dot add, it we are gonna add the id. If it is not present, then in return it will be just next will be pass here. Now it will be returned here. Then type here const clear selection is equals to, create an arrow function here, and type here set selected, and inside this it will be new set here. Now after this, if we clear the section selection, it will be new set here. So like handle submit, we have this confirm booking. So let me just go to our GitHub, and let me just copy this confirm booking function, and after this let me just paste it here. So here we have pasted this. So inside this confirm booking, it will show the selected size. If it is 0, then it will show you must select at least one seat. Then it will set that storage, that is the book seat in our local storage, and this is how our data will look on our MongoDB once it will be created, or it will be shown by the console right now. So now after this, let me type here const base price is equals to, here we are gonna make the price for the movie, that is the movie dot price. Then if it is price, then it will be 0. Then type here const total is equals to, so here in totals we are gonna pass here the selected, and it will be dot reduce. So here we are gonna reduce our sum comma s, and create an arrow function here, and inside this type here const, so here row letter is equals to, it will be s dot at 0th index. Then type here const def is equals to rows dot, and here we are gonna find, so inside this we are gonna find the row, create an arrow function here, and type here row dot id. So it will show you this row dot id is equals to row letter. Then type here const multiplier, and inside this multiplier we are gonna pass here the def dot type is equals to, if the type of this it is recliner, then it is showing an error. So let me just add a equal to let me just add a equal to this multiplier here, and here let me just type here else it will be 1. So it will show you the multiplier times. So let me just correct this inverted comma here. So now it will show you, if it is recliner, it will be 1.5 multiplication, else it will be 1 of that particular price. Then type here return sum plus base price into multiplier. So this will be contained inside the total here. Then after this type here const it will be our, let me just type here, the selected count is equals to selected dot, and it will be our size. Then let's go back, and here let me just copy this Audi slot, Audi for. Now after pasting this here, let me add a comment, that is the select slot and Audi. So here we can select the slot and Audi just like we have did in our movie details page, and type here back here. So now let me just go. Right now we have the snap bar, that's why it's not visible. Then let's give here class name, and inside this class name it will be seat selector styles dot title container. Then inside this h1 tag, give class name to this h1, it will be seat selector styles dot, it will be movie title, and inside this let me just pass here the movie dot title here. Okay, we have to just correct this here, as we have given it inside the h1 closing tag. Let me just cut it here, and now let me paste it here. So now you will be able to see the title here. So let me just go back, and now you can see the title is coming here. So now after this, let me just copy this div here, and now after this h1 tag, let me just paste it here. So now you will be able to see that what time and what date we have selected to see this show. So now let me just show you this. For this fighter film we are selecting, or let me just go, and for war we are just selecting for 25th, and it is showing this at this time you have selected this to book the seat here. Then after this, create a div, and inside this, first let's go to our GitHub, and here let me just copy this div till Audi slot, or let me just copy this whole thing, and let me just copy and paste it here by replacing this div here. So now after this it will show you the slot, that is the Audi you have selected. Now you can check this Audi for multiple things, you can try it later. So then after this let me just go and create our screen here. So here let me just type here div, give class name to this div, it will be seat selector styles dot, it will be screen container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div at seat selector styles dot, it will be screen. Then inside this let me just go and copy this style here, and for this style let me just paste this style inside. Let me, yes, now it's working fine here. Then inside this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be screen text, and type here the curved screen. Now after this, another div tag, give class name to this div at seat selector styles dot, it will be screen subtext, and let me just give here the subtext as please face the screen, enjoy the show. So now you can see the curved screen is present here. Now after this let's go back, and now after this div let's create our main content here. So here let me just create a div tag and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be main container. Then or just type a main content. Then inside this another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be our seat create container. Then inside this type a rows dot map, and here we are gonna map our row and create an arrow function here, and create a div tag and give here key property as row dot id. Then class name to this div, it will be seat selector styles dot, it will be row container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot row container. Then another div tag and give class name to this at seat selector styles dot row header. And inside this another div tag, let me just remove this div here, and also we have written it one time more, so let me just remove this. And now inside this give class name to this div at seat selector styles dot row label, and inside this just pass here the row dot lib id here. So now you will be able to see the rows are present here, A, B, C, D, E, and it will each have the 8 seat here. So now create a div tag, give class name to this div as flex1, then flex and justify center. Then inside this another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot seat grid. Then inside this, let me just go and let's copy this array, and let me just copy and paste it here by replacing this, paste it here. Now after this, let me just go and see. So it will show you the error, as the error says that is the booking chair is not defined. Okay, so for that let me just copy and paste this booking chair here. Then after this, it will show you another error, that is sofa is not defined. So let's define the sofa here. So let me just paste it here. Then now you can see the seats are present here. So now you can select the seat also. Here we have this recliner having this different icon, and the seat has this different icon. The chair as well as the sofa are present here. Now after this, let me just go back here, and here now after this div, create another div tag and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be row type, and inside this just type a row dot type here. Now after this, you can see the row type is present here, that is standard, and it will be a recliner hour. So now after this div, let's create our booking summary, and here let me just create a div tag, and inside this div give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, let me correct this dot as it needs single dot, type a summary grid. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be summary container. Then a h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as seat selector styles dot, it will be summary title. Then let's give the icon as ticket, size of it will 18, and here let me just type here the booking summary. Now after this, create another div tag, and let's give here class name to this div as space from y axis will be 4. Then another div, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be summary item, and inside this type here span tag, give class name to this span, it will be seat selector styles dot, it will be summary label. Then let's type here the selected seats, and another span tag, give class name to this span, it will be seat selector styles dot, it will be summary value, and inside this we are gonna pass the selected count here. So now let me just go, and here now you can see the seat summary is present here. Then let me just copy this seat count, selected count, and paste it here. Now after this, you can see the amount is also present here. Low. Okay, we have to select the seat here. So before that, let me just go back, and here let me type here the selected count is equals to 0. If the selected count is equals to 0, in that case create a div tag, give class name to this div at seat selector styles dot empty state. Then another div tag, give class name to this div at seat selector styles dot, it will be empty state title, and here let me just give here the title as no seats selected. So if the seat is not selected, it will show you this message. Then another div tag, give class name as seat selector styles dot empty state subtitle, and here the subtitle will be select seats from the grid to continue. Now let me just go and see. So it shows that no seat is selected. Once I select the seat here, it will show you the total amount, and now let me just show you this. So now it shows that you have selected these many of seats and your total is this. Now after this, let me again open this GitHub again, and we don't need to close that. Then create a div tag and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be actions button. Then a button tag, and inside this button tag on click property, it will be our clear selection, and type here the disable is equals to, it will be disabled if the seat selector count is equals to 0. If the count is 0, then it won't be active here. Then type here seat selector styles dot clear button, and here just type here clear. Then after this button, create another button tag and give class name to this button tag. First the on-click property, it will be our confirm booking, and then it will be disabled if it will be disabled when the seat selector count is equals to 0 again. And the class name here, it will say that is seat selector styles dot confirm button, and here just type here the confirm booking. Now we have created our buttons also, so now you can see it's present here. If I click on this clear, it will clear our selection of the seat here. Now we will confirm it later. So then create a div and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be pricing container. Inside this h3 tag, give class name to this heading tag as seat selector styles dot price title, and type here the icon as credit card, and size of this icon, it will be 18. Then type here pricing info. Now after this, let me just create another div tag and give class name to this div, and it will be space from y-axis will be 3. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be our pricing item. Then another div tag, give class name as seat selector styles dot, it will be our pricing row. Then another div tag and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot pricing label. Then inside this, let me just type here standard, and here let me just copy and paste it again here, or let me just wait, let me just give here the another div tag and give class name to this div as seat selector styles dot, it will be our pricing value standard, and let me just type here rupees base price. Then let's copy this div and let me just paste it here. Then here you will be just changing it to recliner, and inside this recliner it will be changed to math dot rounded and round, and it will be our base price multiplied by 1.5 here. Now that is the multiplier we have used previously. So let's give another class name to this div as seat selector styles dot pricing note. Then here let me just type here all prices includes taxes, no hidden charges. Now after this, let me just go, and now you can see this pricing info is present here. Now you can see this is 375 and this is 250 for our standard 250. So now we have created our seat selector page, and now let's create another component, that is our seat selector page home.jsx, and here inside this type here RFCE, and here let me just go back and create or add a div here also, and the div here it will get the class name as seat selector styles dot, it will be header container, and let me just close this div here. Let's cut this div, and here at the end of this let me just paste it here. So now you will be able to see it is looking much better than previous, but the nav bar is making a hindrance now. So to fix this, let me just go first, let me just check it for everything. So it's working fine till now. So we are going to create this page using that seat selector home page. So here let me give a path, that is the first let me copy this routes here, and let me just paste it again, change this movie to movie, not movies, and we are gonna change it to page home, and it will be also changed to page home, seat selector page home. Now let me just change it to page, or you can just remove the nav bar. Let me just we don't need to add this page. Let me just undo this and go to our seat selector page, and here let me just remove this nav bar only, so it will be working fine there. So let me just go and check, and here for this, now you can see the title is present here with the back button on the left side. So now it's worked fine here. So after this, let me go and check. So we have to create this here. So for that, let me just type a seat and let's refresh. So here it's present here. So now in our app.jsx, let me scroll up and let's add a smooth scroll animation for this app.jsx. So for that, let me just copy this use effect hook from here, and it will be our scroll to top component so that we can scroll up in a smooth behavior. So import our use effect, import our use location hook, then we have to scroll down. So this is our scrolling behavior that will make us to jump on every page on the top. That is what we are facing. That is, if we open any page, it will open from the mid or from the bottom, but by adding this scroll to top function, it will open the page on the top every time. Then we have to just type here scroll to top to add this, and let me just cut this routes tag here and create a div tag here to make it responsive. Let me give here the class name as min height will be screen, then width will be full, and the overflow will from x-axis will be hidden, and paste it here. Now by adding this, we have completed our, so let me just show you this. So here, let me just see, it shows the OD2, and let me just go, and now we have to just create this page here. So let's go back, and on our GitHub, on our seed selector home, we have this data also. So starting here, let me just go to our seed selector home page, and let me close all this. And now here, let me just remove the seed, and here let's type here import, and inside this import just type here seed selector h styles. We are gonna import our these styles from dummy styles, and we are gonna import our movies from our, let me just import it from our asset / dummy movie data. So here we are going to see this, we are using this dummy data for our this page, and this seed selector styles h styles, we are going to use these particular CSS property for our this seed selector page home component. Now after this, let me just go to our seed selector page, and here let me just copy this import here, these imports, and let me just paste it here. And this page is also similar to the seed selector page. So here let me just copy these rows and seed IDs and paste it here. Then after this, inside this, let me just again go back, and here let me just copy this and paste it here for finding the movie. Then after this, let me just go to our GitHub, and inside the seed selector page home.jsx, let me just copy this function and paste it here. So here it will find the slot object, and after this, let me just copy this use effect hook, and after this, let me just paste it. After this, we haven't get copied here. Let me just copy this again from here to this here and paste it here. Now after pasting this, it will again just validate our slot, and let me type here the const legacy key is equals to, and here let me just copy this, and inside this let me just paste it here. Then here let me increase one thing, that is the OD name here. So now the storage key will store these things here. Then after this, let's copy these use states as well as the use effect hook and paste it here. Now if the movie is not found, it will show you this error, that is the toast.error. And then let's copy this use effect hook to again, just like previous, to get the storage key from our local storage. And now after this, let me just go, and here let me just copy this function, the toggle seed function, and let me just paste it here. Here we have to add one thing, that is the Audi, and in Audi we are gonna send the Audi name here, and a toast.error will appear if case of any error, and it will show the error as the seat of that particular ID is already booked, that is written on above. So it will show you that error also, not in the console but also as a toast here. So let's copy this clear selection here and paste it here. Then after this, let's go to our GitHub, and this time let's copy this confirm booking from here. It is also similar to the confirm booking, we have just pasted on our seat selector page. So again, this will just set the item in our local storage, and a toast.success will be shown here, just similar to this one. Then we need to just copy and paste this base price and select it count function here. Then let me just remove this and open this. Then let's go to our GitHub, and previously let's give our div tag here and give class name to this div. It will be our seat selector hstyles.page container. Then inside this, let's go to GitHub and let's copy the whole UI that we want to copy and paste here. So let me just paste it here, and now after this let's go back, and it will show you multiple errors here. So one by one we are gonna solve each of them. So first is the use memo is not defined. So let's define our use memo here. So here in the line number 1, after this React, paste it here. Then after this it shows the error that is use effect is not defined. So for this use effect to be not defined, let me just put a comma here and paste it here. Then we have to also define the use state here, that we haven't imported that. So now let's refresh it here. Then it shows the error as film is not defined. So in the icons we have to just define the film here. Now once we have when we have imported this, it will be working fine here. So here let me just select the multiple seats here, and now let me just confirm the booking, and it will show you that these seats gets booked here. So why we are getting this seat booked here, and now you can see because we are getting this data also here in our console. You can see this, it gave us the data, but it's getting saved in the local storage. As you can see, the booking 3 of that particular has these values here, and here if I refresh this, it will hold it till the browser removes our local storage or empty it here. Then for war 2, let me just select multiple seats here again and confirm this booking. So now you can see it's get booked here. So now after this, let me check. Let me just we have completed our seat selector home page by this, and now we have completed our front end also. So let me just go back and let me show you the page responsiveness also. So now till now this site is fully responsive. So for any page it is fully responsive. For any devices, you can watch the trailer, and let me increase the size to much better. So now you can see this movie booking seat selector page is also fully responsive. So let me just go back, and for this also let me just show you. So now it shows the Audi one, and it is also fully responsive. So let me increase the size here. So this is all for this project. Stay tuned for the next video. Now after finishing the front end, let me create a backend folder. So let's start with building our backend. So for that, let's create a server.js file also. That will be our entry point for this backend. And let's open a split terminal, or let me just close this previous one and type here cd backend and type here npm init to initialize our backend. Now the package name, let me just type here, the package name will be same, and the entry point will be server.js. Just click enter and enter. Now you can see this package.json file has been created here. So here we don't need this test command, just remove it here, and let's define our type of this backend, and the type of this backend will be module, as it will convert our backend to ES6 model. So let's install our multiple package. Our first package is the bcrypt, and bcrypt is used for the hashing and comparing of the passwords. Then we need to install this body parser that acts as a middleware. Then CORS acts as a middleware that takes the request from frontend to backend. Then .env helps in creation of .env file. Then Express is a web framework. Then JSON Web Token helps in generating and verifying the token. Mongoose helps in connection with the MongoDB. Then Multer helps in handling the images. Then Node.js helps in restarting the server each time we make any changes. Then Stripe is our payment gateway. UUID is used for generating of a unique ID, and Validator helps in validating the email. Now you can see we have this node modules packages coming here, and now after this you can see, let me just lower this here, and you will be able to see these dependencies we have installed are present here. So now in our script, let me just change it to node.mon, so it can restart our server each time we make any changes. Now let's import our Express from our Express package. Then let's import our, let me import our CORS from our CORS package. Now after this let's import, so here we are gonna import our .env/config. Now type here const app is equals to express. Now after this type here const port, so we are going to use the port as 5000. Now after this, here we are going to define our middlewares. Then here we are going to define our database connection, and here we are going to define our routes. So our first route will be app.get, and we are going to get this on slash. We take this request comma response and now create an arrow function and type here response.send, and on our Chrome it will show you that API working. Now after this let's give our app will listen. So our app will listen on the port and put a comma and create an arrow function here, and it will show you console.log backtick, type here server started on localhost on http:/localhost and define the port here. Now inside this terminal type here npm start, and it will show you that the server started on localhost 5000. Now on Chrome you can see this API working here. So now let's go back here, and inside this middleware let's define our middleware. So first will be app.use, and here we are going to use our CORS first middleware. Then app.use, and we are going to use this express.json middleware. Then type here app.use, and here it will be express.url encoded, and inside this extended here it will be true. Now after this let me just after creating this let's connect our DB. So for that let's create our folder structure. So in config we are going to store our backend. Then in controllers we are going to create our functions for this. Then in middleware we are going to create a middleware here. Then in this models we are going to define our schemas. Then in our routes folder we are going to create our routes here. Then also let's create a .env file here. Now let me just close this, and now inside this config create a db.js file. Now here let me just go to our Chrome and here search for our MongoDB. Now click on this first link. Now here click on this get started button, and here you have to sign up with Google. Now, after signing up with Google, Now here you can see you have this. So for that, please click on this projects and view all projects. Then click on this new project and here give your project name. Let me just give our project name as movie and movie book and click on this next button. Then create project here. Now it will take some time here. So then here click on this create a cluster. Then select this free, scroll down and click on this create deployment button. Now again it will take some time. Then it will show you this password. Never use @ here. So I'm going to give this password as movie123 and then create this database user. Then choose a connection method. Then drivers, and inside this driver, let me just copy this URL here and go back, and in your db.js type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Then type here export and const connect db, the name of the function, and is equals to an async, and create an arrow function here. Then type here await mongoose.connect method, and here inside this paste the string, and let me just give the name of the project here. It will be movie book. Then what it gonna show us, it will be in the then method. Then create an arrow function here and type here console.log, and here it will just show you that is db connected. Now after this, let me just import this connect db here. So let me just type here connect db and make it a function, and it will be coming from our connectdb.js file. Now after just giving this, you will be able to see the server started on this and db connected. Now click on this done, and inside this database and network access, inside this the IP access list, click on this edit option and then allow it from anywhere. So if you are not connected to your local network, then you can access your MongoDB then also. So it can be accessed from anywhere. So it will show you the status active soon. So it will take some time. So let's wait till then. Okay, now the status is active, and now inside this cluster, inside this browse collection, you will be able to see your database after the creation of that. So now let me just go back, and now inside this models folder, let's create our first model, that is our user model.js file. Inside this, type here import mongoose from our mongoose package. Then type here const user schema, and here we are going to define our schema for the user, and type a new mongoose.schema, and inside this first we are going to take our full name. So for that, the full name, the type of the full name will be string, and it will be required as true. Then we are going to take the username, and inside this username, the type of the username will be string, and it will be required as true. Now after defining this thing, then we have to take this email. Then the email, the type of the email here, it will be, let me just type here, type of the email here, it will be string. Then the required here, it will be again true, and a unique property, so that we can identify that our email is authenticated, that only a single email can be registered here. Then we take the phone number, and the phone number type will be again string, and the required here of the phone number will be true. Then we take the birth date, and the type of the birth date here, it will be again date, and the required here, it will be true here. Now we take this password here, and the password type here, it will be again string, and required here, it will be true. So after defining these, all will be true, and we need to take this timestamp, and it will be true. So it will give you the created at in the timestamp. Then type here const user is equals to mongoose.models, and dot, it will be user, or it will be type here mongoose.model, and let's give the model name as user, and put a comma and pass the user schema here. Then let's export our default user. So export default user here. So by this you have created our user schema successfully here by taking these details. Then in controllers, let's create our user controller.js file. Now type here import. So here we are going to, let me just type here import user from our user model.js file here. After defining this, let me create, so here we are going to first create our register function. So for registration of a user, let's type here export const register user is equals to an async function. We are gonna take the request. Let me type here request comma response, and now here let me just type here arrow function also. So now type here create a try catch block inside this, and now inside this try block let's type here const, and here we are going to take the full name comma username comma email comma phone comma birth date and password. These all things will be coming from the request.body. So these things will be filled by the user or it will be empty. Then if the full name is not found or not filled by the user, then if the username is not found or filled by the user, similarly the email or the phone or the birth date or the password, if any of these fields are not filled by the user, then in that case it will return a response.status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this JSON let me just type here the success here it will become false as these things are not present here, and the message it will show you it will be that the all fields are required, as these fields must be filled by the user. If any of these fields are not filled by the user, then it will show you this message. Then type here if the type of full name, if the type of full name is not equals to string, or it will be full name dot trim method, that is the dot length. If the full name dot trim method and the length is less than 2, then again it will return a response dot status, and the status will be 400.json method, and it will show you the success here it will become again false, and the message here it will say that is the full name length must be at least of 2 characters. So it must be greater than the 2 characters for the full name. Then after this, similarly let's copy and paste it here and change it to username, that is the type of this username is not equals to string, or the length is less than 3, then it will show you this username must be at least of, let me change it to 3 characters. Now after this let me just open this GitHub here. So for that let me just go and open this GitHub here and click on this link. This link is already given in the description box. You can get these things from the description itself. Now click on this backend. Inside this user controller, let me copy this helper functions here that helps in validating our email, also in extracting the phone number here. This function helps in that we have used the @ or not, and this function helps in extraction of the phone number. Now here let me just type here if the email is valid, and we are going to pass the email. If the email is not valid, then it will return a response.status. Status will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message it will say that is email is not valid or invalid email. Now after this type here const cleaned phone is equals to extract clean phone, and we are gonna pass the phone here. Then if the clean phone dot length is less than 6 digits, then it will return a response dot status, and the status here it will be again, let me just type here success here it will show the false, and the message here it will say that is the phone number seems invalid as the phone number length is less than 6 digits. And here we have to type here .json method. Now let me just close this also. Now after validating the phone number, then type here if string and inside this pass the password dot length. If the password dot length is less than 6 characters, then it will again return a response dot status, and the status will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is the password must be at least of 6 characters long. Now, after validating this password also, then let's type here const passed birth is equals to new date, and inside this pass the birth date. Then if the number dot is nan, that is a number, then passed birth will be passed here dot get time function. Then it will return again a response dot status, and the status will be 400.json method, and inside this type a success here, again it will become false, and the message here it will say that is birth date is invalid. Then the birth date will be invalid. Then type here const, here we are going to check for the existing user, so type here existing by email is equals to await user dot find one, and here we are going to use this email to find the user, as the email has been unique for, as the single user can only register using this a single email. Then dot trim method, and in this trim now type here if the existing email happens, that means the email has been already registered in the MongoDB, then it is fine. Then it will show you this response dot status, and the success here it will become false, and the message it will show that is the user already exists or the email already exists here. So this means the user already exists, so we can't register it again. Then type here const existing by username. If the similar username is also exist, then it will show you await user dot find one, and here we are going to find one by using this username that will contain the username dot trim method, and dot to, let me just type here dot to lowercase, and here let me just type here. So if the username is also existing using this trim method, then it will show you if the existing by username, then again return response dot status, and the status will be 400.json method, and the success here it will become false, and the message it will show that is the username already exists, or the username already in use here. Then we have to hash the password. So for the hashing of the password, let's type here const salt is equals to, type here await, and it will be bcrypt, and for this bcrypt we have to import it here. So type here import. So let's import our bcrypt from our bcrypt.js package. Then also we need to import our JWT for the token. So type here import JWT from our JSON web token. Now after importing these things, let me just type here bcrypt dot generate salt, and we are gonna generate the salt for 10 value. Then type here const hashed password is equals to await keyword bcrypt dot hash, and here we are gonna hash the password mixed with the salt here. Now after this type here const new user is equals to, here we are gonna type here await user dot create method, and here we are going to create a new user. The new user will have these details that is given on the GitHub here. Copy and paste these things here, and here we are going to get the save the full name, the username, the email, the phone number, the birth date, and the password will be hashed password, that is the password will be crypted here. Then type here const token is equals to, so to get this token, let me just scroll up and type here const mk, that is the make token is equals to, and here let me just pass here the payload and create an arrow function here and type here jwt.sign method, and here we are gonna sign the payload mix with. So for that mixing we have to just let me just type here const jwt secret, and here we are gonna pass the your secret jwt secret here. You can use here anything and type here const token expires in, and the token will expire in 24 hours. Then inside this payload we have to pass here the jwt secret, and inside this type here the expires in will be passed here as token expires in. Now after this we have created our token here. So type here mk token will be function will be passed here. Inside this we are going to pass the id as the new user dot underscore id, that is our MongoDB id. Then type here const user token user to return, and it will be id. Inside this id we are going to store the new user dot id, that is the MongoDB id. Then the full name, it will show you the full name for the user new user dot full name. Then we are going to take the username also, that will be new user dot username, and after this we are going to show the email, and email will also show you this user dot email. Then the phone number will be new user dot phone number. Then here the birth date will be similar, new user dot birth date. Now it will show you these details. Now after this type here return response dot status, and this time the status will be success 201.json method, and here type here success, here it will become true as the user will be created, and the message here it will show that the user registration successfully. Then we are gonna pass the token also, and then the user will show these details. Let me just pass here the user will be user to return, so it will show you these details here. Then let me just type here in case of any error, let me just pass here the console dot error, and inside this error type here registration error or the register error, and pass here the error, that is the error that happens. Then type here if our error, that is the err dot code, is equals to 11,000, in that case just type here console, or just type here const dupe key, that is the duplicate key, is equals to object dot keys, and inside this keys it will be error dot key value, or it will be empty at the 0th index. And let me just close this. Now type here return, and here we are gonna return the response dot status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will say that is it will be false, and the message here it will be showing the message as the dupe key is already existing, so that means it already exists here. Now also there comes, if the error code is not this, then it will show you the return response dot status 500.json method, and inside this the success here will become false, and the message for this 500 will be server error, that in case the server is not running it will show you this error. By this we have completed our registration function also. So now let's create our login function so that a user can log in. Now type here export an async function, and the name of the function here it will be our login, and take request comma response, and now create a try catch block. And now inside this try block let's type here const, we are gonna take this email and password, these both field will be filled by the user, that is coming from the request.body, or it will be empty. Then type here if the email is not filled by the user or the password is not filled by the user, then in that case return a response dot status, and the status will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message it will show that is all fields must be filled, that is the all fields are required. So if any of the field, that is the email or the password, is not filled by the user, it will show you this error. Then type here const user is equals to await keyword user dot find one, and here again we are gonna find the user using this email. So if the user doesn't exist, that it means the user emails is not exist, then in that case it will return a response 401.json method, and the inside this again the success here it will become false as the user's email is not exist, that means the user does not exist, and it will show you the message invalid email or password. Why we use email? As email is unique. Then type here const is match is equals to await keyword and type here bcrypt dot compare. So here we are going to compare our password with the user dot password, that is the user password that the user has filled there. Then type here if the is match doesn't happen, that means the password doesn't match, then it will again return a response dot status, and the status will be 401.json method, and the success here it will become false here, and the message here it will show that is again invalid email or password. Now after doing this, let's type here const token is equals to mk, that is the make token function, and inside this we are gonna pass here the id, and the id will contain the user dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB id dot to string. Now after this let's type here return a response dot status, and this time the status will be 200.json method as it will be success, and the success here it will become true, and the message here it will say that is login successful. Now after this let me pass here the token, then the user that will be sent, it will show you these details, that is it will show you the MongoDB ID, that will be contained inside this ID. Then it will show you the name, that is the user dot name. Then it will show you the email, that is the user dot email. Now in case of any error that happens during this, then type a console dot error, and the error will say that is the login error, and pass here the error. Then type here return response dot status, and the status here it will be 500.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is the server error. So it will show you the server error for this error 500. So by writing this you have completed your login function also. Now after completing this, let's go to our routes folder and let's create our first route, that is the user router.js file. Now inside this let's type here import express from our express package. Then after this let's type here, let's import this also. So type here import login from our user controller.js file. Then let's type here const user router is equals to express dot router. So here we are creating this user router here. Then type here user router dot post method, as it will be for the creation of this, and it will be done on slash register route, and pass here the register user function. Then similarly user router dot post method, again as it will be creation route, that is the sending route, so it will be done on slash login for this login, and type here export default the user router here. So we are exporting this user router. Now let's go to our server.js file, and inside this routes let's type here app.use, and we are gonna use it slash API slash auth, and pass here the user router here. That will be imported from this user router.js file here. Now after this let's go to our Thunder client and click on this new request. Let's change this URL. Let me just open this, and it is already open. So let me just copy this URL localhost 5000 and change method to post, and type here slash API slash auth. So how we are getting this, I am gonna show you this slash register also. So slash API slash auth is coming from this and slash register is coming from this. Then inside this body, this is already given in the GitHub link, the dummy test data. You can copy this, and now you can see the success here. It is 201, and it has created our user here. Now, by sending these details, the user has been created here. Now it will have this success will be true, the message, the token, it contains this token that is generated. So now it shows this message, the token, the user will have these details as full name, username, email, phone number and birth date. Now let me just go and let me show you these all details are being filled here. So let me just close all this here for this user. And now after this, let's go and create our middleware, that is the auth.js middleware, and inside this we are gonna catch our JWT token. So type here import JSON web token, then type here import user from our /model/user model.js file. Now after this, let's type here const. So first let's go to our user controller and let me just copy this JWT secret, as it has to be same what we have defined in our user controller. Then type here export a default and async function, and the name of the function here, it will be auth middleware, and we take request comma response comma next. And now inside this we are gonna type here const auth header is equals to request dot headers dot authorization. So this auth header will be fetched from the token. Then type here if the auth header is not present, or the auth header dot starts with, so if it doesn't start with bearer and a space, then in that case it will return a response dot status, and the status here it will be 401.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false as the user token is not present here, and then the message will show that is you are not authorized or the token is missing here. Now these things, the token will be coming from this authorization. If it is not found, it will show you this status. Then type here const token is equals to auth header dot split method, and we are gonna split it with using this one space. Then here we are going to verify our token. Then type here create a try catch block, and inside this try block let's type here const payload is equals to, it will be our JWT dot verify. We are gonna verify our token. So to verify it, we'll be verifying this JWT secret. Then type here const user is equals to await keyword user dot find by ID, and here we are gonna find it using this payload dot underscore ID or the ID. Then type here dot select method, and we are gonna select the user excluding the password. So we don't require the password there. Now after this, type here if the user is not present or it doesn't got find by the ID, then it will return the response.status 401.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message it will show that is user not found. Now if the user found, then the user request.user will be user. Then type in next, and now inside this error block, if in case any error happens, then just type here console.error, and the error will say that is the JWT verification failed, as the verification will fail, and we are gonna pass this error, that is the error. Then type here return, and it will return the response.status, and the status here it will be 401.json method, and inside this the status just type here the success here it will become false, and the message it will show you that is the token invalid or expired. So either the token is not valid or it is expired here. So by creating this middleware, let's go to models and let's create our movie model.js file, and inside this type here import mongoose from our mongoose package. Now here let me just go and show you the MongoDB here. So let me refresh here, and here you will be able to see your own data that the user you have just registered here in this movie book, and here is the user that we have just registered here using the Thunder client. And here on this Thunder client you can, let me just go to body, and here inside this Thunder client let me remove these things that is not required for the login, and let me just make it a login here, and let me just send it again. So here you will be able to see that we have successfully logged in using the similar ID, and let me just close this. You can get this Thunder client extension in the extension here. So in this movie model, let's type here const person schema is equals to new mongoose.schema, and inside this let's go to our GitHub here again, and inside this movie model.js file, let's copy these 3 lines here, the name, role and file. Here the person schema will have these details, the name of that person, the role of that person and the file of that person. Then the role here is used for the cast and the file here is used for the URLs. Then here we don't require the ID, so for the MongoDB ID it will be false. Then let's type here const slot schema is equals to new mongoose.schema. The slot schema will show you the slot according to the time. So for that let me just copy these 3 lines here, the date, time and the AM PM. So the date of that particular date and the time of that particular slot, and this either it is AM or it is PM, default it will be AM. Again here we don't require this ID for this, so type here ID will be false. Then let's type here const, it will be our latest trailer schema is equals to new mongoose.schema, and inside the schema let's define this schema. So let's go and let me just copy this schema from here and let me just paste it here. So in this latest trailer we are going to get this title here, we are going to get this genre for that particular latest trailer, the duration, how much time for that trailer, the year for that, the description, then the thumbnail. The thumbnail is let me just add a comment here, the thumbnail is the file name or the URL. Similarly for this video ID it will be similar, that for this video ID we take it as a storing the URLs here. So we are going to store this URL. Then for this directors, that is the person schema we have created, it will store this directors. Then for the producers, again it will just store the person schema, and then we are for the singers also it will be our person schema, as these 3 things will be required for each of them, that is, and we need this ID will be false here as we don't require the ID now. So these things will be for this latest trailer. And now after this we have created our latest trailer schema. Then let's create our const movie schema is equals to new mongoose.schema, and inside the schema let me just go on our GitHub and let me just copy this whole schema and let me just copy and paste it here. So here the type of this, here the type we are going to show, that is it will have this normal type or the featured, and default here it will be normal. It will have this releases soon and the latest trailer, but default it will be normal. Then we are going to take this movie name, the category of that particular movie, the poster of that particular movie. So for this poster it will take the file name or the URL, then the latest trailer URL, then the video URL. These both things will take the URLs, the rating of that movie, the duration, how long the movie is, and it will be duration will be count in total minutes here. Then the slot will have this slot schema, that is it is done for the pricing here. So slot will have the slot schema, and according to that schema the standard price and the recliner price for that seat will be present here. Then for auditorium, it will be audi1 as default, and for this people here, for the people details, it will be stored inside this thing, and the story will store the story of that particular picture. Then type a latest trailer, and inside this latest trailer, pass here the latest trailer schema here. Then inside this, we have to take the timestamp. Let me just type a timestamp, and the timestamp here, it will become true here, as it will take the time as when it is created here. Then let's type a const movie is equals to mongoose.models.movie, or it will be mongoose.model, and inside this type here movie, and then pass here the movie schema here. Now after this, let's export our movie. So type here export default our movie. Now after exporting this movie here, we have completed our movie model also. Now after completing this movie models, let's go to our controllers, and inside this controllers, let's create a file, that is the movies controller.js file. Now inside this, let's type here import mongoose from our mongoose package. Then let's type here import movie from, and the movie will be coming from our /model/movie model.js file. Now after this, let's type here const API underscore base is equals to, so let's copy this backend API and let me paste it here. Remove this forward slash here, and then let's go to our GitHub again, and inside this GitHub, inside this movie controllers, let me just copy this small helper functions, and let me just copy and paste it here. So these are some small helper functions that helps in this function. So this function helps in upload a URL or a file and return null if it is invalid. So it will return invalid if the file is not uploaded here. It will extract the file name from the URL. This function helps in extraction of the file name from the URL or the path, and it will be coming from this uploads folder. And this delete helps in unlinking of that particular uploads image from the uploads folder. Then this save parse returns the null on failure, and this function helps in returning the null if it gets failed here. Then normalize a person file value to a simple file name, so it just normalize the data here, and it converts, this function converts the person into an object. Now after this, let me just for this uplinking, we need to import this fs, that is the file system. So let's import our path from our path package, and then let's import our fs from our fs package. So these things will be the unlinking of that image will be done in the uploads folder. So now let's copy this shared function here, and let me just copy it till here. Then let's go and paste it here. So here this function build latest trailer helps in building the latest trailers people, that is the name, role and file of that particular people. And this normalize latest person file name helps in the function we have just used above here. Then enrich the latest trailer from the output, so it gets the uploaded URL from the URL that has been uploaded by the user, and it gets map the person with that particular URL here. It will map the directors, the producer and the singers here. Now after this normalize item for this output, this item just give you the it will give you the data like this. It will have this latest trailer inside it, and it will just convert itself into an object and be pasted here. Then let's create our first function, that is to create a movie that is, we have to create a movie. So for that, let's type here export an async function, and the name of the function here, it will be our create movie function, and we take the request comma response, and now inside this create a try catch block, and inside this try block, let me just type here const body is equals to, this will be coming from the request.body. So this thing will be coming from the request.body, else it will be empty. Then let me just go to our GitHub again, and let's copy this whole create function, create a movie function here, and let me just copy till here and paste it here. Now let me just scroll up and show you. So here we are taking these const poster URL, the video URL, and the trailer URL. These things will be coming from our body, and also we are getting this URL uploaded function that we have just discussed above. So it will convert these things into a URL. Then the category, slot, and prices will be coming from our body again, and it will be safe pass. If not present, it will be defined as null, as we have discussed above here. So then the save pass here, and similarly for this cast and director and producer also, it is coming from the body, that is the request body, and if not present, it will show you this null here. Then we are attaching these files to our each director, cast, and producers, the file, that is the uploaded files, the images and data. Then for this latest trailer, we are just building this latest trailer here, and again we are just attaching these files to our director, producer, and singers here like this, and building the latest trailer peoples here. This auditorium attaches the auditorium. If not present the auditorium, then it will be Audi1, and this is how our MongoDB will look like. The movie will have this MongoDB ID, that is the underscore ID, the type of the movie, what type of it is the movie we have registered, that is it is normal or it is releases soon, the trailer, and then the movie name of that particular movie, it can be title, then or it will be empty. Then the categories, what type of the movie is, the poster of that movie, the trailer, the poster, the trailer, or the video URL. These three things are the URL we are going to give. Then the rating and the duration of that particular trailer. Then the slot, the timing, that is which time it is. Then the seat prices for the standard and the recliners. The cast, directors, and producer, we are gonna map this, and the story, if it is not present, it will be empty. The latest trailer will have this latest trailer body, and auditorium will have this auditorium value, that is the Audi1 or Audi2, or it can be 3 also. Then type here const saved is equals to await keyword, and here we are gonna save the doc.save method. Then we are gonna return a response.status, and the status here, it will be 201.json method, and inside this just type here the success here, it will become true as the trailer has, as the whole movie has been created here, and the message, it will just say that is the movie created successfully. So it will show you this status here. Then the data here, it will be as saved, so the saved data will be passed here, that is this saved data. Now once it is done here, in case of any error, let me just type here, that is the console.error, and the console.error, inside this just type here create movie error, and here we are going to pass the ERR, that is the error. Then type here return, and inside this return response.status, and the status here, it will be 500.json method, and inside this just type here success here, it will become false, and the message that it gonna show is the server error, that is the internal server error. Now after creating this catch block, we have created the movie here. Now let me just show you this create booking function here. So basically we are creating this movie, and it will look something like this. Now after this, let's create our get movies. So it will get you the movies here, it will be get you all the movies for this function. So let me just type here export default export async function, and the name of the function will be get movies, and take request comma response. And now inside this create a track hash block. Type here const, and here we are going to take the category comma type comma short, and we are going to short it using this created at, as the latest data will be come first, then the page it will be 1, and in one page the limit it will be 12. So we are going to show only 12 movies on one page. Then the search and this latest trailer, these all things will be coming from our request.body. Then, or we are going to take this from the request.query, that is the query we are going to generate here. Then type here let filter is equals to empty. Then let me just go to our GitHub, and here let me just copy this and paste it here. So here, if the category is equals to string, then we are going to store this filter.category using the string method. Then the type is equals to string, then the type will be stored in the filter.type using the string method. And if the search is equals to trim, then the queue will have this search stored in itself, and we are going to filter it using this queue option. Then type here if, and inside this if type here latest trailer and type here string, and inside this the pass here the latest trailer dot to lowercase, and inside this if it is not equals to, if the latest trailer is not equals to false, that then in that case just type here filter is equals to object dot keys, and inside this keys we are gonna pass here the filter dot length is equals to 0. If it is 0, then the type here of that particular latest trailer will be latest trailer, else it will be, let me just type here the and it will be filter and the filter comma and pass here the type here, it will be again the latest trailers. Then after defining this latest trailer, now let me just go and again copy and paste these lines here and paste it here. So here we are gonna store the page using this pg, then this limit will store in lim, the skip will be using this page, then the total will be coming from this total movie count function, count document function to get this total, and the items will be storing the item of a particular movie. So it will show you this total number of movies now using this short and lean method. Now let me just go and type here const normalized is equals to and pass here the items, or it will be empty array. And now type here dot map function, and here we are gonna map our normalize items for output. Then type here return, and inside this return the response.json, and the success here it will become true, as it will be filtered and fetch using this, and the total will be passed here. The page will store this pg, then the limit here it will store the lim, the limit, then the items will store the normalized, then this will be our response that we are gonna get using this function. Then in case of error, just type here console dot error, and the error here it will contain the error, that is the get movies error, and pass here the err. Then return, let's return a response, and the response.json, and inside this the json, the success here it will become false, and then the message it will be showing the message as the server error. Now after defining this, we have to paste here the response.status, and the status will be 500. Then it will show you this, so it will be response.status. So by this we have completed our get function also. So now let's create a get a movie, that is get a movie using this id function, that is get a particular movie. So for that let's create a export an async function, and the name of the function will be get movies by ID, take request comma response, and create a try catch block. Now inside this try block, let's type here const and type here id is equals to request dot params. So this id will be coming from the request dot params. Then if the id is not found, that the id is not present, then type here return response dot status. It will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will be false, and the message here it will be showing the message as the id is required. So the id must be present to find the movie using this id feature. Then after this type here const items is equals to await keyword, and then inside this type here movie dot find by id, and here we are going to find it using this id dot lean method. Then type here if the item is not founded, then again return response dot status, and the status here it will be 404.json method, and type here the success here it will become false, and the message it will be showing the message as the movie not found. Now by using this id, if the item is not found, it will show you this error. Then type here const object is equals to normalize item for output, and pass here the item here. Then it will be stored is itself into a object here, and then let's copy this get movies and paste it here. So for this latest trailer, we are going to store this genre, the year, the rating, the duration, and the description of that particular trailer. Now after this, let's type here return a response.json, and inside this it will be success here, it will become true here this time, and the message of first we have to pass the item as object here. Then in case of any error, just type here the error. Let me just copy this catch block and let me just paste it over here, and just get update this as the get movies by id error. Now after defining this, let me just create another function, that is the delete a particular movie. So again we are going to delete and unlink the image in the uploads folder. So type here export an async function, and the name of the function here it will be delete movie, take request comma response, and now inside this create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let me type here, let me just copy these two functions, and let me just paste it here for the id as well as the item. So the id is not found, it will show you again this error, and if the item is not found by the, or just make it this m, that is the movie, for this m for the movie, and if the movie is not found using this id, then it will show you this movie not found error here. Then let's start with the unlinking process, the main assets here. So for that, let me just type here if the movie dot poster, if the movie dot poster is present, then try uplinking the upload URL that we have just created in this helper function using this m dot poster. Then type here m dot latest trailer and m dot latest trailers dot thumbnail. Then again we have to try unlinking the URL, that is the m dot latest trailer dot thumbnail. So here we are going to unlink this poster as well as the thumbnail. Then let's go and inside this GitHub, let me just copy this unlinking the person file, that is the cast image, the director's image, as well as the producer image here. For each of them we are going to try this unlinking upload URL. For this latest trailer also, for the director, the producer, as well as the singers, we have to try uplinking the uploaded URL here. So after unlinking of this thing is done, then type here await movie dot find by id and delete. So here we have to delete the movie using this id, and then we have to show our response, that is response.json. It will be the success here, it will be true, as the movie is deleted, and the message it will show that is movie deleted successfully. So the movie will be deleted here. Now we have created this function also, and then in case of any error, let me just copy this catch block again and paste it here. Just change the error name as the delete movie error. Now after this we have completed our movie controller here, and let's create this export default, and here we are gonna export our create movie function, we are gonna export our get movie function, then get movie by ID and delete movie function here. Now after exporting them, let's go to we have completed our movie controller. Now let's go to our routes folder, and inside this create a movie router.js file. Inside this type here import express from our express package. So here we are importing this. Then we have to import our multer from our multer package for the images. So now let me just type here const, and let's create our movie router is equals to express.router. Now after creating this movie router, let's type here const storage is equals to multer.disk storage, and here we have to define the destination, and the destination here it will be request file cb, and now create a arrow function, and inside this type here cb will be null path, and for this path we have to import the path also. So import path from our path package. Now after this, as the multer stores the images in our uploads folder, so for that type a process.cwd, and it will be merged with the uploads folder. Now for this uploads, let's create our uploads folder. So type here uploads, and now after this type here file name, and the file name here it will be, let me type here request file cb, and again create an arrow function here, and type here const unique is equals to date.now, then plus we have to take this as a minus, and then type here math.round, and inside this type here math.random, and inside this random let me just create a random function here, and then into the 165 here, then type here const x is equals to path.x name, then pass here the file dot original name here. Then to create this file name type here cb and null, then the movie minus it will be taking the unique here, then it will be taking this extent, that is the ext. So by this you will get the file name here. Now after setting up the storage here, let me just go to our movie router, and let me just copy this and paste it here. First we have to type here const upload is equals to multer dot, and inside this multer we have to pass the storage here, and then dot it will be our fields, and for field we have to paste it. Let me just paste it here inside this array. So here for each of them we will be using this multer to store the images here. Now after this type here movie router dot post method, as it will be done for the creation of the method to send the details. So it will be done on uploads, then create movie function will be passed here, which will be coming from this movie controller.js file. Then let me just type here movie router dot get method, and we are going to get it on the slash, it will be get movies, as it will give you all the movies here. Then movie router dot again get method, it will be done on id and slash id, and it will be done on this get movie by id function. Then we have to create this movie router again for the delete, and it will be again delete will be done on this slash id, that it will require the underscore id, and then the delete movie function will be passed here. Then we have to export the default the movie router here. Now, after writing this, we have completed this movie router also. So now let's go to our server.js file, and inside this, let's type here app.use, and here we are going to use this /API/movie, then put a comma and type here the movie router, and now it is imported here. Then we need to also use this app.use, and here we have to use this /uploads folder, and here we have to pass here the express.static, and inside the static pass here the path. For this path we have to import this path, so type here import path from our path package. Now after this path, and put a comma and type dot join, and here we have to join the path with the process.cwd, and put a comma here and pass here the uploads folder here. Now after this, let me just, so by this we have completed this also. Now to test it, let's go to Thunder client, click on this new request, and here let me type here local and just change it to /movies, and this is coming from this /movie/API. So now let's change it to post, and inside this body let's go to our GitHub, and inside this the testing data.txt, we have given the data here. You can just copy and paste it here and send this here. So now you will get this status as 201. So now you have tested it successfully. The type of the movie will be normal, the name of the movie is this, and it will have these details inside it. Some details are not filled because these fields are not required for the normal type of movie registration. Now after this, let me just go to our MongoDB, and inside this movies, let me just show you the movie that we have registered is present here. It shows you the movie is present here. Now inside this user, you can see this user is also present here. Now let me just go and let me test multiple things. Let me just change this name and send it again. Now you will be able to see that now let's fetch it. So for this fetch, now you can see there is two movies. The first movie name is this, and the second movie name is this. Let me show you the second movie name, as it is coming from here. So both of the movies are being registered here. Let me just fetch single movie using this ID. Now the movie name Avengers Endgame is present here. Now let me just delete this using this ID. Now it shows movie deleted here, and let me just get this again. So it shows movie not found using this ID. Let me just correct it here and send it again. So it will show you single movie registration here. So using this ID. So now let's go and let me just close all of this, and we have successfully tested the movie also. So it's all working fine. Now inside this models, let's create our model for the booking model.js file here. And inside this, let me type here import mongoose from mongoose package. Now type here const schema is equals to mongoose. Now after this, type here const booking schema is equals to new schema, and inside this we are going to define our booking schema. So for that we take the movie ID that will be coming from this, let me type here, type of this movie ID will be schema.types.object ID, and it will be coming from the reference of this movie ID will be coming from our movie. Let me type here movie, and this movie which will be giving the reference is coming from this movie model.js file. So from this movie schema we are going to get this movie details. Then the field for this required here, it will be true here, as the movie ID must be required here. Then similarly the user ID will be the type, the schema.types.object ID, and the reference for the user ID will be coming from the user, and it will be required here as false. Now above movie ID also you have to do it required as false, and this user is coming from this user model, that is this user. Now after getting this IDs, let me just type here customer, and the type of the customer, the type, it will be string, and it will be the field, it will be required as true here, and trim here, it will be true here. Then after this, here we are going to define our for the movie. So let me just go to GitHub, and inside this booking model, let me copy this here and let me just paste it over here. So this is for the movie. So again, the ID is coming from this movie that we have just shown here. Then the title, and we take the poster, then we take the duration in minutes, then the category we take, then the year of that film, and the rating of that film. Now after this, here let me just go back and let me just copy this show time and auditorium as well as the seats. So here we are going to show the show time, at what time it is selected, the Audi that is selected, the seat, and the seat will be schema will be type mixed, as it will be our mixed type schema. So it can have both either the object as well as the string here. Now let me just go back and again let me just copy this pricing section for the schema and paste it here. So here we are going to take the base price. It will have the base price, it will have the amount, it will have the amount paisa, and currency here. And the currency here, by default, it will be INR, that is the Indian currency. Now let me just copy and paste this payment status. So let me just copy till here and let me paste it here. So for this payment status, we are going to take the status here, and the status can be shown here, the pending, confirmed, and etc. But by default, it will be pending. Then the status will show you either it is paid or failed. So by default, it will be pending. Then we take the payment method, the payment session ID, and the payment intent ID that will be generated using the Stripe here. Then let me just copy and paste the Stripe session here and let me paste it here. So again, the Stripe session will be mixed type, as it can be either object or the string, and we take this meta here. Now after defining this, let me put a comma and type here timestamp, and timestamp here it will be true, as it will give you the created at and updated at here. Now let's type here booking schema dot index, and inside this index we are going to define our show time will be 1. As for one show time, the auditorium we will select, it will be again 1, and the status here it will be 1 again. Then again the booking schema dot index, and this time the index will have the movie ID, it will be for one movie. Then the show time for that movie will be 1, and then the auditorium we are gonna select will be 1. Now after this, let's export our booking schema. So type export default mongoose.models.booking, or it will be mongoose.model, and the name of the model here we are gonna define it as booking and pass here the booking schema here. Now after this, let's export our, so we have exported the booking here. So let me just create a booking controller.js file inside this controllers and type here import. So here we are gonna import our mongoose from mongoose package. Then we are gonna import our booking from our, let me just type here models / booking model.js file. Then after this we are gonna import, so let's import our movie from our models / movie model.js file, and then let me just type here import. So here we are going to import our .env from our .env. Let me type here .env, then type here .env / .config. Now after this, let me just go to GitHub again, and inside this booking controller.js file, let's copy these const variables that we have defined and paste it here. Now here we have to give the client side URL. So first let me just import the Stripe here for this Stripe, and it will be imported using this Stripe package. So our Stripe is imported using this Stripe. Then let's open a split terminal and type here cd frontend for this client side URL, and again npm run dev. And here let me just open it here, and let me just copy this URL for the client side, and let me just copy this and close this here. Now let me just paste it here. It will be our client side URL. Then let me close this, and to get this Stripe secret key, let me just go to our Chrome and search here for the GitHub Stripe, and inside the Stripe open this first link, click here the sign in option, and you have to sign in using this Google. So let me just sign in using this Google. Now once you are signed in, you will be taken to your dashboard page, and inside this dashboard page you will get the secret key on the right side. So let's copy the secret key here, and after copying the secret key, let me just paste it here. Now after this, here the recliner rows are this D and E that we have seen in the front end here, and the status for the booking will be shown here. Then type here function, and inside this function type here get stripe or throw. So it will either get the stripe or throw a new error. So type here if the stripe secret key is not present, in that case just throw a new error, and the name of the error here, it will be our, let me just give here the error as missing the stripe secret key. And then in else case it will just return a new stripe, and inside this pass here the Stripe secret key here with the API version as the Stripe API version. Now after creating this function, let me just go to again GitHub, and let me just copy these function, and let me just paste it here. And let me just copy this full function here from, we need this also. So now let me just paste it here. Now after this, this normalize show time to minutes, so it will convert our show time into minutes. And this build movie clauses, match movie clauses, so it builds our movie name using this here, the clauses. Now after this, let me just go and let me just copy this function here, and now let me just paste it here. So this function helps in converting the price for this recliner. It will get this total price using this recliner passe and the standard passe, and these both things are coming from this here, the movie we have selected. And let me just give this comment here. So it calculates the amount for the standard and the recliner here. So now let me just go back, and this time let me just copy this whole function. Let me just copy this here, and let me just go back and paste it here. Now after pasting this function, so this function helps you to normalize the seed for input, as it will take the raw seeds for that particular movie. Then it will normalize itself as an empty array, and later it will just be stored inside it. Now after this, inside this controllers, let's copy this create booking controller. This full controller here is given to you for the creation of the booking, and let me just copy till here. Let's copy and paste it here. First let me just add a comment here. To create a single booking, we have to paste it here. So here we are going to create our bookings, and the booking will look something like this. So in our create booking function, we have to take this request.user using this. If the request.user is not found, then it will show you this error. Then the body will have this, the movie ID is present, then okay, else it will null. The movie name is present, it will be, else it will be empty. Similarly, the auditorium and the seats for the customers also, and the email. Then we have this payment done by the card here. Then the currency, that is INR. Now again, if the body dot show time, that is the length of the seat selected, is less than 0, then it will show you that error. Then the best movie will load here, and here we are gonna calculate our total money here. And then in docs, this is how our data will be stored in our MongoDB. We have this user ID, we have the customer name, the movie snapshot, the movie ID, the movie name, the show time, the auditorium that has selected, the seats, the base price, the amount paise, that is the total money, then the currency, then the status, either it is paid or pending, and either it is confirmed or pending, and rest details. And then it will open this Stripe checkout session here using this client URL, that is 5173, and if in case of cancel, it will just cancel on this URL here. So by this we have completed our creation of this, and now if in case of any error, it will just catch the error here. Now after this, let's create our get booking function. Now type here export an async function, and let's give here the name of the function will be get booking, and inside this we take the request comma response. And now let's create a try catch block. And now inside this try block, let me type here if the request dot user is not present, then in that case just return a response dot status, and the status here it will be 401.json method, and it will say that is the success here, it will become false, and the message that it will show, it will be that authentication required, as it will be using the auth middleware that we have defined in the middleware. Then type here const user id is equals to a string, and inside this pass here the user dot request dot user dot id, that is the MongoDB ID, or it will be request dot user dot id. Then type here const payment status comma status is equals to it, both things will be coming from the request dot query, and this will show, this function actually shows all the booking of a particular user. Then type here const queue is equals to user id. After storing this in the queue, let's copy this function here and let me paste it here. So it will just basically check for the payment status. As the payment status is not equals to lowercase is not equals to all, then it will store the payment status inside it, and in else case it will just show you that it is paid. Then type here const items is equals to await keyword, type here booking dot find, and we are gonna find this queue. Then we are gonna short it using this created at, as it will show you the latest booking on the top, then the lean method, then .exe method. Then after this type here return, and we are gonna return the request response.json, and inside this the success here it will become true this time, as the booking will be shown and the items will be passed here. Now after this, let's copy this catch block here and let me paste it here, and let me just change it to get booking error, and here we have to remove this as we don't need to store it here, and it will be just a simple server error. Now after this, here we are gonna create another function that is for the list of bookings. So here we have to type here export an async function, and inside this the function we have to give the name of the function. It will be our list bookings, and we take request comma response, and we create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let's type here const movie id comma page is equals to 2, just change it to 1, as the limit here for one single page it can show 100 bookings, and the payment status here we take here, and then the status, by this it all things will be coming from the request.query. Then type here const queue is equals to, it will be empty. Then type here if the movie ID is present. In that case, the movie, if the mongoose dot types dot object ID, let me type here object ID dot is valid, and we are gonna validate the string. Let me type a string, and inside this we are gonna pass here the movie ID here. So if it gets valid, then it will be q dot movie ID is equals to new mongoose dot, it will store the types dot, let me just type here object ID, and inside this pass here the string, and inside the string we have to pass here the movie ID. Now after this, type here in else case, type here q dot movie name is equals to string, and inside this just pass here the movie ID. Now let's copy this payment status from here again, and let me just paste it after this if. And now after this, let me just go back and let's copy this and paste it here. So here we are initializing the page as PG. Then the limit here we are initializing it lim. The total will store the total number of count, and list will have this total number of items inside this items here. Then type a response.json, and the success here it will become true, and the total will be passed here, as well as we are gonna pass the page as PG, the limit as lim. Let me type here lim, as the limit will be passed here as the limit. Then we are gonna pass here the items. Now by writing this, we have completed this list booking. So let's copy this and paste the catch block here, change it to list bookings error. And now after this, let's create our delete a booking. So we are gonna delete the booking using this ID. So for that, let me type here export an async function, and name of the function here it will be delete booking. We take request comma response and create a try catch block inside this, and inside this try block let's type here const, and we take this ID which will be coming from the request.params. Then if the ID is not found, that is if the ID is not present, or the mongoose dot types dot object, let me type here object ID dot is valid, and inside this we are gonna verify the ID. If any of this is not present, in that case return response dot status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message it will show it will be the invalid ID. Now after this, type here const b, that means the booking is equals to await booking dot find by ID and delete. So here we are gonna find it using this ID and the leen method here dot exe method. Now if the booking is finded, then if the booking is not finded, then it will return the response.status as 404.json method, and again the success here this time it will turn the false, as the booking is not finded using this ID. Then the message it will show, it will be showing that the booking not found, as the particular ID is not present, then it will show you this error. Then type here return response.json. If the things work fine, then the success will happen as true, and the message we are gonna show is that booking deleted successfully. So the booking will be deleted once the booking is found using this ID here. And then again copy this catch block and paste it here, and let me just change it to delete booking error. Now after this, we have to go to our GitHub and let's copy this occupied seat function, and let me just paste it over here. And this function basically helps in identifying the seat occupied by the user, that is it helps. Let me just type here the comment here that seat occupied function. These all things are coming from this request.query, and the show time if not present, it will show you this show time must be present here. Then the OD if not present, it will be initially it will be OD1 if not filled by the user here. Then it will show you invalid show time if you don't have this normalized show time to minute, the function we have present here, then these things will store these values inside it, and if the booking is not found, it will show you this error. Then here we are gonna store our occupied seat, and we are gonna return it as a response success, and occupied seat will be stored here. Then we have to create this confirm payment function. Now type here export an async function, and let's give here the name of the function. Here it will be confirm payment, and we take request comma response, and inside this we create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block, let's type here const, and here we are gonna take the session underscore id, and this thing will be coming from the request.query. Then after this, inside this, if the session id is not found using this query, then type here return response.status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this just type here the success. Here it will become false as the session id won't be find out here, and the message here it will say that is the session id is required. Now after this, let me just type here let stripe is equals let stripe, and then create a try block, and inside this type as stripe is equals to get stripe or throw function which we have created above, and inside this catch block again we have to define this error, that is the error, and inside this just type a return response.status, and the status here it will be 500.json method, and inside this again the success here it will become false here, and the message here it will say that is the payment not configure, and the error here it will store the error dot message here. Now after this, let me just type here const session object is equals to, it will store the await keyword stripe dot checkout dot session dot retrieve. So here we are gonna retrieve the session ID from the checkout URL that has been created above for the create the booking, and then if the session object is present, then return response.status 404 and .json method, and the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is failed to find the session here. Now here we have to type here not found the session object. Then if the session object dot payment status is not equals to paid, if the payment status is not equals to paid, then again it will return a response.status, and the status here it will be 400.json method, and inside this the success here it will become false, and the message here it will say that is the payment not completed, as the status will not be changed to paid here. Then let me just go back to our GitHub, and inside this confirm payment copy and paste this here. So here we are going to get this booking ID, and if the booking ID is not valid or is not present, then it will show you this error. Then inside this booking we are gonna find the by ID and update it using this booking ID, and we are gonna update the payment status as paid, status as confirmed, and the payment intent bit is stored this. Now type here if the booking is not find, that is the booking is not updated here, then return response.status 404.json method, and the success here again it will become false, and the message here it will say that is booking not found for this session URL. Now after this, let me just type here if everything works fine, then it will just return a response.json, and inside this the success here it will become true here when everything works fine, and the booking will be passed here. Now let me just copy this catch block here, and here we have to update this catch block here, and just change this to our confirm payment error, and rest everything will be same here. Just change this to server error only. Now we have to export all these functions, so type here export default, and inside this pass here the create booking function, get booking function, then the list booking functions, also the delete booking function, and last it will be get occupied seat, also the payment, confirm payment here. Now after exporting these functions, we have created this, we have to create a, let me type here the booking router.js, let me just correct it as the booking router.js file, and inside this type here import express from express package, and inside this let me just correct this upload spelling also for this folder, and here let's type here import the auth middleware. So for this we have to use this auth middleware for the user authentication, that it has this token or not, and we have to import it using this auth.js file. Then type here const booking router is equals to express.router. Now let me just type here booking router dot, let's type here the post method, as it will be for the creation of this booking. It will be done on slash, and here we are gonna pass here the auth middleware with the function as the create booking, and the create booking will be imported from this booking controller.js file here. Now after this let me type here booking router dot get method, and here we are gonna get it on slash confirm payment, and it will just call the confirm payment route here. Then the booking router dot again a get method, and it will be done on slash, and the list booking will be called here. Then the booking router dot get method, and it will be done on slash occupied, as it will give you this get occupied seat function will be called here. Then for the fetching, then type here booking router dot get method, it will be done on slash my route, auth middleware will be passed, and get booking will be shown the particular person's booking, all the booking done there. And get booking router dot delete method, it will be done on this ID, and the delete booking function will be called here. Then we have to export the default booking router. Now after creating this booking router.js file, let's go to our server.js, and here let me just type a app.use, and here we are gonna use this slash API slash bookings, and we are gonna call the booking router here, and it will be imported. Now we have completed this here, and let's go to our Thunder client. Click on this new request, remove this URL, and type here http localhost 5000 /API /bookings. Now let me just change this method to post method, and inside this body let's go to our GitHub. Inside this testing data.txt, copy this whole data here and paste it here. Then let me just correct this here. Now let me scroll up, and here let me just, for this booking, it is coming from our /API /booking this route, and we have to give the token also. So for that let me log in here, and let me just copy this token here, and inside this headers let me remove this and type here authorization, and this, for this authorization we have to type here bearer and a space and paste this token here and send the request here. It shows some error. Okay, we have to correct this title, also this duration here. The TI is not coming here from this, so you have to, if there is something present like this, you have to correct this. You have to add the TI here, and once you send it, it will show you this URL for the checkout opening here, and this ID, and also this payment and status. So now it all works fine here. So on this MongoDB, in this bookings here, you will be able to see the one booking is present here, that is done using this function. So let me just close this here, and now by doing this, let me just go to movie controller, and for this get all, we have to update this trailers as it is add s to all these things here. Let me close this, and by this we have completed our backend. So let's create a admin folder, and inside this admin folder let me just go and open and search for white React again, and click on this first link. scroll down and copy this command here, and now open a split terminal, and here let me just type a cd admin and now paste it here. Then the project name will be / framework will be React and the variant will be JavaScript. Select no to both and then install our node packages here. Now till the time they are installing, let's go and search for our Tailwind CSS here. Now click on this first link, click on this get started button. Using this white for white, we have to copy this command here and inside this terminal paste it here. Now let's go back. Let me just copy this import statement here, and inside this we don't need this app.css, so remove this and go to white.config.js and paste it here. Then let's copy this plugin here, and inside this plugin let me put a comma and paste it here. Now after this, let's copy this import statement for this Tailwind CSS, go to index.css and paste it here. Then let's copy this h1 tag only, and inside this app.jsx remove this and type a RAFCE, and inside this div paste it here. Change this class to class name here, and in your terminal type a npm run dev to open it on our Chrome browser. Type O and enter to open it again. So now our Tailwind CSS is working fine for our admin panel also. So let me just close this here, and now let's go back. And now inside this main.jsx we have to remove this strict mode here. Let's remove this strict mode here, and now let's go to and change this index.html the title here, and it will be our, let me type here the movie admin as the title here. And now let me just close this here, the main also. And now here in your assets you will get this dummy styles. The link is already given in the description box. You can get this styles from there. Also it is present on the GitHub also. So now in SRC let's create our components folder, and let's create a pages folder also. Then inside this let me just create a navbar.jsx component, and inside this type a RAFCE. Now go to first go to pages and create a first page, home.jsx and type a RAFCE. And here let me just go and search for React Router DOM on our Chrome browser, and click on this first link, copy this command and then go to your terminal and paste it here. Now let me just go and let's wrap our app component into our browser router. And now let me just close this correctly here, and let me just cut this app from here and let me just paste it inside this. Now we have this browser router on our app, so let me import this also. So type here import. So here we are going to import our browser router from our React Router DOM package. Now after this, let's run it again, npm run dev in our terminal, and let me just refresh this page here. So now it's working fine here. Let me just go back, and inside this let me just import our navbar here. Now let's go to app.jsx and remove this whole code, and here let's type here routes tag, and inside this routes tag create a route tag, and path here it will be / and the element we are gonna render, it will be home element. Now after this let's go to our navbar and let's type here import. So here we are gonna import our styles 4 from our dummy styles, and here we are gonna use these CSS property for our this particular component. Let me close this here, and here let me remove this and create a nav tag here, and inside this give class name to this nav. It will be styles4 dot nav bar. Then a div tag, let's give class name to this div. It will be styles4 dot nav container. Then inside this another div tag, and let's give class name, and it will be styles4 dot navbar flex. Then here we are gonna create our logo. So type here div, give class name to this div. It will be styles4 dot logo container. Then inside this another div tag, and give class name to this div. It will be again styles dot logo icon, and inside this let me just go to Chrome, and as you can see this is present here, the navbar. So let's search for our Lucidity React. Let me go to this by the search. And first let me just open this main website and copy this command to install it. And now let me just go back, and inside this icons, let's search here for the icon as film and click on this icon, expand this icon and select for React and copy this import statement. And now here let me just paste it here and npm run dev again in your terminal. Now let me just close this and refresh this here. Now after refreshing it, let me just go and let's type here film the icon and give class name to this icon. It will be styles4.logo icon inner. Then a span tag, and inside this span tag, let me just give here the class name to this span. It will be styles4.logo text, and let's give the text as Cineverse. Now let's go and see. So now our icon with the text is present here, and the icon has this animation also. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub, and inside this admin, inside this src, inside this components, inside this navbar.jsx, here let me just copy this div and let me just paste it after this. Now here let me import these icons here for this list movie, the dashboard page and the booking page also. Now let me just go and here let me copy this use effect hook. So this use effect hook helps in closing the sidebar that will be opening for the mobile view, and it can be closed using this escape key also. So type here const open comma set open is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false. This state handles the toggling here, and type here const toggle is open is equals to a callback hook, and type here set is open will be pass here v, and it will be not v, that is not viewable. Now after this, let me type here const close is equals to again a callback hook, and create an arrow function and type here set open, and it will be false. Now after defining both of the functionality here, this is the use effect hook that helps in closing the key when the toggling the menu, and it will close this when we click on this escape button on our keyboard. Now let's copy this nav link and nav items and paste it here. So this function will show you our nav. Let me import this nav link here, and this function will show you the navigations on our nav bar. So here these properties are given below, that it has this to and end property, that is this to property and the end property here. And now let me just create our toggle functionality here. So create a div tag here and give class name to this div. It will be flex item center. Then for larger screen, it will be hidden. As for the larger screen, we don't need the toggling. Then create a button tag and click on click function. It will be toggle open. Then give class name to this button tag. It will be styles4.mobile menu button. Then create a span tag, give class name to the span. It will be SR only. Then inside this, let me type here open main menu. Now let me just create here the open. If it is open, that is it shows, then it will have this icon X, and the icon will be imported here from the Lucidity React, or we can change it to X as icon X, and here let's type here X icon. Then give class name to this icon. It will be styles4.mobile menu icon. Let me close this, and if the menu is not open, then it will show you the menu and give class name to this icon. It will be styles4.mobile menu icon, and let me close this here. Now after creating this toggle, let's go and check for our toggle. So you can see these navigations are present here by adding that thing, and let me just see. So this toggle is present here. So now let me just go back and let's create the navigation for our mobile menu. So for that, create a div tag here and give class name to this div. It will be backtick and type here styles4.mobile menu container, and inside this let's type here open. If it is open, then in that case type here the pointer event none, and in else case it will be again pointer event. Change this to auto, as it will be pointer event auto. Then inside this div, create another div tag, and let me just close this div right here and give class name to this div as it will be backtick, and type as styles4 dot mobile menu backdrop. Then inside this type here open. If it is open, then again opacity will be 100. Else in else case it will be opacity will be 0. Now after this div, let me just give a on click property to this div also, as for the close here, that it will be changing our opacity. Then create a aside tag, and inside this aside tag id here it will be mobile menu. Then the class name to this tag it will be backtick. Type as styles4 dot mobile menu panel, and then inside this type a open. If it is open, then it will be text red. Text let me just here the translate from x-axis will be 0, and in else case it will be translate from x-axis will be full. Then type here the role of this aside tag, it will be dialog. Then give class name to this div by creating a div tag, and it will be styles4 dot mobile menu panel header. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be styles4 dot logo container. Then another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be flex item center and justify center. Width will be 10 and height will be 10. Then background rate 600 and rounded full. Then text transform and rotate degree will be 12 here. Now inside this div, let me just pass here the icon as fill, and the class name to this icon, it will be width will be again 6, height will be, let me just type here height, it will be 6, then text will be white, and transform and minus rotate will be from 12 degree. Then create a, after this create a span tag here, and let's give here the class name, it will be font, let me pass here the font as impact, and the text will be Excel, then text white and tracking wider. Now inside the span just pass here the Cineverse here. Now let me just go back and let me open this. So now our Cineverse is present here. Now after this div, let's create a button tag here, and let's give here the on click property to this button tag, it will be close. Then give class name to this button tag, it will be padding will be 2, rounded full, hover bg white /5, that is the opacity will be 5 of that bg. Then focus here, it will be outline none, let me type here outline none. Then again focus, and it will be ring 2. Then let's give the ring color, that is the focus ring red 600. Then pass here the icon as X icon, and give class name to this icon, height will be 5, width will be 5, and text red 200. Now after this, let's go and type here nav. So here we are gonna create our navigations here. So let me create a nav tag here after this nav, and inside this give class name to this nav, it will be styles4 dot, let me correct this here, styles4 dot mobile menu panel nav, and inside this create a nav link tag, and inside this nav link let me just create a to property, and the to property it will be done on slash, it will be end will be passed here, on click will be passing the close function here, and class name here it will be, let me type here is active. If the selected area is active, that is the selected navigation is active, then in that case we are going to pass here the styles4 dot mobile nav link base. Then inside this is active, if it is active, then again let me just type here styles4 dot, it will be our mobile nav link active, else it will be styles4 dot mobile nav link inactive. Now after this, let me just type here, let me type here another type, that is active, we are gonna pass here, and then inside this let me just type here, that is the icon as fill, and class name to this icon it will be backtick, and type here styles4 dot mobile nav link icon base, and then inside this we are going to type here is active. If it is, then it will be styles4 dot mobile nav link icon active, else it will be mobile nav link icon inactive. Now let me close this film icon here, and now by this we have completed our navigation also for this mobile menu, and copy and paste it here. Let me just type here. First let me just type here a span tag before copy and pasting it, and type here styles dot, it will be mobile nav link text, and type here add movies. So here let me just cut this here, and let me open the empty fragments and paste it here. Now let's copy this nav link tag, don't copy previously, and after this nav link paste it here. Now you can see this two add movies are present here. So for this let me just change it to list movies, the to property will be changed, and here we are gonna change it to list movies. Now the icon will be changed to list. Then after this nav again paste it here, change to property to dashboard, then the icon will be changed to, let me change it to calendar, then the end will be removed from here. Also we have to remove this end from our list movies. Now let me just scroll down, and here let me change this to dashboard. Now after this again let's copy this nav link, and this time let me just paste it again. So let's change this dashboard to link to bookings. Let me just correct this bookings to lowercase, and now let's change this icon to ticket. Then here we are gonna change it to bookings. Now after this nav tag, let's create our footer section, a small footer section. So create a div tag here, and inside this give class name to this div. It will be styles4 dot, let me correct this here, as mobile menu panel footer, and a paragraph tag give class name as styles4 dot, let me again correct it, to mobile menu footer text, and type here and copy this new date dot now function dot, or just date dot get full year function, and let me just type here Cineverse, and here we have to create this as a function here. Now after this we have completed our nav bar by this, and now let me just refresh this. So now our nav bar is responsive for any screens, and it's get closed when we click outside of the box, as well as if I click on escape button it is closing. So this all functionalities are working fine. So now let's create our another component, that is our add component. So type here add page dot jsx and type here rafce, and inside this home page let me import this add page here. Now after this let me just close this, and now inside this now after this type here import, and here we are gonna import our add movie styles from our dummy styles, and also add movie page custom styles. So here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our add page, and this add movie custom styles, and where we are going to import this font Cinzel here. We are going to use these both here. So let me just close this here, and now after this let me just type here const API underscore host is equals to, and here let me just go and copy this backend URL here, and let me just paste it here and remove this forward slash here. Now after this let me just go to our and open this add page on our GitHub, and let me just copy these multiple states, and here let me just copy and paste this here. So here we have this movie name that will show you the name of the movie that it is, then the category of that particular movie, then the poster that is the image of that particular movie, then the poster preview, so it will show you the poster that you have selected here as a preview here, then the trailer URL, that is the URL you will be sending here, then the video URL is similar to the video trailer URL, then we are gonna set the rating. If it is the rating is not been set, then it will be initially it will be 7.5 for every movie. Then we are gonna set the duration. If it is not set, it will be 120, that is 120 minutes means 2 hours. Then the slot, at what date that the slot will have this ID, the date of that time, and the AM and PM of that particular slot. Then we are gonna set the cast image using this use state hook. Then the director image as well as the producer image here. So here we are going to take these 3 images for the ad page. Also we are gonna take the story and the type, movie type, that is we have the feature like featured movie and normal movie. So basically it will be normal. Then this is the seat price, that it will show you the seat price for this standard seat price as well as for the recliner. It will be stored here. Then let me just import this use state hook here, and now it has been imported here. Then after this, let me just go again to our GitHub and let me just copy this state hook and let me paste it here. Now after this, here it will show you the latest trailer. These all hooks are for the latest trailer right now. So here it will show you the duration for the latest trailer, the minutes for the latest trailer, the year. Let me just add this comment, as it is for all of things will be for this latest trailer, this thing. Then this year is also for the latest trailer. Then the description of that particular trailer that we are gonna set, it is will be stored here. The thumbnail we will be taking will be stored here. The thumbnail preview that we have just stored there will be shown over to our UI using this. Then the video URL and these details like director, producer and singer, these 3 things will be stored as an image using these state hooks. Then we are gonna take our use reference for the input file, and let me import this use ref hook here. And now let me just go back and again let's copy these. Let me just copy this use state also and paste it here. Now after this, here we are gonna set the hours duration using this use state hook, and here we are gonna calculate the hour for this latest, for this featured and normal movies only. Then this is for the duration. Then the auditorium, we have these 3 options, that is it can be Audi 1, Audi 2 or Audi 3. Then the auditorium will be set using this, and if not present or not set, then it will be initially it will be Audi 1. And the custom auditorium that you can fill any here, that Audi 2 or Audi 3 here. Then is uploading is for the uploadation for the file here, and initially it will be false here, the state for the uploading. So now here let me just calculate the total. So create an use effect hook and create an arrow function inside this. Type here const total is equals to, so this total will be using this number, and inside this we are gonna pass here the duration hours, or it will be 0 and it will be multiplied by 60, plus we are gonna add here the number of the duration in minutes, or it will be 0 if not present. So then let me just type here set duration, and the set duration will be total here. Now after this it will be done for this duration hours. Also we are going to pass here the duration minutes. Now by this we are going to calculate the total duration of that thing, of that particular movie. Now let's copy this. Let me copy this available category. So here we have these 4 category here. That is the first category. We have this action, horror, comedy and adventure. We can select either of them using this available category. And this function, that is the toggle category, helps in toggling the category. Either we set either or not, we can select multiple categories also. So here this is the toggle category function. Now after this, let me copy these file helpers so that we can input the image using these functions without any error. So here it will set this handle poster change. Here it will give you the poster that you are just uploaded using this file, and it will set the poster preview as the target that we have set it. That is the image we have sent will be shown using this handle poster change. And this function handle thumbnail change is similar to this handle poster change here. So here that renders the image uploaded by the user. So it will render the image that you have uploaded using this. This function helps you in image handling. Now after this, let me just copy this function also, and generalize helper for reading multiple files. So here we are gonna upload, as we are going to upload the multiple files for a particular movie. So here we are gonna render every file using this promise here, that all the files will be rendered using this files here. And here handle multiple files will be it will read all the files and it will render all the preview of the files we have uploaded, that is for the cast, directors and the producer. So here we can render multiple image here. Now after this, let me just copy this function also, and here let me paste it here. So here it will read the file names of the preview here. So it will just read the files to name the preview, as we can just, let me just, now after this, let me copy these multiple functions here and let me just paste it here. So here we are gonna again handle the multiple named files, that is the for multiple files that we are, and we are gonna remove the preview using this function, as it will remove the preview, or we can just remove the image if you have picked the wrong image here. Then update name item name, so it will update the name if we click on this any field we want to update, and also this meta field. Now after this, let me just terminate it and type here npm install Axios in our terminal, and let's wait till it's get installed. And also let me just search for our React Toastify and click on this first link, copy this command here, and now in your terminal let me just paste it here. Now let's go back and let me close this, and now let me just go back and let me just type here npm run dev again, and now let me just go and refresh the page here. Now once I refresh it, it will show you the errors, but right now it is not. Now let me just copy this and paste it here. So this function add slot helps you in adding the slot, that is it can add us or remove and update the slot timing for a movie that we want to upload. So we can add the slot of the movie, that we can add the date, time, AM and PM of that particular movie. We can remove the slot using this function, and we can update the slot, that is the time and the movie date, using this update slot function. And we are gonna just update these fields using this here. And here we can choose this time, date and AM, PM using this function. And we can add this using this, remove and update this slot using these three functions. Now after this, let me just go up, and here let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import our Axios from our Axios package, so that we can connect it with the server. And scroll down, and here let me type here. So let's go back and let me just copy this reset form function, and let me just copy and paste it here. Now here we are gonna reset the form details. Once the form has been filled and the data has been sent to the server side, the form here, it will get resetted for each of the field that we have just filled using to fill this to send it to server. So these all fields will get resetted using this function here. All the fields will get reset. Now after this function, let me just validate the function, validate each field. So for that, let me just copy this function, the function validate, and let me just copy this and paste it here. Now here we are gonna validate each field. Let me just add a comment also here, That is, this function just validate all the fields that are filled by the user is filled or not. If not filled, it will show you the error, that is these error that has been mentioned here, that it will return these error. And if the field is filled, then it will just send these details to the server side. Now it will check the movie name, it is present or not. If the movie length is categories is present or not, then the latest trailer thumbnail is present or not. If not, it will show you this error. If the video URL is present or not, the description and many more things, that is the director image is present or not, or the producer image is present or not, or either the singer is present or not. So these images, also these fields, that is basically these all fields will be checked that it is filled or not. If it is for the release soon, it will check these details. If it is for the normal movies, it will check for these details, and it will also check for the auditorium. And now after validating all the fields, let me just go and let me just copy this function and paste it here. So this will append each file to our form. So it will append these file names, the items to our form here. Now after this, let me just go and let me just copy this handle submit function. Let me just copy this function here, and now here let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this function, let me show you this. So here we are going to submit out using this function handle submit. So here let me add a comment. This function creates the movie. So basically this handle submit will create this movie, and e.prevent default will stop the page from reloading. Const error will show you is validate if the field is not filled. So for this toast, let me type here import toast, and we are going to import our toast from our React Toastify package. Now let me just scroll down, and here again this will stop the page from reloading. If any error occurs, it will validate the error, and using this function, the validate error function, and if the error occur, it will just show you the toast.error, and it will pass the error that has been occurred here. Then after this set is uploading will become true as the form. If the movie type is equals to latest trailer, then it will create this latest trailer object, and inside this latest trailer we will have these much of details. So let me just add a comment here, that is the movie type is equals to latest trailer, then it will create a latest trailer object. So if the movie type is equals to trailer, that is the latest trailer, it will create this object which will have this title, which will have the genre of that, then movie trailer, then the duration, the year of that movie trailer, the rating, the description, the thumbnail, the video ID, then the directors, producers and singers images of that particular movie trailer. Then we are gonna just append these things, and let me just add a comment also for this, that is the file here we are using is for this image, and the name is for the name of that particular. So we are gonna append this inside this movie name, and for this form we are gonna append the latest trailer object. Now we are gonna append these images also, and in else case, that is either the movie is for featured releases soon or the normal type of the movie, then in that case it will append the movie name, and it will append these details for these of this things. So it will append the category, the poster of that thing, the trailer of that particular movie, the video, the rating of that movie, the duration and slot of that movie, the seat prices of that movie if it is in normal or featured movie. Then it will append the cast, the directors and the producer for that particular movie, and we are going to append each of the profile picture here. Now after this, let me create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let me just type here a const response is equals to await keyword, type here axios.post method, as it will be our creation method. It will be done on backtech API host /API/ here we are going to pass here the movies and put a comma, and inside this pass here the form. Also inside this we are going to pass the headers, and headers it will just type here the content type. Here it will be, let me just type here it will be multi-part form data. Now after this, here how we are going to get this route, we are just using the route that we have created inside this backend. Inside the server.js file, this is the /API/movie route that it is we are using, and inside this movie router we are using this slash to create our movie. So you are also sharing this upload to upload the image using this multer. So we are getting this. Now after this, let me type here if the response, let me type here if the response dot data dot, let me type here success. If the response dot data dot success happens, in that case it will show your toast dot success, and inside this success here it will just show that is movie added successfully. Now after this, let me type here return, and it will reset the form once the toast has been sent. Now after this, let me just type here in else case, if the response.data.success doesn't happen, it will show you a error, toast.error, and it will be response.data. Let me just type here the message, or it will be, let me just type here unexpected error occur, or it is unexpected error from server side. Now in case of any error, let me just type here error console.error, and here we are gonna console it using this submit error, and we are gonna pass the ERR here. Then type here const message, that is the message we are gonna show will be the error dot response dot data dot message, or it will be, or it can be error dot message, or it can be, let me just type here fail to create movie or fail to upload. So now it can show either of these messages. Then it will show this toast.error, and inside this error we are gonna pass the message msg here. Now inside the finally block here we are gonna just set the is uploading will become false, that is the state will become false for the uploading state. Now let me remove this, and now let's create our UI. Inside this, create a div tag here, and let me just give here class name to this div. It will be add let me just type here add movie page styles dot, it will be page container. Then inside this, create a styles tag, and inside this just pass here the add movie page custom styles. Now let me just show you, this is the background we are getting for this add movie, and let me just copy this whole UI code, and let me just copy it till this div, and here after this style tag let me paste it here. Now once we have pasted it, it will be showing you multiple error, but before that we have to pass here the toast container, and inside this toast container the position here it will be on the top right side here. So it will show you the toast here on the right side of the web page. So here it will show you multiple errors, so each we are gonna solve it using each of them one by one. So film is not defined, so here we are gonna import, so let's import our film from our Lucidity React. Then let's go back, and now it shows that is image icon is not defined. Copy this image icon, and here put a comma and type here image, and we are gonna import this image as image icon. Then let me go back, and now it shows play is not defined. Okay, so let's me just copy and paste this play here after putting a comma here. Then again it shows star is not defined, so these all are the icons we are using. Then let me just, clock is not defined. Okay, let me type here clock. Then it shows plus is not defined, then we have to import the plus also. Then it shows X icon is not defined. Now it will show uploader is not defined, so let me just type here uploader. Okay, we have to create this uploader as a function, so this is a function, not a icon. So let me scroll down here, and this is the uploader it is talking about. So now I will explain you the UI, but first let me just create this uploader function also so that we can see the UI. So here let's create a function uploader, and inside this function we pass here the title here, then we are gonna pass here the on files, then the items, then the remove and the icon. These things will be using as a prop here. And now create a return tag, and inside this create a div tag. Give class name to this div. It will be add movie page styles dot, and type here, let me just type here the upload container. Then let me just change it to uploader container. Then here we are going to use this CSS property for our upload container. So let me close this, and now here let me create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be add movie page styles dot, let me just type here uploader header. Then create another div tag and let's give here class name. It will be add movie page styles dot, and here we are gonna pass here the uploader title. Then inside this pass here the icon. Then after this div create a h4 tag and give class name to this heading tag. It will be add movie page styles dot uploader title text, and pass here the title here. So here we are gonna upload the title. Then the label tag, and inside this label tag give class name to this label. It will be add movie page styles dot uploader add button, and inside this pass here the plus and add here. Now after this label tag let me just create here the input tag inside this label tag, and type will be changed to file. Then it will be multiple, as we can update this multiple file, upload this multiple files, and it will accept the images. Then on change property pass here the on files, then give class name to this input tag. It will be add movie page styles dot, let me just correct this as the uploader name uploader add input. So by this label let me just now create another div tag, and let's give here class name to this div. It will be add movie page styles dot uploader grid, and now inside this first we have to remove this icon div here, and now after this div paste it here. So now after this let me just pass here the items dot or and it will be the items dot length. If the length is present of that item, then create a div tag here, and inside this, or just don't create this div, let me just type here items dot map, and here we are going to map the item, that is IT, and IDX, that is the index, and create a div tag here. And let's give here the key will be, it will be index, that is IDX, and the class name to this div, it will be add movie page styles dot uploader item. Then create an image tag, and in source here we are going to pass the, like, let me type here the it dot preview, and in alter it will be preview. Class name to this image tag, it will be add movie page styles dot input, let me just type here input uploader item image. Then a button tag for this, and the type of the button tag, it will be button. Then on click here it will be creating an arrow function here, and type here remove. So here we are going to remove using this index, that the preview we are going to close here, or we are going to remove the image here of the item uploaded. So here after this pass here the icon X, and give class name to this icon, add movie page styles dot upload item remove icon. Now here let me just type here type of it dot name is equals to, that is not equals to, if the it dot name is not equals to undefined, then and inside this create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be magenta from, it will be 2. Then our input tag, and type here, let me just change this, remove the type, and the value here we are going to pass, it will be it dot name. Then it will be on change, and pass the event and create an arrow function, and type here update meta and let me just type here the update meta, and inside this pass here the index. Also we are going to pass here the name, then the event dot target dot value. Now after this pass here the placeholder, and the placeholder it will be name, and the class name it will be add movie page styles dot uploader item input. Now here let me just copy and paste this here, and let me just change this to it.role, and here it will be changed to it.role, that is the role of that particular director or the producer or the cast, and this role. Then in else case it will just show, that is if the things are not present, then it will show you a div and give class name, it will be add movie page size dot uploader empty. Then just type here no image added, so it will just show you that is no image has been added in this uploader function. So by this we have completed this uploader function also. Now let's go and check. So it shows the users is not defined. Okay, this time it is the icon that is not defined here. So let me just type here users. Okay, we have to add the s also. Now let me just refresh this, and now it shows that it is working fine, and for latest trailer it is not. So we have to create this name uploader function also. So let me just go back and scroll down, and now here let's create another function that is for the latest trailer. We create this name uploader function. So let me type an function name uploader, and inside this again we are gonna get this title here, then we are gonna get this on files, then again the items, the remove function, then we are gonna get this update name and the icon. And now inside this let me just type a return, and inside this return create a div tag here, and let's give class name to this div. It will be add movie page styles dot, it will be uploader container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, and here let me just copy this thing here, and let me just scroll down, and now let me just paste this over this. Now after pasting this, now let me create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be add movie page styles dot name uploader grid. Then inside this again let me just copy this till the image tag, and let me scroll down, and here let me just paste it over this. Now after this let me just close this, and now let me just copy this else case also, as it gonna be similar, and let me just paste this over here. And now here let me just close this div tag here. Now after closing this all, now just change this to, let me remove this to name uploader item, and let me just correct this spelling, the item. Then here it will be changed to name uploader image. Now after this let's create another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be flex1. Then inside this create an input tag, and this time the value here it will be it.name. Then on change here pass an event and create an arrow function, and type a update name. It will be index comma and the event dot target dot value. Now after this let me pass here the placeholder as the name, then the class name to it. It will be add movie page styles dot name and name uploader input. Now here let me create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be, let me just type here, add movie page styles dot upload folder file name, and pass here the file, and we are going to pass here the it.file.name here. Now after this let me just scroll up, and here let me just copy this button tag here, and let me just scroll down, and now here let me just paste this here. Now after pasting this Here let me just go, and now, so this is how our UI is looking for this ad, for this normal, featured, upcoming and the latest trailer. So here let me just create a movie. So let me just go to our front end in our src. In our assets, let me just select this picture. Let me give the movie name as fighter, category as action. Let me give a price that is 400 for standard and 700 for recliner. Select the Audi as Audi 2. Then let me just give a URL, and the URL is this. Then the rating, let's change it to 8.5, and the duration here, it is for 2 hours 30 minutes. Here let me add the images for the cast. This is the cast. Let's give the name, any dummy name, and cast 1. The role here, it will be role 1. Then for the director, let me just select this director here, and let me just add the director name as TIR1. Then the producer, let me select this producer as PRO1. Now here let me just give the story as fighter story. Now after this, here we have the slot, so let me just add a slot here, and here let me just add a slot for today's date, and let me add this manually for the tomorrow's date. Select the time as manually like 3, and this is will be for 6. Change it to AM and PM, or just change it to 11 AM, and let me just add this slot here. So by just uploading, you will be able to see a toast movie added successfully. And now on your MongoDB, on your movie, you will be able to see the movie that you have registered. The fighter is present here, and it has this poster as well as the trailer URL, the slot, and the cast, the image of the cast, the producer's image, and the story also. Now let me just go and show you the uploads folder, and inside this upload you will be able to see the 4 images are coming here. Now let me just close this, and now by this we have completed our ad page also. So let's first let me just create another component, that is our list page, list movies page.jsx, and inside this type here RAFCE, and here inside this pages let's create a page that is the list movie.jsx. Then inside this type here RAFCE, and inside this let me just import our navbar. Now after importing the navbar, we are going to import our list movies page, and now here let me just close this, and now let's go to our app.jsx, and here let me just import, so create a route tag, and then the path here, it will be done on /list movies. Then the element we are going to render on this route, it will be our list movies page. So let me just close this here. Now after this, let me just go, and first let me show you the demo, the complete demo of our movie. So here we are going to add this coming soon also. So let me just type here the first, let's select the movie. So let me just add this movie here, and the name of the movie will be Malik. Then the category of the movie, and add. Once I add this, it will again show you movie added successfully. And again on our movies, let me refresh this here, and now let me scroll down, and now you can see the movie name is present here. The many fields are empty as it is the coming soon movie. Only the poster image is present here. Now for this let me just go and add a movie for our latest trailer also. So for this, let me just give here the select first, let me select the thumbnail for the movie, and the title here, it will be our, let me give the title as Kantara. Then the action genre, adventure, let me just give the duration as it will be 3 minutes trailer. Then a short description, let me just type here movie. Then the video URL, let me paste the URL here. Then the director's image, let me just give here the name, that is DIR1. Then the producer's image, again let me give here the name as Pro1. Then the singer's image, that is the singer image. Let me just select the image, and here let me just type here singer 1. Then we can add multiple singers, but we are just adding single just to show you this. Let me refresh this here, MongoDB, and now once I get refresh, it will show you that is the movie is, the type is latest trailers, and the movie name is present here. The type here, it is releases soon, and the type here is normal type here. So by this we have added all this. So now let's create our list movie page here. So let me just type here list, and now let's go and check. So our list is present here. So now let's go and let's create our list page. Now here let's type here import, and here we are gonna import our styles file from our, let me type here assets/dummy styles. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our this list movies page here. Now we also use the custom CSS styles, that is the custom styles, and here we are using this CSS property. Also we are importing this font family, that is the Cinzel font family. Now let me just close this, and let me first explain you the code for this add page and the UI that we have built. So here, starting with this h1 tag, that is the heading tag. It is this heading tag. Let me just open this, and this is the heading tag. It is similar for every category, either it is featured, coming soon, or latest trailer. Then these input tags, that is the normal, the featured input tag, the coming soon, as well as this the latest trailer. The type here, it is the radio button, that is these buttons. Using this filter, we are just filtering this, that is the adding filter. Then if the movie type is equals to latest trailer, then it will show you this genre, that is choose one. So if we select this latest filter, it will show you this genre, as you can choose one or more. It is not present for this coming soon here. Then after this we are getting this duration. Let me show you this duration, that is this hours duration. Then the duration in minutes, it is coming from here also. Then the year here, it will be present here, the duration as minutes and the year. Then the description and the thumbnail image. So the description and the thumbnail image is present here. The thumbnail image is here, and the description is on the right side. Now for this video URL, let me just scroll down, and here this is the video URL. It will show you this click to upload the thumbnail, it is present here. Then the video URL, that is we are using this URL, that is the YouTube URL where we are uploading. So this is the video URL. Then the director image and the uploader, and as well as the singer image, these three things are being present here. The director image, the producer image, and the singer's image. Now here it will be, here this will be done using this uploader. Now if the movie type is not equals to latest trailer, then in that case we are gonna check, we are gonna show this is the poster image. So the poster image is coming for this same, that is this poster image, the poster image, and poster image for normal as well as the featured and coming soon. So these three things are present here. Then this image tag, also this click to upload the poster, this is coming for each of them. The image tag here, the click to upload the poster. Then let me just go, and the movie name. So this is the movie name present on the right side. It is or for all, that is the normal as well as the featured. Then the category, also the standard seat price. So standard seat price is not for coming soon, the category only. But for featured and normal movies, it will have the standard seat price and also the recliner seat price as well as the auditorium. So these three things are present here, like this, the recliner as well as the auditorium. Now if the movie type is not equals to release soon, that is now it is not equals to latest trailer and release soon, then it will show you these details, that is it will show you the latest, the trailer URL. Then let me just go and show you this rating. It will show you this rating that is present on the right side. Then let me scroll down, the duration in hours. If the movie type is equals to normal and the featured, then it will be showing this duration type in hours and minutes. And let me show you this duration, that is this duration in hours as well as for the minutes. Then it will also have, let me just scroll down, and again, if the movie type is not equals to release soon, then here we are going to show the slot that we are adding. So this movie slot is this movie slot, which is only present for this featured movie as well as for the normal movie. Now let me scroll down, and here we are adding this time, date and AM PM using this. So this is the option AM and PM, and again we are using this uploader for this uploading the producer, director and the cast image for this here. So this is the cast image we are uploading. So this is where we are getting this UI using this. And again, the movie type is not equals to release soon, then we will get the story also, where we are gonna write the story of that particular movie, that is this here. Now, and a form and a button to reset the form, also a button to show that is it in uploading state or it has been uploaded. These buttons are present here. So this is all for the UI. Now let's go and let's build our list movie page. And here let's import. So here we are gonna import our Axios from Axios package. Then we are gonna type here const API underscore base is equals to, let me just go to add page and let me just copy this URL, the backend URL here, and let me just paste it here. And now let's go to our GitHub, and here let me just copy this function get image and let me just paste it here. So get image URL. So here we are gonna get the image using this URL, that is the http://. So here we are gonna get this image from the uploads folder. Let me show you on the MongoDB why we are using this http://. So here why we are using this http:// because of the URL. So here we are gonna get this image from our uploads folder, and here this /uploads it is coming from, let me show you this. So this /uploads is coming from the server.js file, the /uploads this, and we are static express.static, and we are getting this from our uploads folder. Now after this, let me just go and let's copy this multiple use states hook and paste it here, and let me just import this use state here. Now after this, here the movies, this use state will help us in getting the movie. Then the filter type will be set at initial, it will be for all, and the search will help you in filtering the movie by the search. Then the selected will show you the selected movie you have selected, and the state, the loading and the error state will manage the state here. Then let me just create a debounce search feature, and here let me just type a const search ref is equals to use reference hook, and inside this, now let's create a use effect hook and create an arrow function here. Now let's type here clear timeout function, and inside this pass here the search ref dot current. Then type here set reference dot current is equals to set timeout hook, and here the timeout will be for 3 seconds, that is 0.3 seconds, and type here fetch movies. Later we are gonna create this function, so it will be done for the filter type and also for the search. Now after this, let's create our fetch function to create a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function here, and now type here fetch movies here. Now it will be fetching the movie using this fetch movie function, and now create an async function, and the name of the function will be fetch movies function. Now inside this, let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block, let's type here set loading here, it will be true here. Then let's type here set errors here, it will be null at the starting. Then type here const params is equals to empty braces. Then type here if the filter type and the filter type is not equals to, if the filter type is not equals to all and the filter type again is not equals to the latest trailer, then in that case what will happen? Let me just type a and here. Now what will happen then? It will be params dot type is equals to, it will be filter type. Now here after this type here if the filter type is equals to latest trailer, that is, then in that case the params dot latest trailer is equals to true here. Then let's type here if. So here we are just checking that the filter type, so that we can just make it sure that the filter is correctly working. Then for the search, it will just search the params is equals to the search dot trim method. Then type here const response is equals to await keyword axios dot get method, and inside this get we are gonna type here backtick and pass here the API base slash API slash movies, and inside this pass here the params. Now how we are getting this slash API slash movie? Let me just show you again. Server.js file, this slash API slash movie, and here we are getting this get function using this movie slash route. So now after this, let me just type a let items is equals to empty array. Then if the response dot data dot success, if the response dot data dot success happens, then in that case the item will store the response dot data dot items, or it will be storing our empty array. Then in else case, else if the array dot is array, and inside this we are going to pass here the response dot data. If this happens, then in that case the items will be storing the response dot data, and in else case if the errors comes, then the item will be stored as the empty array. Now after this, let's create our, let me just type a const normalized is equals to items dot, let me just type here map, and here we are going to map our normalize here, normalize movie. So we are going to create this function later. So type as set movies will be normalize. Then console.log here, and we are going to log here the movie data, as we are going to pass here the normalized. So on our console you will be able to see the movie data here. Now after this, inside this catch block, if in case of any error, console.error the fetch movie error, and here we are going to pass here the ERR, that is the error. Then we are going to type here the set error, and inside this pass here the error dot response dot data dot message, that it will show else, or it will be error dot message, or it will be fail to load from our server side. So we are gonna fail to load the movies. Now type here finally, in finally block we are gonna just set the loading as false, as it will be getting false here. Now let's go and let's copy this normalize function, that is for the movie, and here let me just copy this function till here, and let me just go and paste it. Let me just paste it after this. Now here we are going to normalize our movie function. So here we are creating this item, that is this normalize, and let me just add a comment here. So it will fetch the movie details. So here we are going to show how we are fetching the movie details, and we are going to create these things as an object here. So here we are normalizing the cast, directors and producers here. Then if the latest trailer type here, then it will store the latest trailer in LT. If the, then we are storing this title, then the thumbnail, then the latest trailers links will be stored here, the genre of that movie, the year, the rating, the description, as well as the duration of the movie here. Then again, if the for the latest people's, we are just normalizing it, getting the image from for the people, for the director, the producer, and for the singers. And in else case, we are storing the thumbnail for the poster, that is for the release soon type. Then if the movie name is the latest trailer or the normal, it will store these things. And let me just import this use memo also. And here let me just import these icons also. So for all, it will show this filter for this film, the ticket for the normal, the featured for star, the release soon for the calendar, and the latest trailer for play icon. Here let me just type here the play as play icon. Now after this, let me just go back and let's copy this filter and paste it here. So here we are just filtering here the movie using this Cine News. So now after this, let me just go and here let me just create a function to delete and update the UI. So here we are gonna create this function, an async function, and the name of the function will be handle delete function. We are gonna pass the ID here. Then type here const item is equals to movies dot find, and here we are gonna find the movie using this m and create an arrow function and type here m dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB ID, is equals to id, or the m dot id is equals to the movie ID. Then if the item is not found, that is the movie is not found, then it will return nothing. Then type a const title is equals to items dot movie name, or it can be items dot title, then or it can be this item. Then type a const OK is equals to window dot confirm, and here inside this confirm it will ask you, that is the delete the title of that particular movie. So here it will ask you that if you want to delete this, action cannot be undone. And here let me just add a if the OK doesn't happen, that if you don't delete the OK, then it will return nothing. In else case, create a try catch block here. Now if you want to delete that movie, then in that case let's type here const target id is equals to item, let me just type here item dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB ID, or it can be item dot id, or it can be id of that particular movie. Then type here await axios dot delete method, and we are gonna delete using this slash API slash movie slash, and we are gonna pass here the target ID. Let me just type here the target ID. Now here how we are deleting this, we are getting this slash API slash movies from our this route, and on our delete we are using this delete method, and we are deleting using this ID here, using this target ID. Then we are gonna set the movies. So for the updation, we are gonna set the movie as the previous, and it will be previous dot filter, and in filter we are gonna filter the movie, and we are gonna pass here the movie dot underscore id, or movie dot id is not equals to the target id. That means the target id has been deleted. Then it will be if the selected and selected dot underscore id, that is the MongoDB ID, or the selected dot id, then is equals to target dot id. Then in that case, just set the set selected here, it will become null as the movie will be deleted here. And then in else case, that is the catch block, if anything goes wrong, just console dot error, and we are gonna console the error as movie deleted movie error, and here we are gonna pass here the ERR. Now after this, just type here alert will be sent here, that it will say the alert, that is the fail to delete the movie. Now after this, let me just remove this div here, and now let's go and let me just copy the whole UI code here till here div, and let me just paste it here. After pasting this here, let me just go and on our UI you will be getting multiple errors here. So we are gonna get this error of for fetch for search, and we are gonna paste this icon here. Then it will show this X icon here, comma and X icon. Then it will show another error, that is the clock error. We are gonna pass here the clock. Then now we get this play error. So for this play, let me just type here play here. Now let me just okay, we have to put a comma also. Let me just go back and put a comma. Now let's go and now let's refresh. So you can see we are getting these movies here, and if I delete the movie, so it gets deleted here, and we can get this filter for this featured as no featured movie is present, so it shows this upcoming movie also. And in trailers we are not finding the trailer, whereas the trailer is present here as latest trailer. So to fix this, let's go back and here first let me just add a return statement also. So here create an arrow function and type here clear timeout. So it will be clearing the timeout on search ref.current here. Then let's go down and here add a line, that is the params dot type is equals to, so here the type of this param will be latest trailer. Let me just type here the spelling correctly, latest trailers, and let's go back. So now if I go to fill trailers, you can see the trailer is present here. Now if I click on this trailer, it will open the trailer. So this functionality is also working fine. Now let me just explain you the whole UI. First, this releases soon, and this will show you the movie, that is the normal movie with the slot as well as the pictures of the director, cast and producer. So to explain the UI, let me just scroll down, and here starting with the h1 tag, the movies, so this is the h1 tag where we are getting this movie, and this loading shows the filter.length shows the length of the movies, how many movie it is present. So basically it shows the 3 here for the all. Then the search here, search bar comes on the right side. This is the search bar. If we enter any search, let me just type here Kantara or fighter. So it shows the fighter. Let me search for Kantara, so it will show you that movie here. Let me remove this, and so after showing this, let me just go and show you the label. So here the filter type, here it shows the label that is coming from this filter, the normal and the featured, the upcoming as well as the trailers here. Now this is the label. Then after scrolling down, here is our error button, that is it will show you if something went wrong, it will show you that error. So it shows the loading but it doesn't show the error. If something went wrong during that case, it will show you that error. But now let me just scroll down, and here it will show you the loading movies that we have just seen. By refreshing multiple times, it will show you this loading movies state. Now scroll down, and here the live here, and this click view details on card. So this button is coming, let me just view detail button, that is coming to show more details about that movie. Then after this, here is the card and helper functions. So here the card, let me just show you this cross icon, is the cross icon on this right side that can help you in closing the card, and also you can remove the using this X icon on the card that is present here. Then this category and the movie name is this category, it shows the movie name as well as the category as movie. It shows the category that is action here, and it also shows the action here. So let me just scroll down, and if the item type is not equals to release soon, then it will show you this rating also. Then let me just scroll down, and This is the display duration, so it will show you this duration that is coming here, 2 hours 30 minutes. Then the story, if the story is present here, that is if it is not the release soon type, then it will be showing these details here. Now if it is releases soon type, it is the releases soon type, let me just close this, then it will show you only the view detail page. Now let me just go, and here it will just, this function helps in creating the getting the duration here, and this function gets the slot here, that is this slot. Let me just show you the slot here that is coming over here, the rating, the duration, as well as these two slots that are coming here for the show times. So this function helps you with that. So basically in this this UI will contain this also, the person avatar and the person role, that is the avatar for our director, producer, and the cast, and the role label here. Then let me just so this is the fighter which is showing here, and let me just scroll down, and now here in this genre, the year, the duration which we are getting for the normal type movie as well as for the featured movie, it will show you the auditorium, the description, and the watch trailer now button, and the three things that is we have seen, the person grid which is coming here. These all things are these things, the rating, the duration, the auditorium, the recliner, the seat money, as well as this watch trailer button, also the time slots. Then the if the item type is equals to normal or the featured, then in that case it will again show you the rating, the duration, the auditorium, the standard, the recliner, the seat prices, that is, so it's showing you this thing here. If it is coming soon, it won't show you this. Also for the latest trailer, it won't show you these things, but for the normal and the featured movie, it will only show you these details here. So now let me just show you these things, and then let me scroll down here, and this watch trailer button we have just seen how it works, and this details also, that is this, it shows the available status here. If the time slots get booked, it will show you it will show you sold out. So this is the person details, the cast and the directors and the producers we are getting, and this, when the release type is for the release soon, it will only show you this coming soon, as well as the action and stay tuned for the updates button, a small text that is coming here. This is the text as well as the coming soon, and the category here, this category is showing the category. If I remove this, you won't be let me just add this and just comment out the category here. So if you comment out the category, you won't be able to see the category here. So let me just undo it, and now it shows it is action. So by this we have completed our list movie page also. Now let me just close this, and here let me just create a dashboard.jsx component, dashboard page.jsx component, and type a RFCE. And now let's go to our pages, and inside this pages let's create our dashboard.jsx page, and inside this type again RFCE, and inside this div let's import our navbar here, and let me just close this, and let's import our navbar. So type import, so import our navbar from our, let me just type // component / navbar. Then we are gonna import our dashboard page here. So let's type a dashboard page, and let me just close this here. So now let's go to our app.jsx, and inside this let's create a route tag, and the path here it will be on /dashboard, and the element that we are gonna render here, it will be our dashboard. So let me just close this here, the route tag. Now let's go to our dashboard page and just type here dash, let's go and check. So on our dashboard page, so this is the filter list page, and all things are working fine. And on our dashboard, the dash is present here. So now let me remove this. Now type here import, and here we are gonna import our styles 3 from our dummy styles. Also we need this font styles too. So here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our this dashboard page, and for font style we are using this font family as Cinzel. Now let me close this, and we have to import here. So let's import our Axios from our Axios package. Then let me just type here const API, and let me just go to our list movies, and let's copy this API base URL, the backend URL, and paste it here. Then let me just go to our GitHub, and in our dashboard.jsx page, let me just copy this format INR, and let me just paste it here. So here it will just give you the time in our local in our Indian time standard, that is the IST. And let me just go and copy this use state hook, and let me just paste it here. So let me just import this use state hook here, and here we are going to use this movies, because we will be getting the movie here, movie details. The booking details will be stored in this booking, and the user detail will be stored in the user. Now let's go back, and let me just copy this use state hook for the fetch and fetching the details, and let me paste it here. So here we are going to use this use effect hook, so import it here. And now inside this try block we have to type the routing here. So let me just type here let me type a const M response, that is the movie response, the B response is for the booking response, and U response is for the user response, is equals to await promise dot all setted, and inside this just type here the Axios dot get method, and inside this it will be done on this API base / API / movies. Then here again type here Axios dot get method. Again we are gonna get it from this API base / API / bookings. Then for the user, again we will be getting this user using this params, and inside this params let me just pass here the param as payment status will be paid. So it will be showing you the status for the booking as well as for the, let me just correct this to B response, and here it will be for this booking. Let me just correct this, so it will just show you the booking for the params as the paid. So it will only show you the booking that are paid here, that the status here it is paid. And again we are for the user that have paid the for the booking that the booking have been paid will be get from this route here. Now here let me just show you how I am getting these routes here. So starting with this /API / movie, it is this route /API / movie, and let me just close this here. And for this /API / bookings, this is the route /API / booking, and for this user there is no route, as this user will be coming from the user that is the user that have paid for the booking will be present here. Or you can just change this now. Let me just close this, and you can change it to auth also, but it can be user. So now let me scroll down, and here after this the fetch is done. So let me add a comment here. So this function fetches the number and booking related things from the backend. So it will get you the bookings done by the user details, as well as the movie detail here for the dashboard. So let me just copy this function here, and let me just paste it here. After pasting this function, let's import our use memo first. So let me just so here we are gonna get this total revenue here, and this total booking will show you the total booking length. The revenue will be stored here, Then for the user from booking, so here we are gonna get the user from the booking that we are fetching above. Then now after this, so let's create a div tag here, and inside this div let's create a class name, and let's type here styles3.dashboard page container. Then inside this pass here the style, and the style will contain the font style.shenzhen font. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be styles3.maxWidth container. Then create a header tag, and inside this header tag let's give here the class name, as it will be styles3.dashboard header container. Then after this let's create a div tag, and inside this a h1 tag, let's give class name to this heading tag as styles3.dashboard title, and type here dashboard. Now let's create a paragraph tag and type here class name as styles3.dashboard subtitle, and let's pass here the overview of paid bookings, revenue and users details. So let's go and check. So it will show you a error, that is the use memo is not defined. So let me just define the use memo here. Let me just put a comma and type here use memo. Now let's go back. Now you will be able to see this dashboard present here. Let me just so this error will be shown, but this is the error for that URL, but there is no need to worry for that URL that you are getting this. So not for the user route, but to get the user from the bookings. So this is for this route, so don't need to worry for that error. So now let me just scroll down here, and let's create our UI here. So then after this header, create a section tag and give class name to the section tag as styles3 dot, it will be summary grade. Then a div tag, let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot summary card. Then another div tag, and let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot summary card inner, and inside this another div tag and another div, and give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot, it will be summary label, and inside this just pass here the total bookings. Now create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot summary value, and inside this just pass here the summary dot value. Now after passing this, let's go. So you will be able to see this total booking is coming here as the, now let me just go and check. It is not value, it is the total bookings. So now you will be able to see this total booking as 0 is coming here. Why it is 0? Even though we have a single booking that we have done using the Thunder client. So change this status to pending, as it will only show you the booking that are done, that the status of that booking is paid. It will only show you that booking. So once you have updated this status, once you refresh it, it shows that you have this one booking in total here. So now after this, let me create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be styles3 dot summary batch, and here pass here the bookings here. Now after this another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot summary note, and here let me just give a note as paid orders only. So it will only show you the order that you have, that is paid, that have the status as paid. So copy this and paste it again. This time just change this total, let me just type here total revenue for this, and here change this to summary dot total revenue. Then let me just add here the format for the INR, and let me close this, change this inner bracket also. Now after this, for this bookings just change it to revenue, and now here this, it will be changed to paid summary, or just change it to paid booking summary or summed. So here you will be able to see this total revenue, as it shows the amount, it is 4500. So it shows you the amount as 4500 as the revenue. Now after this div, let's copy this div and paste it again. Now this time just change this let me just change it to total user, and here it will be changed to, let me just change it to summary dot total user, and the revenue will be changed to users, and then this div will change to registered or just registered or booking users. Now let's go and see. So our total user is also present here, as the user we have registered is 1 here, and that one user has already booked and the status is paid. That's why it shows the one user here. Now after this section tag, let's create another section tag, and inside this let's give here the class name, and it will be styles3 dot movie section. Then a div tag, let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot movies header, and a h2 tag, and let's give class name to this heading tag as styles3 dot movie title. Then let's pass here the title as movie bookings, and let me just type here earnings. Then create a div tag here again, and let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot movies count, and here pass here the count as summary dot movie stats dot length, and type here movies. So now let's go back, and here you will be able to see it shows that we have one movie here. We have normal one movie, and even though we have three movies listed in totals, but in dashboard we have only booked one, so it shows this booking as 1 here. Then create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot table container. Then a table tag, and let's give here class name to this table tag, it will be styles3 dot table. Then a t-head tag, and let's go to our GitHub, and here let's copy this t-head tag, and let me just update it here. Now after pasting these things, let's go and see. So our cells for that movie will be created here. So here you will be able to see the movie that you have listed there in the total bookings and the total earnings. Now create a t-body tag, and inside this give don't give a class name to this, just type here summary dot movie stats dot map, and here we are going to map the movie. Create an arrow function here, and inside this just type a const average is equals to movie dot bookings. If it is present, then in that case just type here math dot round, and here we are going to map the round as the earning from the movie, which will be divided by the movie dot bookings, else it will be 0. Then we are going to return a tr tag and create a and give the key value here, it will be movie dot id, and a class name to this tr tag, it will be styles3 dot table row. Then create a td tag, and let's give a class name to this tag, it will be styles3 dot table cell, and inside this let's create a div tag and give class name to this div, it will be styles3 dot table movie title, and pass here the m dot title, that is the movie title. Now let's go and create another td tag, and let's give here styles3 dot table cell, and inside this just pass here the m dot bookings, that is the movie booking, and another td tag and create a class name styles3 dot, let me just type here total user total table earnings, and pass here the format INR, and m dot earning will be passed here, and another td tag and give class name to this, it will be styles3 dot table average, and here just pass here the format INR and pass here the average here. Now after this let's go and check. So here you will be able to see the average booking coming here, the total earning, the total booking, and the movie name. So the movie name here, it is coming from this title of the movie. So now let's go back, and here let's type here summary dot movie stats dot length is equals to 0, and in that case create a tr tag and give class name. It will be styles3 dot table empty, and here let me type here call span will be 4. Then type here no movies data. If there is no movie summary length, then it will show you no movie data yet. Then let's create a movie for the tablet or mobile view. So create a div tag, give class name. It will be styles3 dot movie mobile list, and here let's go to our GitHub again, and let me just copy and paste the summary that is similar to the summary we have created above. So now let's go back, and here for the mobile view, now you will be able to see this. Let me paste it here, and now you will be able to see that it is coming here. Now let me just close this, and here let me just go back, and now let's create let me just type here the summary dot, again the movie stat dot length is equals to 0, and in that case again it will show you that no movie data yet. So let me just give a div tag and type here a class name. Let's give here the class name as styles3 dot, let me type here mobile empty, and type here no movie data yet. So it will show you this for the mobile view. So by this we have completed our dashboard page also, and it shows these details here. Now let's go to our bookings and let's create our this page. So for this, let's create in components, let's create our bookings.jsx and type here RAFCE, and inside this pages let's create a page that is the bookings page.jsx page, and type here again RAFCE, and let's import our nav bar here, and inside this let's import our bookings also. Let me just import this bookings from the controllers. And now let's go to our app.jsx and create a route tag, and the path here it will be done on this /bookings, and the element we are gonna render here it will be the bookings page here. Now let me just close this here, the route tag, and now let me just close this, and now here let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import our styles2 from our dummy styles and also this font style, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this and this font family, the Cinzel in the font style here. So now let's import our, let me just type here import Axios from our. Now here let's go to our GitHub, and here let's go to our bookings.jsx page, and let me just copy this function, and here let me just paste it here. So here we are gonna get this slot format from this function, and this will convert our to local string, that is the ist, and this will get this access token here, and if not present it will show you null. Then let's go to our dashboard.jsx page and copy this API based URL, and let me just paste it here. Then after this again go to our GitHub, and let me just copy these multiple state hooks, and here let me just paste it here. Then let's import our use state hook, and this will be showing you the selected movie that you have booked. It will show you the bookings that you will get, and the loading state will show you the state for the loading. Then let's copy this use effect hook, and let me just copy it till here, or let me just copy this till here, and let me just paste it after this. So now let me just scroll up, and here using this use effect hook it will be getting this token here, and it will be fetching this, and here if the token is not found it will show you this status here. Then it will show you only the bookings that are being paid. It will only show you that booking only. It won't be showing you the bookings that are not related to that are not paid here. So here this will be this my route, and the list booking will be from this slash here. So let's go to booking page. So here how we are getting this is shown here. So let me just close this, and then we are storing this into an array, and the data will look something like this. And in the return statement we will be getting this ID of that movie, the slot, the timing, the price, and these multiple things here only for the booking that are paid here will be shown here on this booking page. Then let's import our memo hook, and here we are going to get this movie, and here we are just filtering the movie using this function here. Now let me just scroll up, and here let's import our use effect hook also. And now after this, let's create our another function that is for our clear filter. So to clear the filter, let's type a const clear filter is equals to, and create an arrow function here, and type here set selected movie. Here it will become empty. Now after this, let me just remove this return statement and create a div tag inside this. And now let's create our UI. So type here, give class name as styles2 dot page container, and inside this styles pass here the font style dot, let me just pass here the Cinzel font. Then create a div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot max width container. Then inside this we are gonna create our headers. So let me just create a header tag. And inside this header tag, let's give class name. It will be styles2 dot header container. Then a form tag, and inside this form tag, let me just give here the on submit property. It will be our, let me just pass here the event and create an arrow function, and type a e.prevent default, and give class name to this as styles2 dot form container. Then create a label tag here, and inside this label tag, let's give class name as it will be SR only, and let's give a HTML for property also for the movie, and pass here the movie here. Then inside this, let's create a select tag, and here let me remove this, and inside this ID pass here the movie, and the value here it will contain the selected movie. And on change property, create pass an event and create an arrow function here, and type as set selected movie. It will be event.target.value here. Then give class name to it. It will be styles2 dot, let me just pass here the select here, and inside this create an option tag, and inside this option tag pass here the all movies here. Now after this, pass here the all movies dot map, and here we are gonna map here the movie, that is M, and create an arrow function here, and again create an option tag, and inside this value pass here the M, and the key here it will be M, and the option will store this M, that is the movie. So now let's go to our bookings page, and now you will be able to see this fast filter only coming for this one movie. Now after this header, let me just, after this select tag, let's create a button tag, and the type here it will be for button. Then on click property, it will be our, let me just pass here the clear filter, and then the title here it will be clear movie. Then here the class name for this button tag will be styles2 dot clear button, and here let me just pass here the button as X, and let's give class name to this icon as width 4, height 4, and inline block here. Now after this, let me just type a section tag here for this grid creation, and let's give here class name to this section tag as styles2 dot grid container, and inside this let's go to our GitHub. This button is present here for this filter, and let's go to our GitHub here, and let's copy this loading state here, and let me just paste it here. So if it is in loading state, it will show you this is the loading booking, and if it is the length is not the booking dot to show, if the length is equals to 0, in that case it will just show you that no bookings, no paid bookings here. So now let me just type here the bookings to show dot map function, and inside this we are gonna map our booking, that is B, and create an arrow function here, and type here const amount is equals to booking dot amount, or it will be 0. Then type here const, let me just type here audi display will be B dot auditorium, and it will be B dot auditorium dot trim method. If it is, then in that case it will be b.auditorium, that is the booking.auditorium. In else case it will be audi1. Then create a return tag and create a inside this return, and let's create a article tag, and the key here it will be booking._id, that is the, or just remove this underscore, just it will be id, that is the booking id, and the class name here it will be styles2.booking card, and inside this create a div tag, another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be flex item start and justify between gap of 1.5. Then another div tag and give class name to it. It will be flex item center, then gap of 3. Then another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot, let me just pass here the movie icon container, and let me just pass here the icon as fill, and the class name here it will be width will be 5 and height will be 5 here. Now after this let's go, and the icon is present here with the box as a container. Then create a div tag here, and let's give class name to this div. It will be, or don't give class name, just create another div tag to this div, and let me give class name to this div as styles2 dot, let me type here movie title, and here pass here the bookings dot movie, and inside this let me just close this here. So now another div tag and give class name to it. It will be styles2 dot booking id, and here just pass here the booking id will be storing the id with a space and a span tag here, and give class name to the span. It will be styles2 dot booking id value, and here we are gonna pass here the booking dot id. Now another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot booking label, and here we are gonna pass here the booked by, and after this another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot booking value, and here we are gonna pass here the value as booking dot customer, or it will be empty, so it will show you the name of the customer. So now you will be able to see the booking id as well as the booked by, the name is present here for that movie. Now let's go back, and here after this div create another div tag, and let's give class name as text right, and another div give class name. It will be styles2 dot seats label, and pass here the seat here. Then another div tag, and let's give class name. It will be styles2 dot seat value, and here we are gonna pass here the booking dot seats. Let me just type here seats and dot length, so it will show you the total length here. And then after this div create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot details container. Then another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot detail item, and inside this let's give here the icon as clock, and the class name to this icon here it will be styles2 dot detail icon, and let's close this here. And now another div tag here, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot detail, or just don't give here the class name, just pass here the booking dot slot. If it is present, then it will be format slot, which will be storing the b dot slot. Else it will be, let me just type here the time unavailable, so it will show you this message here. Then create another div tag. Let's give class name to this div. It will be our, let me just copy this div here, and let me just paste it over here, and here let me just change this icon here to ticket, and this div will be removed here, and another div will be created, and give class name. It will be text small, text gray 300, and inside this create a span tag, and let's give class name to the span. It will be styles2 dot auditorium label, and inside this just pass here the auditorium, and then another span tag, and give class name to the span. It will be styles2 dot, let's pass here the auditorium value, and here we are gonna pass here the audi display here. So now it will show you this date and time that is coming from the MongoDB, and the seat that has been selected here as well as the auditorium that has been selected is present here. Now, after displaying this much, here let me just copy this div here, and now after this div, paste it here, and let me just close this div here. Now, here let me just remove this class name as we don't need this class name here. Just pass here this b.seed join, and we are gonna join it using this comma and a space here. Now, after this, let's go back here, and you will be able to see the seed that are booked here. Now, after this, let's create another div tag and let's give class name. It will be margin top will be 4 and flex item center and justify between. Then create another div tag, and inside this create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be styles2 dot amount label, and here let's pass here the amount, and then another div tag, and let's give class name. It will be again styles2 dot, let me just type here the amount value, and let pass here the format INR, and inside this pass here the amount here. Now, after passing this much, let's go, and you will be able to see the amount is present here. Now, let me just by this we have completed the bookings also. Now, let me just close all this, and here let me just open a split terminal here. Now, inside this type here cd frontend, and inside this type here npm run dev here. So first we have to run the frontend for the payment also, and let's type here cd admin and npm run dev, and type O and enter to open it on our Chrome browser. So our admin panel is running on localhost 5174, and it's working fine. And here let's go to our front end, and front end is running on 5173. So now coming back, let's go to our front end in src. Now let's go to our assets, and inside this the dummy styles. Here this is the updated dummy styles. The link is already given in the description box. You can get this from there. Now let's go to our components, and inside the sign up page, here let me just terminate this and type here npm install Axios package, and let me just get it installed and run it again, and let's refresh our web page here. Now it's working fine, and here let me just go back, and now here let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import our Axios from our Axios package. Now after this, after importing this, let's go and scroll down till to the handle submit, and here let me just remove this function, and now here in this handle submit we are gonna type here, let me just create a try catch block, and inside this try block let me just type here const payload is equals to, and inside this payload let me just go to our GitHub, and here let me go to this merge, and inside this src let's go to this components folder, and inside this go to the sign up, and here let me just copy these lines here and paste it here. Now here in this payload we will be taking the full name, the username, the email, the phone number, the birth date and password of that user that we have taken in the model that we have created in backend. Then let's type here const response is equals to await keyword axios dot post method, as it will be our creation method, and it will be done on, let me define this API base URL here first. So for this let me scroll up, and now here let me type here const API underscore base is equals to, and here let me just go to our Chrome and copy this backend URL here, that is the localhost for 5000, and let me just paste it here. Remove the forward slash from here, or just add this forward slash slash API slash auth, and this slash API slash auth we are getting this from our server.js file. This is the slash API slash auth for our user. So now let me just scroll down here, and here let me just type here API base and slash register. So our register route will be passed here with the payload, and inside this just type here the headers, and the header will contain the content type here. The content type here, it will be application slash JSON. Now after this we are getting this await keyword error because the function is not an async function. So let's create it as a async function. Now there will be no error. Now let's type here if the response.data and the response.data.success. If this happens, then in that case it will show a toast.success, and inside this the toast will show that is account created successfully. And we are gonna pass here we are gonna just type here redirecting to login. Now after this let me just type here if the response.data.token, if the data.token generated, then the local storage will set that item, that is the token will be saved there with the name as token, and the response.data.token will be passed there. So our local storage will be saving that token here. Then if the response.data.user, if this is also present, then the local storage will again set the item as user, and inside this it gonna save the json.stringify method, and inside this it will be saving the response.data.user. Now it will be saving these details here. Then type here set timeout function, and inside this let me create an arrow function here, and inside this type here window dot location, let me just correct it, location dot href is equals to, it will be taking us to login page after a particular timeout, and the timeout length will be 1200 seconds, that is 1.2 seconds. Then in else case, if something went wrong, in that case it will show a toast.error, that is the response dot data dot message. If the error message is present, it will show that message. In else case, it will just show the error or the registration failed error here. Now let's go to our GitHub again, and let me just copy this catch block. If something went wrong for the server side, then it will just show you this error, and paste it over this catch block here. Now here let me create a finally block, and inside this just type a set is loading will become, let me just type a false here. Now after this let me just go to our sign up page here, and here let me just create a new account. As you can see on our MongoDB, till now we have only one account that we have registered. So let me just create a new account here. So we are gonna create this new, the username will be new. Let me just change the full name to new you, and date of birth, let me just give a date of birth manually 01/2000, and the password, let me just create a simple password here. And now here let me show the toggle functionality and sign up. So it shows that the phone number must be of length. Okay, we have to fix this. So now fixing this. So now it shows that you have created an account here, and on our MongoDB, let me refresh it again, and now you will be able to see there will be a new user registered. As you can see here, it is the new registered user having these details here. Now let's go back here to our login page, and let's fix our login here. So for this, let me just scroll up, and let me just copy this slash the API base URL, that is the backend URL, and paste it here. Then here we are gonna import the Axios from our Axios package. Then let me just scroll down, and here in our handle submit we have to remove this console.warn, as we don't require the warning. Then the set loading will be true as the initial it is given above, and we are gonna remove this let me just remove this function set timeout here, and now also remove this console.log here. Then let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block const payload is equals to, and inside this just type a email, as we are gonna take only two fields, that is the email that is coming from this form data.email.trim method, and we are gonna take the password for this login that is coming from this form data dot, let me type here password dot, again we are not gonna trim here, so type here const response is equals to await keyword axios.post method, and again it will be done on API base / login. So now let me just pass here the payload, and also inside this the headers will be passed here that will contain the content type here. It will be again application / JSON. Now again this await keyword error. So fix this. We have to make this function as an async function. Now after fixing this, let's me just show you this /login and this /register, how we are getting this both things from our server. So let me just go to our routes, and inside this we have defined this route, the /login and /register for this post method. So this is where we are getting this routes here. Now after this, let me just type here const data is equals to response dot data, and the data will store the data that is coming from there. Then type here if data and data dot success happens. In that case, if everything went fine, then in that case it will show a toast dot success, and inside this pass here the data dot message here, or it will just show that is login successful here. Now after sharing this, it will be redirecting to our home page. So here then type here if the data dot toast or just token, if the data dot token is saved, then in that case we are gonna save it to our local storage using the set item, and we are gonna set the token in our local storage, and the data dot token will be passed here. Then again that is the, let's create our try block, and inside this let's just type a const user to store, that is the user that we want to store, is equals to, it will be data dot user, or it will be, let me just type here email. So here we are gonna save here the email, that is the form data dot email, and we are gonna, let me just go to our GitHub, and here inside this login.jsx page, here let me just copy this. Here we are gonna set multiple things in our local storage. So let me just paste it. It is similar to the things that we have saved earlierly, the Cine auth, the logged in true, and the username, and the Cine user email with the user also. Then inside this catch block, if anything went wrong, then it will show a console.warning, that is the warn method, and it will show that is failed to persist full user details, that is. So now after this, let's type here a set timeout function, and now inside this let's create an arrow function here and type here window dot location dot href is equals to, it will take us to, let me just type here /route, that is the home page. Then after this it will be done in 1200 seconds, that is 1.2 seconds. Now in else case, if something went wrong during this, it will show a toast dot error, and the error will be error, let me just type a data dot message, that is the message if it shows any message, or else it will show that is login failed here. So it will showing this error here. Now let me just go back, and here let me just copy this catch block. If the error coming from the server will show, so let me just paste it over here. Now after this, let me create a finally block to stop this page from this loading state. So type here set is loading will be become false here, as it will be done here. Now after this, let me just change this history to .href, or just type here window.location.href, and here we are gonna just store it to /. Now let me just go back, and now let me log in it using the ID we have registered, that is the new@gmail.com, and let's give the password here. And now it shows that you are successfully logged in. And now let me just show you the application here, and inside this the local storage here, you can see we have these much details that is saved inside it. Now it will also store this token here that is coming from our token, then the user details. And now let me just close this. Now here let me just go to our GitHub again, and let's go to our release page, and here let me just copy this placeholder, and here on our release page.jsx let me paste it here. Then let me just type here const API underscore base is equals to, and inside this let me just go to our login page, and here let me just copy this backend URL and let me paste it again inside this. Now after this, let me just remove this data, as this data will be coming from the server now, so we won't be needing this hard coded data, that is the dummy data. So now to get this image from the uploads folder, we are gonna create this function. So let me just copy and paste the function to get upload URL and paste it here. So again, it is similar to what we have done in our admin panel. It is coming this URL from our uploads folder, that is using this https:// and it is coming from this uploads folder. Then we are going to map our movie from that is coming from our server side. So for that we are going to map these movies. So let me just copy this function also, and here let me just paste it here. So here we are going to map these details that is coming from our server side here, as we are going to map these things here. Now after this, let me just type here const, and here let me just type here a state, that is the movie comma set movies is equals to a use state hook, and inside this the initial value will be empty array, as there will be movies coming from our server side. Then type here const loading comma set loading is equals to again a use state hook, and the initial value will be true here, as it will show the loading state here. Then type here const error comma set error, it will again show you the error state here is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be null. Then after this, type here a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function here, and here let's type here const let cancelled is equals to false. Then create an async function, and inside this name of the function will be load, and now inside this let me just type here set loading. Here at its starting it will become true again. Then the set error here it will become null at the starting. Then let's create a try catch block, and now inside this try block let me just type here URL is equals to, and here pass here the API base / API / movies, and here we are gonna pass here the question mark. Type of the movie it will be equals to release soon, and the limit we are gonna set it for 100 movies. Now after this, how we are getting this /API /movie, it is coming from this server route, that is the /API /movie, and here let me just show, this is the get route. We are using this to get the movies, and inside this we are getting this limit using this here. Now let me just go back, and here we are also getting the type there. So let me just type a const response is equals to an await keyword, and type a fetch method, and we are gonna fetch it using this URL. Then type here if the response dot OK doesn't happen, if the response is not found, then it will throw a new error, and let me just type here error, and inside this error let me just type here HTTP, and response dot status will be passed here. Then type here const JSON is equals to await keyword, and inside this pass here the response.json. Then let's type here const items is equals to, and inside this type here array dot is array, and here we are gonna pass here the json dot items. Now again let me just type here, if it is json if it is array, then in that case json dot items, else it will be array dot is array, and pass here the json dot data. Again if it is json dot data, then in that case it will be json dot data, else it will be empty array. Now after this let me just type a const mapped is equals to, and here we are going to map our items with, or it will be empty array dot map function, and inside this we are going to map our map backend movie to UI, then the function we have called above. Then if the cancel doesn't happen, in that case just set the movies, and inside this we are gonna set it to mapped movies, that is saved here. Now in case of any error, let me just type here console.error, and here we are gonna console the error as failed to load from our server, and here the error will be passed here. Then type here if the cancel doesn't happen, then in that case it will just set the error, that is to fail to load from our server side, or failed to load from the releases movie here. And in finally block we are gonna just type here if the cancel doesn't happen, then again it will set the loading here, the state for the loading here become false here. And now after this just call here the load function here, and inside this create a return function also, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this type here cancelled is equals to true. Now we are gonna do it for one. Each time we refresh this page it will be just getting re-render here. So now here let's go to releases soon. So now it shows the picture that is going to be released soon, that we have added using this add-on panel. So now let's go, and here let me just scroll down, and by this we have completed our release page. And now let me just copy this API base, and here let's go to this movies.jsx, and here let me just paste it here. Now add a double inverted commas here, and now after this let me just go to our GitHub, and inside this movies.jsx here let me just copy these functions, and let me just paste it. Now let me just paste it here. So this placeholder is similar to the placeholder we have used there, and this upload URL, so here we are getting the movie image using from the uploads folder here. And now after this let me just go to our release page, and here let me just copy this use state hook, the 3 use states hook, and paste it here after this, and let me just import this use state hook here. And now after this here let's type here a use effect hook, and now create an arrow function here. Now inside this type here const AC is equals to new abort controller. Now after this let me type here set loading, here it will start with the true. So then we are gonna set the error here as null. Then after this let me just type here an async function, and let's give here the name of the function, here it will be load featured movie. And now inside this create a try catch block here, and now inside this try block let's type here const URL is equals to, let's create the URL as API base / API / movies, and here we are gonna pass here it will be question mark, and the featured movie is equals to true, and the limit here we are gonna set the limit for 6, as we only want to show the featured movie for 6 here. And how we are getting this /API /movie? So let me just show you. This is the /API /movie we are getting, and here this limit and the featured, let me just show you how I am getting this. So let me just go to this, and inside this get movies, and inside this get movies we are getting this type here, as well as the limit we are setting this here. Now let me close all this, and now after this let's type here const response is equals to await keyword fetch, and we are gonna fetch it using this URL, and we are gonna pass here the signal, and the signal will be AC.signal. Then let me just type here if the response.ok doesn't happen, in that case it will just throw a new error, and inside this we are gonna pass here the error name as fetch error, and here we are gonna pass here the error as, let me just pass here the response.status. Now after this let me just cut this here and paste it here the backtick, and then let's type here const JSON is equals to await keyword, and it will be response.json. Then type here const items is equals to, and here the item will store this JSON.items. If it is, then it will be array.isArray, and inside this we are gonna pass here the JSON. Then if it is, then it will be JSON. In else case it will be empty array. that the items are not present here. Then let's type a const fetch featured movie featured only. Then in that it will be storing this item dot filter, and inside this we are gonna filter here the IT, that is the movie, and here we are gonna type here the IT dot featured is equals to, let me just type here true, so it will only show you the featured movie, or it will be just show you that is the is featured, let me type here is featured is equals to true, so it will be showing this also. Then let me just type a string, and inside this let's pass here the IT dot type is equal, or let me just type a dot two lowercase, and here inside this let me just type here is equals to featured movie, so that is the featured. So by this we are gonna filter it, and the filter will be stored inside this featured only. Then we are gonna set the movies as featured only here dot slice, and we are gonna slice the movie. If there is more, then it will be only showing this 0,6, that is only 6 movies will be visible on the UI, and we are gonna set the loading as false here. Then if in case of any error, just type here if the error dot name is equals to, let me just type here abort. So if the name is equals to abort error, then it will return. Then let's type here console dot error, and inside this console we are gonna pass here the movies loading error, that and here we are gonna pass here the error, that is the ERR. Then we are gonna set the error, this time it will be setting the error as failed, let me just type here failed to load movies coming from the server, and here now after this we are gonna set the loading here as it will be become false here. Now after this let me just go to our release to our movies page. Okay, I think let me just type here this load featured movies, and then this function will be called, and we are gonna return, and we are gonna create an arrow function here and type here ac dot abort, and now it will be done each time we reload this page. Now let me just scroll down, and here let me just pass here the loading state here and create a div tag here. Let's give class name to this div. It will be text gray 300, padding from y-axis will become 12, and text center, and inside this just type here loading movies dot dot dot, and now if it is loading state it will show this error. Then create another div tag and give class name to this div, and it will be, let me just type an else case, that is it is for this error case. So if the error occurs, then it will show you this class name text rate 400, padding from y-axis again will be 12, and text center, and inside this we are gonna pass the error here. Now again in else case, if everything is working fine, that is the movies dot length is equals to 0. If in that case we don't have any movie length, then we are gonna create a div and give class name text gray 400, padding from y-axis will be 12, and text center. Then we are gonna pass here the no featured movies here, that is we don't get this movies here. Then if in else case, if everything works fine, let me just cut this div here, and here let me just paste it here. Then let me just go to our GitHub, and here let me copy this movie.map, and here after this paste it here. Then let me just copy this function also and paste it here. Now after pasting this, let me fix this issue here. So let me remove all this, and now let me just close this here. Now after this scroll up, and here, or just let me just change this bracket also, and now let's scroll up, and here let me just type here a return statement, and inside this we are gonna return, and we won't be needing this visible movies. And now after this the error will become fine, and now just change this key to movie ID, change it to from m.id to movie ID, and the route will be changed to movie ID. Then the src here it will be changed to image src, and the alternate here it will be changed to title, Then let me just type here the on error. If something if the image is not found, then we are gonna pass here the event and type here event dot current target dot src is equals to, and we are gonna pass here the placeholder. Now after this, let me just change this to movie id, and here it will be changed to m. The will be removed from title and category. Now let's see. Still we are getting this okay, it is the movie featured movie. Okay, so here it shows that no featured movie is found. So here let me just enter a featured movie here. So for this, let me just select a movie here. Then let's give the name of the movie, and let me just fill all of these details for this featured movie. Now here we are gonna select the auditorium, then the trailer, then let me just change this rating, the minutes, then let me just add a slot here for this featured movie, and let me just change this timing to PM. Then let me just type here the story, and now let's give the cast image, one cast image, then the director image. Let me just name them, and here let me define this role also for that, and here the producer image. Now after this, let me just add this movie. So now on our featured movie, if I refresh this, you will be able to see this featured movie is coming here, and now this is working fine. And if I open it, it takes us to that MongoDB URL. That's the MongoDB ID. So let me just refresh it again. Now it's all working fine. Now after this, we have completed this movies page also. So now let me close this, and here let me go to components inside this movies and movie page, and let's create this movie page from here. So for this, we are going to make changes. So let me just go to our movies. This is this page, and here let me remove this movies from here, and here let me just go back to our GitHub, and inside this movie page.jsx, here let me copy these functions here with the const variable, and let me just paste it here. Now also we need to define this const. Let me just go to our movies, and let me just copy this API base URL, that is the backend URL, and paste it here. Now after this, let me just here in this function again we are getting the photo pictures from the uploads folder, and this category list will show you the category list. This is also given below, and here we are gonna get this category that we have, that will act as a filter also. So now let's go back to our GitHub, and here let me just copy this map backend movie. So let me just paste it here, map backend movie. So here we are gonna map the movie using this function. We are gonna map these details: the ID, the title, the raw image of that movie, the thumbnail, that is the image, and the category we are gonna map here. And this is the placeholder we are getting. If in case the image or the thumbnail is not found, it will show you this placeholder. Now here we are gonna map the category as and it will act as a filter also. Now after this, let me remove these quotes from here, and now let's go to our movies.jsx and copy these state hooks, and here let me just paste them here. Now after this we have to remove this category list from here, and now after this we have to create a use effect hook again, and inside this create an arrow function here, and now type here const AC is equals to about controller, and then type here let mounted is equals to become true, then type here async function, and let's give here the name of the function will be load. Then inside this type here set loading at starting, it will become true here, and then the set error here at starting, it will become null. Now after this create a, let me just type here try catch block here, and let's, after creating this try catch block, inside this try block let me just type here const URL is equals to, again we are gonna pass here the API base /API/movies and inside this the type here it will be for the normal movies, and the limit we are gonna set here for the normal movies will be 200. Then type here const response is equals to await keyword, type here fetch, and here we are gonna pass here the URL. Then inside this pass here the signal as ac.signal. Then after this let's type here if the response dot OK doesn't happen, then it will again throw a new error, and the name of the let me just pass here the error as, let me just type here backtick and type here http, and it will be response.status. Then type here const json is equals to await keyword, and inside this type here response.json. Then type here const items is equals to, it will be array.isArray, and inside this we are gonna pass here the json here dot items. Now if it is, then it will be again the json dot let me type here items, else it will be empty array. Now let me just close this here. Then let's type here const mapped is equals to items dot map function, and inside this we are gonna map here the map backend movies, and then type here if the mounted is found, then in that case just type here set movies and it will be mapped here. Now let me type here set loading, the after mapping will become false here. And now let me just go and let's copy this cache block if in case something went wrong. Let me just copy and paste this cache block. After this don't just paste it after this, and remove this cache block from here, and remove these things from here. And now inside this let me just type here load, and here create an return statement and create an arrow function here, and inside this return let me just type here the mounted is equals to become false here, and type here ac dot abort. Now after this let me just close this here now, and type here this and close this. So now after this let's go to our page and let's refresh it. It shows some error, that is let me check the error. Filter movies is not defined. Okay, to define this filter movies, let me just type here const, let me just type here filter movies is equals to, and type here react dot, it will be use memo hook and create an arrow function here, and type here if the active category is equals to all, in that case it will just return, and we are gonna return here the, let me just type here movies, and now type here return movies dot filter, and here we are gonna filter it using this map movie, that is, and create an arrow function and type here string, and inside this string let me just pass here the movie dot categories category, or it will be empty dot to lower case function here. Now is equals to, it will be equals to this string and active category, or it will be empty dot to lower case. And now after this let me just pass here the movies and the active category here. Now after this, now let me just correct this and update this to category list, and now let's go back and refresh it. So now it shows the error. Okay, here we have to define this type of this, it will be become button here for the filter movies, and here we have to update it as or we don't now here we have to just define here the loading state also. So for this loading state here, let me just type here create a div tag. Let me just type here div tag, and here for this loading state just type here the text will become, padding from y-axis will become 12, and text center and text gray 300, and here just type here loading movies. Then if in else case if the error occurs, in that case just create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be padding from y-axis will be 12, text center and text rate 400. and inside this we are going to pass here the error. Then in else case, that is, let me just type here empty fragments, and let's cut this div from below and paste it inside this, that it will show you no movies found if something went wrong. Now again it shows the error, that is the abort controller, you please use new operator. Okay, to fix this issue, let me just scroll up and let me just type here new, as we have forgot to type here. And now after adding this new, let's go, and now you will be able to see there is only one movie that is coming from here, and for this category it is not present. So now, as you can see on our list, we have this 4 movies, but in normal it is only one movie, so it shows this one movie is present here. So now by this we have also completed our movies page. So by this we have completed this. So now let me just close this and now go to trailers. Now here let's type a const, and again let me just copy this API based URL and let me just paste it here. Then let me just remove this trailers data that is coming from our dummy files. So let me just go back, and here let me just go to our trailers.jsx, and here let me just copy this whole functions from here, and let me just go and let me just paste it here. Now here again we are just getting this placeholder from this, and get upload URL will get you the uploads URL that is coming from the uploads folder, the image. Then this format duration will show you the duration for the format, that is the timing, that is in hour or minutes. Then here we are gonna map the movie to trailers here. So here we are gonna map these things to our trailer, that is we are mapping these directors, producer and singer images, also the details coming from above, that is, and if that is the image is not founded or not placed, then it will just be uploaded by this place URL placeholder thumbnail. So if the pic is not present, then okay, else it will just show the placeholder thumbnail here, and it will show you these details, that is the movie ID, the title, the thumbnail, the video URL, the duration, the year, the genre, the description, the credits of that particular trailer here. Now after this let me just type here const trailers comma set trailers is equals to a use state hook, and inside this the initial value will be empty array. Then let's go and let me just copy this use state hooks for loading and error state and paste it here. Then here let me just type here use effect hook, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this type here const AC is equals to new abort controller. Now here after this type here set loading here at starting, it will be true here. Then set errors here, it will be starting, it will become null. Then let me just type here async function, and the name of the function will be load, and now inside this create a try catch block here. Now inside this try block let's type here const URL is equals to pass here the API base /API/ movies, and here the type is equals to latest trailer, and the limit is equals to, let me just keep it to 50 here. Now after keeping it, then let me just go to our movies, and let me just copy these 4 lines from here movie page and paste it here. Now after pasting this, let me just type here, let me just correct this URL API, that is not AOI. And how we are getting this again, let me just show you one time more, that is this is coming from this /API/movies, and inside this movie router here we are getting this get movie function, and inside this we are getting this type as well as the limit for this latest trailer. Now let me just close this here, and now after this let me just type here the const mapped is equals to, we are going to map here the items dot map, and inside this we are going to map here to map movie to trailer item, and type here console.log, and here we are going to console the map data here, as well as we are going to type here the set trailers, and here we are going to set the trailer as mapped. Now type a set featured trailer. Here we are gonna set it again to mapped and with the 0th index, or it will be null as the starting. Then let's type a set loading will become here false once it is found. Then in case of any error, let me just correct it to err. And now in case of any error, just type here if the error dot name is equals to about error, then in that case let me just return. Then type here console dot, let me just type here console dot error, and inside this error we are gonna pass here the error as failed to load from our server, that is the failed to load the trailers from our server, and pass here the err. Now after this, let me just type here the set error, and here we are gonna set the error as again failed to load from our server. Now after this, let me just type a set loading here, again it will become false. And now after this, we have to call this load function, and then type a return and create an arrow function here, and let me just type a ac dot about here. Then it will be done each time we reload this page. And now after this, let me just scroll down to our this, and let me just define the state for our loading. So type a if loading is happening, in that case just return, and inside this create a div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div. It will be trailer styles dot container, and here you will be getting this container if you have this updated dummy styles here. So type here another div tag, and the class name will be this class name text grade 300, and let's type here the loading trailers. Now then we have to define the state for our error. So type if the error happens, then in that case again it will return a div, and let's give the class name to this div. It will be, let me just type here trailer styles dot container, and inside this create a div tag, and let's give class name. Padding from y-axis will become 12, again text center, and text, let me just type here text red will be 400, and here we are gonna pass here the error. Now after defining the state, let me just type here const data to render is equals to trailers, or it will be empty array. Now let's go, and here let me just check. So it shows a error, and the error here it says that is trailer data is not defined. Okay, so let me just scroll down here, and here we have to change this trailer data to render. This will become to data to render, and now let's go back. Again it shows the error, the trailers data. Let me just scroll down here to this and change this to thumbnail if present, else it will be placeholder thumbnail. Again change it to data to render to slice this. Then again the src will be changed to placeholder thumbnail, and here let me just check. And also in the top here, the where we have defined the state, there you have to change this data trailers, remove this, and it will be empty array. Now let me refresh this, and now let me just scroll down here, and now you will be able to see this one data that is coming for our trailer, that is this trailer, and it will show you these details that we are getting for this images also. Now let me just cross this, and now if I play this, it will open our trailer here. Now let me refresh it again, and now our latest trailer is also working fine. Now let's go back, and let me just close all of this from the top, and here let me just go to our front end, and inside this seed selector page home. Now here inside this seed selector page, let me just go to our GitHub, and here for this seed selector page home, let me just copy this whole code. This whole code is already given on the GitHub for the seed selector page, also for the seed selector home page, the movie details page, and for this here you will be getting this one error, and here let me just fix this one error, that is for this. And now after fixing this error, let me just go, and now here let me just go back to our seed select, or let me just explain you this. So here this is the API we are using, the localhost 5000, Then again, this is for the helper functions that we have created earlierly. The auth token we are getting and the JWT token, that is we are getting from the local storage. Then this slash API slash movie and the movie ID that will be opening here, and this is the movie ID that will show you that particular movie ID. So this thing is coming from this slash API slash movie, and for this movie ID we are getting this get movie by ID, and here we are using this ID for this uniqueness, that is the movie ID params. Then after scrolling down, let me just scroll down till here, and here we are just navigating it to our movie ID, or it will be movies, that is when we come back here, in else case, that is. So now after this, let me just scroll down to our, now to get this auth token. So here we are getting this to our API, that is the booking API. So here we are gonna filter the paid booking. So for this we are getting this from slash API slash bookings, and here it is, let me just here we are sending this authorization as bearer token will be passed here, and let me just add this comment here, that is this is for the seats that are already booked. So it will get you the seat that are already booked by that user using this bearer token that you want to book, or it is already booked, that is it will get you there that bookings in the data using this auth token. Now here let me also add another comment, that is using token it will seat the booked seat as selected here. So here inside this function where we are gonna show the occupied seat, so this occupied seat will be here using this function also, the fetch booked. So it will fetch you the book, that is if it is the seat is already booked, it will show you this function. In else case, it will again take you to occupied seat, that is the seat is already occupied, then it will show you this function here. This whole function is built for this total here, that is for the seat booking purpose. Now after this, let me just add here a single comment also, that is this function will show you, that is it will just get you the seat that are occupied by some other customer, or it can be booked by you own self, yourself, that is, and this will just create the booking here, get the booking details here using this function here. Now let me scroll down, and now to create the booking here, let me just scroll down, and here this is how we are gonna open the Stripe payment gateway. And in this function, let me just type here this confirm booking. So this function helps in creation of a booking to the server, and it opens up the Stripe payment gateway here. So here this is the function that will open the payment gateway for our booking, that is, and it will be a post method as it will be for the creation of the booking, and here it is coming from the slash API slash booking again, and to create a post method it will be using this auth middleware. So we are sharing this token here as the authorization is token, so we are sharing this, and the new booking will be stored inside this storage key inside our local storage here. Now let me scroll down here, and now after this is the whole UI we have built earlierly. So this is our seat selector home page. Now let's go to our seat selector page here, and again let's go to our GitHub, and here again let me just copy this whole code again, and let me just go back and paste it over here. Now once you have pasted it again, let me just fix this issue. Now after fixing this issue, let me just go back, and now it is working fine. So now inside this our movie detail page, let me just again copy this whole code for this movie detail page also, and let me just copy and paste it over this page is the movie detail page. And now here let me just correct this import here again, and now let me just copy this code for this movie detail page home also, and let me just update this on our movie detail page home. Let me just correct this here. Now after this, let me just refresh the page here, and now you will be able to see this page for our movie and this seat selector page also. And here on our home, you will be able to see this for the featured movie also, the page here. Now after this, now let me just go to our seat selector home, seat selector page home and seat selector page. The both of them are similar, so let me just add a comment here, that is it is similar to our seat selector page home, that is, so each of them are similar to each other. So let me just, after adding this comment, we have completed this page also. So now let me just explain you this page. So before this, let me just add a comment here, that is also similar. Let me just type here, it is also similar to our movie detail page here, that is. So now let me just close this, and now here we have to explain this. So here we are using this API base, that is the backend URL. Then these functions are used as previously for this, so it is for that only. And this get image URL will be getting the image from our uploads folder using this http://. So it will get the image from our uploads folder. Now after this, let me scroll down, and here let me just show you, this is the get function. So here we are gonna get the movie detail using this for that particular movie, and it will be fetch method. So here we are gonna fetch it using this /API/movie, and for this fetch method we are just using this ID feature, that is it will get you the particular movie that you want to see the detail of that particular movie. So it will get you these details inside it using this ID. Now let me just scroll down, and now let me scroll down till here. Now again you will be able to see the get function to get the booking, as it will be our use effector. So it will be getting this movie using this /API/bookings, and here to get this movie using this movie ID, we are using this ID. For this list movie we are using this. So now let me just go down, and now here this is the blocking status, how we are gonna block our movie. So we are gonna block it here. Then let me scroll down, and here open trailer, it will convert the latest trailer into an object. Then it will redirect us to the builder selector path, that is it will take us to this route inside this. And let me add a comment here for this, that is it take us to that particular seat selector page. Now after adding this, let me just scroll down, and now after this we have this only this return statement, that is the UI that we have built previously in our front end. So now let's go and test for our movies. Now inside this, now let me just book this for our time here. Let me select the seats here, and let me select multiple seats here, and now you will be able to see that we have selected the seat, and it will show you the total number of seats that are selected. Using this pricing, it is giving you the total amount of that 14 seats that you have booked, and the seat selectors that you have selected the seat are shown here. Once I click on this confirm booking, it will open a Stripe payment gateway, and inside this Stripe payment gateway, let me search here for this Stripe test card on our Chrome browser, and let me just open this first link, and we have to scroll down till we see the card by country. Once we see this card by country, we have to search here for India. Let me just type here India, and we have to copy this and paste it here, the card information. Then the month will be for the future, also the year will be for the future. Now after this, the CV will be 3-digit. So let me just type here this, and the full name here, it will be for the HDS. Then let me just add here the email, and now let me add here the email, then pay here. Now after the payment is done, it will take us to this and you will be getting this session ID. Later we are gonna fix this issue. And okay, it got crashed. Let me refresh it again. Now here, after refreshing it again, you will be able to see to this bookings, you will be able to see there is 2 booking that we have done, and inside this booking you will be able to see the movie that we have booked, the fighter movie, and the poster of that movie will be coming here. Then the seats, the Audi we have selected, the Audi 2, and the seat that we have selected is this seat. It will show you the type of the seat, that is either it is recliner or it can be standard here, and according to that the prices is also shown here. Then the total money is shown and the status is still pending, and the payment status is also pending. So you will be able to see these details are coming here. Once they are pending, now what will happen, let me just go back here, and here on our movies you will be able to see that let me just go. So here there is no booking for this. You can book it again if you want, but if you go to our dashboard page, sorry, to your bookings page, you will be able to see there is no booking on our admin panel. Why it is happening? Because the payment status was pending. It is not paid. If you want to show that booking, you have to change it to paid here, and let me just do it manually here this time. Later we are gonna set it here. So now once it is paid here, now on our movies, for this movie you will be able to see the seats are getting blocked by that user, and on our bookings you will be able to see the booking is present here using these seats here. The seat that are booked 5, 6, 7, 8 of E, it is the similar for the E row 5, 6, 7, 8 we have booked in the recliner. So now this functionality is all working fine for this, and now let me just go back and let me just close all this. Now to fix this, first let us go back, and now let me just go to our front end and in our bookings. So let's create our bookings page first. So for that let me just go to this booking.jsx, and now before creating this bookings page, let me show you the details that I have filled using the admin panel. Here you will be able to see the multiple trailers listed. There are many more movies I have listed here. The releases also, you can add these details from the admin panel here. And now here in this featured movies, it shows only 3 movies, whereas I have listed here a total of 9 movies. So why? Let me fix it here, but before that let me just also show you that let me just go to our backend inside this movies controller, and let me just change this limit to 500 and something. You can just keep it to 1000 on any else number you want. And here you on the add-on panel, now once you click on all, it will show you 33. But if I just change it to 12, what will happen? It will only show you the movies that are listed will become here 12 here. Now as you can see, it is 12 here. So let's change this limit to, let me just change it to 500 something. And here on this movies page, let's just change this limit to 100. Now once you have changed the limit to 100, let me just go, and now you will be able to see that we have this featured movies coming here, the total number of 6 here. Now after fixing this issue, let me just go back, and now let me just close all this. And now inside this front end, inside this SRC, first let's create the payment verification page so that we can verify the payment here, and then we are gonna create our bookings page. So now let's type here RAFCE inside this payment verification page, and now let's create the route here. So now inside this routes tag, let's create a route tag. The path here, it will be /success, and the element we are gonna render here will be, let me just type here, let me import this verify payment page here, and let me just close this, and let's create another route here. Let me just type here the route here, and the path here, it will be on /cancel, and the element that we are gonna render here, it will be again the verify payment page here. Let me close this, and now let me just go back, and the verify payment page is successfully imported here. Now here let's type here import, and here we are gonna import our Axios from our Axios package. Then inside this let's type here const status message comma set status message is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value here it will be verifying payment. Then after this let's type here const, and here we are gonna pass here the navigate is equals to, and we are gonna use the use navigate hook. Then we are gonna type here const location. Let me type here const location is equals to use location hook. These both hooks will be imported using this React Router DOM. Then type here const search is equals to location dot search, or it will be empty. Then after this let me just create a use effect hook, and inside this create an arrow function here. And now let me just type here let cancelled is equals to, it will become false at starting, then it will be defined as false starting. Then type here const verify payment is equals to an async function, and now create an arrow function here, and inside this type here const params is equals to new URL search params, and inside this pass here the search here. Now after this let me just go to our GitHub, and here inside this verify payment page let me just copy these details and let me just paste it here. So here we are going to get this raw session ID will be the session ID that is coming from the URL that we have just seen here. Then the raw session ID will be stored inside the session ID here. Then the payment status will get the payment status as paid or cancelled here, and the token will store the token coming from the local storage here. Now type here if the payment status is equals to cancel. If the payment status is equals to cancelled, in that case it will just navigate us to, so it will navigate us to on slash, that is the our home page, and it will replace here, it will become true, and then it will just return here. Now after this again if the session ID, that is if the session ID is not found, then in that case it will set the status message as, it will show the message as no session ID provided in the URL. Now after this it will just return this message here again. Now after this if, let's create a try catch block here, and now inside this try block let me just type here set status message is will be here the confirming payment, so it will show you the confirming payment with the server. And here after showing this message let's type here const, and here let's go to our movies page, and let me just copy the backend URL, and let me just copy and paste this const API base here. So now this will be our backend URL. Then let's type here const response is equals to await keyword axios.get method, and here we are gonna get it on, let me just type here the API base slash API slash bookings. Let me just fix it as we need to add the backtick here, and now it will just change it to bookings, and this will be changed to API, not, let me just add here slash API slash bookings. Then it will be done on slash payment confirm payment, and then inside this we are gonna pass here the params, and the params here will contain the session ID, and the headers will be containing here the token. If founded, then it will be authorization, and we are gonna send the token here as the bearer and pass here the token. And in else case, let me just type here, in else case it will be empty. And the timeout, let me just set here the timeout as, let's set the timeout for 15 seconds, that is 15,000. Now how I am getting this route slash API slash bookings? So this is our slash API slash booking, and for our confirm payment we are getting this confirm payment, and it's a get method, so we are using this get method here, that is this get method. Now after this try block, inside this let me just type here if the cancelled happen, in that case it will return nothing. Then type here if the response dot data dot, let me just change it to success. If the response dot data dot success happens, in that case it will set the message as payment confirmed, and we are redirecting. Then it will navigate us to on slash bookings page with the bookings. Also we are gonna pass here the replace here, it will be true here. Then we are gonna set the type, we are gonna return this status. Then in else case, if the response.data doesn't happen success, so it will show a message, const message is equals to response.data dot message. Let me just change message, and or it will be payment verification failed or payment not completed. Now after this, it will just set the message as message msg. Now let me just copy the catch block, that is the error block here, and here let me just paste it over here. So this is our catch block, and now after this, here we have to call this verify payment page payment function, and then we are gonna return and create an arrow function here and type here cancelled is equals to true here. Now after this, let me just pass here the search, and also we are gonna pass here the navigate. Now after this, let me just create a div tag here, and now inside this div, let's give here the class name, and the class name will contain the min height screen, flex, item center, justify center. Let me just type here justify center. Then the text will be white and padding from all sides will be 4. Then another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be text will be center, then max width will be large, and inside this we'll create a paragraph tag and give class name, it will be margin bottom will be 2. Then here let's pass here the status message. Then another paragraph tag, and let's give class name to this paragraph. It will be text will be small and opacity will be 70. And here let's give the paragraph here, that is if this page shows session ID not found, try copying the session ID from your browser URL and verify it with your backend logs or contact support here. Now after writing this paragraph, we have completed our verification page also. So now let's go and let's check for this verification. So let me just select a movie here, and let me just select the time slot with the date, and let me just select multiple seats here. Now once we have selected the multiple seats, let's confirm the booking here. Okay, we have to log in here. So once I have logged in again using the credentials, let me just again select the seats here and confirm this booking. So once I have confirmed this booking, let me just add this card here and the payment here. Let me just pay it. Now once the payment is done, now it takes us to our bookings page with the booking. So now on our MongoDB, so now I haven't used this MongoDB, so let me just go to our DB that I am using right now. So now in this movie here, this is the data that I am getting for this. Let me just show you, this is the data for this, and the seats that I have selected here, the standard seat as well as the recliner. The payment status shows as confirmed, and the status is confirmed. And the movie, let me just show you the movie name. The title is skill that we have booked here. Now after this, let me just close this, and now here let me just go to our SRC, and now let's create our bookings page. So let me just remove this, and here let me just type here import. So here we are gonna import our bookings page style from our, it will be coming from our /asset/dummy styles. So here we are going to use this particular CSS property for our this booking page component. Also we have to import two more things, that is the format time and the format duration. Now after this, let's install this npm i QR code in our terminal. How I am getting this QR code? Let me just search for QR code in our npm in our Chrome, and this is the first link. You can just copy this npm install QR code, or you can just type it directly. Now again npm run dev in your terminal, and let me just close this here. So this QR code will help us in generating this QR for our bookings. So now After this, let me just go and let's import our, so here we are gonna import our QR code from our QR code package. Then we have to import this Axios from our Axios package, that is. And now after this, let me just go to our movies page and let me just copy the backend URL, that is the API base URL. And now after this, let's create a function, and inside this function we are gonna get the stored token, and we are gonna get it using this, we are gonna return here, and we are gonna get this using this local storage.get item, and we are gonna get this token, or we have, if not token present, then it can be local storage.get item, and here we are gonna get the auth token, or we can get this local storage.get item, and inside this we are gonna get the access token here. If any of them is not present, then it will be null here. Now after this, let me just go to our GitHub here, and inside this let me just search for booking.jsx, and here let me copy these states, multiple state hook, and paste it here. Then let me just import this use state hook here, and now this booking will store the booking that is coming from our server. Then this QR will generate the QR. Then the expand will show you more details about the movie that you have booked. The scan details will help you in scanning the details, and this loading and error state will state the management the state here. And let's import our use navigate hook also, that is coming from our React Router DOM package. Now after this, let's go back, and here let me just copy this function here. Let me just first let me just scroll down, and let me just copy this whole function, and let me just paste it after this here. Now after pasting this, let me just, so here we are going to compute our amount, that is the total price. It will return the price that we have booked for our booking, and it will be showing this as like this, the total, subtotal, and the seat length will be present here using this function. Now let's create the function to fetch our, so for that let's create a use effect hook, and now create an arrow function inside this, and let's type here let mounted is equals to true. Then let's create an async function. Let me type here function, and the name of the function here, it will be fetch my bookings. And now inside this, let me just create set loading here, and inside this here it will be true at starting, and the set errors here it will be empty. Then let me just go, and here let's create a track hash block here, and here let me just then type a const token is equals to, and it will be get stored token. So we are gonna get the token from there. Then type here if the token is not found, then in that case just type here, we are gonna navigate us itself to on /login, as the token must be required to make it authentic, and it will return this. Then type here let response, and then let's create a try catch block again, and now inside this try block let's type here response is equals to await keyword and axios.get method, and here we are gonna get the from the slash from the API slash API base slash API slash bookings slash my, and here inside this we are gonna pass here the headers, and in headers we are gonna pass here the authorization, and it will be backtick, type here bearer and space, and pass here the token here. Now after this, let me just type here the timeout here. The timeout here, it will be for 15 seconds, that is 15,000. Now how we are getting this slash API slash booking slash my, let me show you this. Let me just go to our server.js file, and inside this slash booking slash API and this slash my, and that requires the auth middleware, that is for the authentication, that is the token we are passing, this bearer token. Now after this, in case of any error that happens during this get method, then the response will fetch from the await keyword axios.get method, and this time we are gonna get it on API base slash API slash bookings, and here we are gonna pass here again we are gonna pass here the headers as authorization will be backtick bearer, and we are gonna pass here the token again, and the timeout here, let me just set the timeout as 15,000, that is the 15 seconds. Now after this, let's go and let me just copy these detail that we are gonna get using this function, and here till this, let me just copy and paste it here. So now we are gonna get these details and we are gonna mount it as a normalize here, and we are gonna get these details from for our booking here. Now in case of any error, let me just copy the error block also, and here let me just copy and paste it over this catch block here. Now after pasting it, let me just fix this issue that is coming here, and let me just okay, now the issue is fixed. And now after this, let's create the function to generate our QR. So here this function will generate the QR for our booking. So for that, let me just go and let me just copy this use effect hook and till this, and let me just copy and paste this whole function here to generate our QR here. So here we are gonna generate our QR using this use effect hook, and here we are gonna handle the scanning for the done for our QR here. So here let me add a comment here, that is to scan the QR and get the details of that particular booking will be shown inside that QR here. And now let me just remove this and now create a div tag here. And first let me just create a toggle function also. So for this, let's create our toggle function. So type here const toggle, let me type here toggle is equals to, and here pass here the ID and create an arrow function here, and type here set expanded here for the view more detail. It will be previous and create an arrow function, and inside this type here dot 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 previous, and we are gonna pass here the ID will be showing the not previous ID. Now after this, let me just create a close function also. So type here const close model is equals to create an arrow function here, and here we are gonna set the scan details as null here. Now again let me just add here the brackets for this, and here also. Now let me remove this semicolon and now create a class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot, let's pass here the page container, then create another div tag and let's give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot main container. Then inside this, let's create a header tag, and inside this header tag, let's give class name as booking page styles dot header. Then inside this, create a h1 tag. Let's give class name to this heading tag as it will be booking page styles dot title, and inside this we are gonna pass here the title as your tickets. Now after this, create a div tag and let's give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot, let me pass here the subtitle, and inside this pass here the subtitle as present QR at your entry. So you can just scan your QR to get the details. So now if the loading state, if it is in loading state, create a div tag, and here we are gonna give a class name first, and here it will be booking page styles dot loading, and inside this let me just pass here the loading booking details. And now after this, if it is in not loading state and the error occurs, if it is not in loading state and the error occurs, then in that case create a div tag and pass here the booking page styles dot error, and here we are gonna pass here the error. Now after this, let's create another div tag, and here let's give class name to this div. It will be booking page styles dot grid. Now inside this, let me just pass here the bookings dot length is equals to 0. In that case, if and the loading is not happening, if it is not happening, then create a div tag, and if the length is 0 of the booking, it will be showing this booking page styles dot book no bookings, and inside this we are gonna just pass here that is no bookings found here. Now in else case, if the booking is found, then it will be bookings.map, and we are going to map here the booking and create an arrow function here. And inside this, let me type a const total is equals to compute total, and it will be for the booking. Then we are going to type a const is open is equals to, and inside this it will be not and not open, that is it will be open here, as expanded will be booking.id. Let me change it to array. Then now after this, let's go to our GitHub, and here let's copy this return statement and till this, and let me just copy and paste it here. Now after this, after pasting this, you will be able to get, but you will be getting multiple error first. So now let's fix it each. So first is the film. So now let me scroll up, and after this let's import. So here we are gonna import our film from our Lucidity React package. Now after this, let's go, and here it is clock here that is coming. So let me just copy and paste this clock here. Then it shows the error as map pin is not defined. Okay, we have to define the map pin. So let's give a comma and type here map pin. Then it will show the error as QR code is not defined. QR code is not defined. Let me just pass here the QR code. Okay, we have imported the wrong icon. So here let me just import the icon as QR code. Now after importing this correctly, it will show the icon as chevron down is not defined. Okay, so let's define this icon also. Now let's go. So now you will be able to see the booking that is present here, and this seats you will be able to see the QR ticket, and if you scan this ticket, you will be able to see the details of this ticket. So now after this, let me just go back, and here now first let me just complete the code here. So for that, let me just create our scanner details, that is we are gonna create this. So here let me just go, and on our GitHub let me scroll down, and here we have to copy this scan details also, and now copy and paste this scan details here. Now once you have pasted this, let me just scroll up. First you have to just refresh here, and now you will be able to see these details are coming here. And now in this you are getting this bookings as skill, and you have selected the 5 seats that are these seats, and here you are getting these 5 seats that you have filled. So it is similar to the booking that is on the admin panel. So now let me just show you the UI explanation. So this is the image, the poster we are getting. This is this image of the movie. Then this h2 tag gives you the heading of the movie, that is the title of the movie, that is this title with the icon also. Then scrolling down, we have this booking ID, that is the ID we used for this booking, that is coming from here. Then after this, let me scroll down, and here we are gonna get the category of the movie, that is it is shown here, the action type, the category is action for this movie. Then here we are getting this time slot, that is for the auditorium, the time here. So the Audi 2 is present here as well as the time here. Then we are getting this duration here, and this, let me just show you the duration here, that is this duration. Then we are getting the seats and the seat total here, that is this, let me just, as well as we are getting the seat, how many of them are the standard or recliner here. So here we are getting the seat 5 and the total of that seat. Also we are getting the seat, that is the recliner seat, and the standard seats, how many of them are booked here. Then we are getting the seat subtotal and the total. So here the subtotal is this seat subtotal, and the total we are getting here. Now after this, we are just generating the QR using this function QR, and if not available, it will be unavailable, and this hide details button, show details and hide detail button with the QR here. Now after this, we have completed our bookings page also. So now by this we have completed our booking page. So let me just close all this, and now let me just show you the full demo of this site. So for that, let me just close this data also, and now here let me just go and select a movie, and here let me select this time slot. We have already booked here, so it is blocked here. So now let me just go for this movie as it is not blocked till now. So here let me just select multiple seats here for this movie. Let me see many seats here. Let me book, and here let me just confirm. You can see we are getting this total and the seat number also. So here on this, let me just pay this using this Stripe payment gateway, and now once it is get paid, you will be redirected to your bookings page with the details here, and if you scan again, you will be able to see these seats here. So now by this ID you have made 2 bookings and it is present here. Now after this, let me just, so here on the admin panel also you are seeing this. So now here after this, let me just go, and here let me open a new Chrome here, and on site in this new Chrome let me log in using this new credentials here. So let's create a new account here. Let me just create this account, and using this email, let me just give here the email here. The phone number must be at least must be of 10 digits only. Then let's give the date here, and let's give the password here. After giving the password, let me just create an account. So we will be redirected to login, and let me just log in using the same credentials we have tried for the creation of the account. And now once you are logged in, here you are seeing there is no movie present here. So this feature also works fine. That is, a particular user can only see his or her movie, and the seat you have booked previously using the different ID is booked or blocked for this ID also. Now here also for this movie you have just booked here the seats, it is also booked. So now let's book these seats for let me just select all the recliners here, and let me just pay this using the Stripe, and let me just pay this for this ID and pay it. Once you have paid this, once you have paid this, it will be taking you to bookings page with the seats you have booked. And now if you go back to your movie, you can see the seats will be blocked for you also that you have booked here. And for this ID you have just booked, here you can also see the seats are blocked for you also. So now this all features are working fine. So now let's just test the responsiveness of our site. So our site is also responsive for any devices, that is for the mobile, the laptop or the tablet view here. So you can see each and every page is responsive for here, and the filter is also working fine. Now if you go to releases soon page, you are seeing this, it is responsive. So now this page, the seat selector page, is also responsive, and it shows the audio also on the top. And here let me just go back, and the bookings page is also responsive. If I toggle it, it is also working fine here. Now after this, let me just close this. So this is all. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.